everyone, Pineapple here, and with the news of Russell T Davies' departure, I decided to look back, as it were, with a compilation of all my reviews of his era. And boy, did this video surprise me with how the quality will jump as time between the reviews gets longer. But I just wanted to say thank you for checking in, and we'll start right at the beginning with the Star Beast and go all the way to the end of Shooty's second season and the war between the land and the sea beyond. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and let's get into the reviews. Hello everyone, Pineapple here. And after over a year of waiting, the first episode of Doctor Who's 60th anniversary specials arrives, just after a divisive Children in Need special. The Star Beast is a story adapted from the Doctor Who magazine comic of the same name, by Pat Mills and Dave Gibbons, and with the episode, along with the other two, being written by Russell T Davies himself, this also is set to be the return of not only David Tennant, Catherine Tate, and Donna's family, but is also the first Disney-funded episode, meaning a larger budget. So let's see if it makes the best of it as we head into The Star Beast. This episode starts with an exposition dump, courtesy of Donna and 14, which was probably appreciated, but the way it was shot just feels a little silly to me. 14 standing in space there, Rose Noble looking a bit awkward, and Donna staring at us. And this shot of 14, which almost makes me laugh with how out of place and strangely shot it feels. But after that, we get a new title sequence. One I'm not sure will stay on till Series 14, or as they're calling it, the new Series 1, but for consistency's sake, Series 14. And it looks fantastic. The colours mesh together well, and the sense of scale is like something we haven't seen before in the show's titles. It's also nice to see the TARDIS travelling in multiple directions, not just up and down a tube and some clocks. 14 lands in a back street in London and swaggers out, taking in the sights before getting jump-scared by a wild Donna Noble, who he attempts to help but is scared away by seeing her. But fearing her wrath, comes back to assist once again. A good bit comedically, but logically she doesn't seem to think he's being as weird as he really is. But the combo of Donna and her now screaming Rose to call her daughter confuses the Doctor to hilarious effect. Let's talk about the three actors we've seen so far. David Tennant obviously returns as the Doctor, this time being number 14. Like 10, but a little bit different. And I honestly have no problem with in this episode. And the same can be said with Catherine Tate as Donna. Although some of the writing and plot points I do have an issue with, but we can talk about that later. But the support she shows for her family is a great new way to emphasise her character, as we have seen the Nobles before, but not as much as a cohesive unit as they are now. Then there is Yasmin Finney as Rose, and she does a great job. She shares a plot issue with Donna, as I said, but her acting is great alongside most of the dialogue, and being a trans actor playing a trans character is used to great effect within the story itself, for the most part. This not coming off as a diversity hire, as many critics may want you to believe, but as a story that both the writer and actress wanted to tell. Just as Donna refuses to look away, a spaceship crashes in clear view of everyone, them all having their phones out, and the Doctor leaves to investigate, just so happening to run into Sean, Donna's husband, once again played by Carl Collins, and commandeering a ride in his taxi with a fun reference to 13 and an Alonzi.
And that's Alonzi?
14 fishes for info on Donna by claiming to be a friend of Neris. A lovely callback, but we get a reiteration of what we learned in The End of Time, and that the lottery money she got was mostly given away to charity. Something the pre-Dr. Donna may not have done. But for a character with such a short role in The End of Time, and honestly, not a lot to do when he is there, Sean is great. And much like Donna, the emphasis on family with his character just makes him really pleasant to have on screen. On sight of the crash, UNIT detained two members of the press, and after seeing behind-the-scenes shots of UNIT protesters for a future episode, this may be a hint of them getting a little totalitarian. But I do like how this is a slight return to form for Davies, as his record the screenshots were well known throughout Series 1 to 4. And at least we have the upgrade of direct feed this time, even if the cameraman seemingly disappears. The Doctor sneaks in, and this is where I got my first realisation of just how good this episode looks. It's mostly thanks to the director, Rachel Talalay and Russell, but I'm sure that the Disney money is giving them a real boost, and I hope the future of the show looks as great as this does. 14 sneaking around and listening is a pretty good scene, and we meet another new character removed from the unit grunts, Shirley Ann Bingham, played by Ruth Madeley, who is a very fun character, being Unit's new scientific advisor. And Russell has said recently he was focusing on the good portrayal of differently abled actors, such as wheelchair users. Admittedly, I was a little worried Shirley would be shot in an obnoxiously perfect way, but the character is very fun, and Ruth Madeley's charisma and screen presence are really striking. She appears to be in the Giggle, but I would love to see more of her beyond that. Shirley finds out that the ship was not about to crash, but in fact purposefully landed. Meanwhile, Rose and Donna make their way home, and Rose is accosted by some dickheads on bikes. And the use of the scene is pretty well acted emotionally. Rose is slightly stoic and refuses to let their transphobia affect her, and Donna declares war, ready to kill some children. Their relationship as a parent who will do anything to make the child happy is a fantastic through line in the story. And as they head inside, we get some more of it, Sylvia making an appearance, played again by Jacqueline King. Sylvia is quite insistent that Donna knows aliens aren't real, and Rose heads to her little private shed. Sylvia shows a very real and relatable moment as she fusses over using the wrong words to refer to Rose, and slips up a little. To someone unconnected, it may not feel like a big deal, but the fact that this is an older member of Rose's family doing this is heartwarming, and is topped off well as Donna not so subtly jabs that she wished she got that much attention from her mum. Sylvia makes a reference that confuses me to no end, and they sit down as Donna remembers Wilf. And we get some info on what the memory wipe looked like from her perspective. And while the music accompanies, the performance really makes this scene. Rose runs into a neighbourhood friend, Fudge, played by Dara Lal, who I think may be the only human character to be in both this version of the story and the original comic. They find a piece of the ship, an escape pod, and as Rose attempts to retrieve her phone, she runs into Beep the Meep, played by Miriam Margolyes, who plays the part now, and a side we will see later, with excellence and real passion. Also, both the prosthetics and CGI details on Beep are excellent. Little details like the eye and ear movement are such minute attentions to detail that add a lot of personality. Adding on to the actor under the prosthetics, Meep mentions monsters hunting him, and we are promptly shown the Wrath Warriors, who scare Fudge away, but leave him to hunt Beep. These prosthetics are even more intricate than Beep's, and although they look a little silly in the wrong lighting, the stilts and prosthetics are impressive. And with such little facial structure, it's interesting how much character can be shown with just their voice and physical movement. 14 uses his screwdriver to draw a perfectly rectangular screen to examine the ship, and properly meets Shirley in a nice introduction. These two banter pretty well off each other. 14 exposits his facial situation concerning Shirley, and they discuss Donna. Shirley ends up sending some troops to pick up the pod, sending the Doctor along with them. Back in the factory, she gets a great line and sends a platoon up into the ship, only for them to be infected with some sort of energy, done with good-looking effects. Rose is with Beep in her shed, as Beep does all they can to look as cute as possible. And the way that Rose relates to Beep is a good idea, and she pulls it off well. But that's before Donna comes in and freaks out about Beep. The soldiers arrive at the same time, 14 trying to get in as Sylvia simultaneously tries to ward him off and to convince Donna the Meep doesn't exist, smacking the Doctor, and this insanity is quite well used, but the best bit would be the ending when Sean turns up to deliver this line with Sylvia. A great delivery, and a little bit of subversion, as this was the shot I was sure we were going to get a shock feint or something as he sees the alien, but I like this outcome better.
Something smells nice.
Tuna Madras. Meet me.
Major Singh's unit team around the pod is sent away by the infected troops, who are also after the Meep. Donna has a little freak out, and we get a fake out where we think Wilf died for a sec, which I didn't appreciate, but it just turns out he's in a home courtesy of Kate Stewart, so that's okay. Rose points out we don't actually know the Meep's pronouns or gender, and the blunt delivery of this, while fitting with Rose's character not wanting to make the Meep uncomfortable, it does stick out, and would be much smoother if maybe it was rewritten so perhaps the Doctor himself said something like, "He, oh, are you? I don't know," etc., etc. It would have fit the Doctor's erratic personality of forgetting to ask personal details early in meeting someone, and felt more like it was personal growth and not him being told off. As, to be fair, if I found this thing in my backyard, I would have asked it for its gender, because how are you supposed to tell? I proudly proclaim that I know nothing of Meep sex.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd.
Either way, the definite article is a ridiculous pronoun, and I'm pretty sure Beep is transphobic, so I'ma just say he or they for consistency's sake. Since all years before this episode he was referred to as such. Beep says the Wrath Warriors are after his fur, and after Sylvia waffles some more, both the infected soldiers and the Wrath attack the house, with some pretty good practical effects. It's at this point 14 uses the Sonic to draw force fields, and while this is creative, I agree that this is just reaching the point where the Sonic turns from multi-purpose tool to a whatever the plot needs it to be cop-out. But it does look cool and allows them to get up to the stairs. The plan being to get from the attic to attic to reach Sean's car down the street. Once upstairs, they are intercepted by Flying Wrath. The CGI does look just a sliver dodgy, but I like the idea and execution of their flight pretty well. And I really appreciate the detail you can see on the suits, like they're almost cloven-looking feet. With a nice reference to the Doctor dancers and Bob the Builder, the gang...
Hi, team. Oh, I was going to say team. Gang. Comrades.
make their way through the attics, and a sleeping bloke as Captain Singh and his unpossessed unit are stuck in a three-way battle with the possessed unit and the Wrath. Although I am surprised at the lack of non-vehicle property damage. They make it to the taxi and narrowly escape, the Wrath bolts doing no good against the car, something I would criticise if not for knowing what happens next. And surprisingly, Sylvia shows some genuine gratitude, and they make their way to an underground parking lot. The Doctor takes from the Stones of Blood and starts judiciary proceedings, intercepting a Wrath teleport and turning the lot into a faux court, by article of the Shadow Proclamation, a good piece of continuity. It's a good scene and does well to spell out the hints we've gotten so far, and the two Wrath Warriors are fun for the limited time they were on screen. This is also where we get the background exposition. On the Meep's homeworld, the sun is sentient and went mad, turning the Meep race evil, and Beep is the final one remaining, and happens to be their leader, the worst of all, proven when he pulls a fucking laser out of his ass and kills the warriors, allowing the soldiers infected with the light that is actually from the psychedelic sun to surround our heroes. And after 14 demonstrates their importance with some comedic movement, he's knocked out and wakes up with the family in the back of a military transport. Beep's mania really is sold by Miriam's performance. She must have had a lot of fun with it. Donna laments the situation and questions the Doctor, making the right point that Sylvia clearly knows who he is. And Donna makes a good speech about giving away the money, once again giving a good show of how she's changed, even if she doesn't realise it. Although it's a little strange when she says,
Just felt like the sort of thing he would do.
and no one brings her up on it. A nice line, but a little out of place, and not even Rose seems to care. They arrive at the metal works to see the ship nearly repaired, explaining why the ship landed in the scrapyard, and we get the inspired visual of Beep reigning over them all on a little pocket version of the Game of Thrones throne. We finally get an explanation as to what the double-bladed dagger drive the Doctor mentioned is, and what it does is fuel the ship by digging down and destroying the surroundings. Meaning London, boom. Beep has the prisoners held in the basement, even though I'm pretty sure the line was take the prisoners on board, But Shirley comes to the rescue with her James Bond chair. This is also a fun piece of continuity, as when the brig got older and needed a cane, he also turned it into a weapon.
I warned you!
I always suspected that Major Kilburn was a slimy creep.
14 takes off and the family escape. Only Donna says her goodbyes and locks herself inside to go and help the doctor, thanks to her subconscious feelings. And Sylvia gets a good little moment, taking charge and leading Rose away to safety. 14 starts to meddle around in the ship with Donna as they are trapped. And the set is pretty good. Although, I can't for the life of me figure out why the shutter that comes down to trap them could exist on a ship where the functionality of it is taken into account. Beep starts the ship and deadlocks the controls, and 14 madly dashes from side to side as the shutter closes. 14 tries to do it without Donna, but the dagger drive starts ripping apart London, as we see thanks to some good aerial shots and some fudge POV. But they run out of time, meaning the Doctor has to decide to let Donna's memories out. The performances are great, and although I find 14 activating Donna like the Winter Soldier a bit silly and not in the good way, the script and performances are top-notch. Even the revamped music adds to the scene immensely. A fantastic moment that knows where to hit you. They stop the ship, leaving Donna to die in 14's arms, another greatly acted moment. But as they save the day and the dagger drive reverses, the rivers of fire in the street just sort of close up. It doesn't ruin the resolution, but isn't the only negative point to give it, as after this, until the closing goodbyes and such, to lead into the next episode, the end of the climax bounces from good things to bad things like a tennis ball. The next good thing is that the possessed soldiers come to kill 14, Donna wakes up, and the psychedelic sun is purged thanks to a meta-crisis Rose. Brought to us by these regeneration energy effects that look like they put all the effort into making Yasmin Finney look good, while Donna looked like she had the Time Lord equivalent of a rough night out. This happens because due to the amount of power in the meta-crisis, some of it got passed down to Rose, and the hints that are retroactively explained are honestly clever and well thought out. Rose's shed is her memory of a TARDIS, the name she picked was related to them, and the toys she makes are references to aliens. Her stating that now that part of her is unlocked, she finally feels like herself, which is a good feel-good note for the character. They also make a point I've seen idiots disagree with for a while now, that the Doctor is kind of beyond gender. For someone who can so easily switch from male to female, and could literally regenerate into anything, of course gender doesn't matter. As 12 said,
"We're the most civilized civilization in the universe. We're billions of years beyond your petty human obsession with gender and its associated stereotypes."
although I'm not sure it fits well in that moment or is explained very clearly, it's nice for me to see my argument won, and I'm sure it made some people somewhere feel better about themselves. 14 finally has a proper good moment with Sylvia as they all celebrate the victory. Shirley getting a fucking strange line.
There's a word for you, Doctor, and that word is jammy.
So, I have no idea what to say about that.
Jam on toast.
And 14 ejects Meep in a nice light-hearted fashion, only to be parachuted down for the raft to collect. Beep gives a hint as to a future enemy, referencing their boss, and we get the last negative point of the episode. You see, the meta-crisis energy is still affecting Donna and Rose, so they have to do something about it. So their brilliant plan is to let it go. Not only does that devalue the ending of Journey's End, as why didn't she just let it go then, unless she wanted to die? But while doing this, she insults 14 for being a man? Even though he was a woman how long ago?
Just passing by, because I got a bit lost. It's funny. 60 minutes ago, I was this really brilliant woman.
As Rose insinuates, they know everything and are better for being women. So not only is this cheap and insulting a whole gender of people, it also ruins the whole point they made a minute ago that gender doesn't matter. Admittedly, that would be a broad interpretation of the gender scene before, as I'm sure many things can be drawn from the binary-non-binary scene, But either way you slice it, this part of the ending feels like Russell couldn't be bothered and handed it down to an intern, even if we do get these fun shots of Shirley and Sean. Everyone arrives back at the TARDIS, and 14 explains the unit will fund Donna's home damages. Rose wants to see inside, but Donna remembers what happened when Martha came aboard, but after some coaxing, Donna and 14 go to see Wilf. After a fun banter with Sean, they get inside and we see the new interior console room, and it's bloody fantastic. Honestly, I love it. We can clearly see where all the other rooms are, the ramp's creative but not too crazy, and the lighting is fantastic. We don't get too good a look at the console itself, as 14 interacts with it until it makes Donna a coffee, and the spillage of said coffee blows them half up, ending the episode, but the little banter they have before it is nice, and it gives me a grin to see 14 having a mad dash around the room. So, that was the Star Beast. Clearly it had its problems, like the ending trying its best to undo any good messaging the story had, and a little lapse in logic, but the rest of the episode was pretty stellar. The remaking of a comic story was interesting, and the new versions of its characters, like Beep, were handled brilliantly. The returning characters are all pretty much better than they were, and it's nice to see Sean get some real character exploration, as he really felt like background dressing to me in The End of Time. Rose was a nice addition, although I can see people getting mad at the existence of a trans person here, for one bigoted reason or another, but for the most part her being so is either used as a nice message, or relegated to a background detail, thereby making the character feel real, not like some characters whose only known personality trait is taken up by their gender identity. Like some characters of different identities from the norm occasionally are written as. Donna and 14 are both fantastic, as good as before while bringing new elements, and while I didn't know what to expect from Shirley's character, I do want to see more of her, and presumably we will in the Giggle, and hopefully beyond like I said before. I'll give the first episode of Doctor Who's 60th anniversary, The Star Beast, written by Russell T Davies and inspired by Pat Mills and Dave Gibbons, a cool 8 out of 10.
First of all, we end up in England 1666, as a short cold open with not yet Sir Isaac Newton, played by Nathaniel Curtis, who, for the short time he's on screen, is a pretty lovable presence, and the scene itself, as the Doctor and Donna run into him, works as a short little skit, but also sets up a running joke throughout the episode. After Donna makes a joke about gravity, and the Doctor tells Isaac to avoid London because his fifth incarnation is burning it down, Isaac gets the word gravity confused with mavity. So for the rest of the episode, it is referred to as such, which was so well integrated I didn't even realise until halfway through the episode. Nathaniel Curtis is relatively new to acting, with only 4 IMDb credits, one being associated with Russell T Davies, who wrote the episode. But I feel it must be pointed out that no matter how good he is not the same ethnicity as the non-fiction historical figure he's playing. Normally it wouldn't be such a problem, but with the current climate, like the race-swapping Cleopatra series, or the rewriting of history in some historical-based movies, it is something that needs to be said. Not degraded or mocked in any way, but a point that has to be observed, as it takes nothing away from the scene, but I'm sure if back in Rosa, if she was played by an Asian or Caucasian woman, there would have been complaints. So as I said, it is something that needs to be noticed, even though it's not bad in isolation. After the credits, the TARDIS impacts into a sci-fi looking room, sending 14 and Donna tumbling out as a river of flame is sent from the TARDIS, as it plays the song Wild Blue Yonder to be ironic. The doors shut on their own, leaving itself to heal, 14 going through emotional turmoil and taking to the lock as Donna talks about her childhood time in the choir. 14 places his sonic screwdriver in the lock to help the TARDIS regenerate, in an interesting use of the device, but also as a clear way to write the device out, to keep the story more interesting. 14 deduces they're in a spaceship, and the two of them swan off to this CGI hallway that no doubt looks good, but it does stick out a little as an obvious effect. Donna wants to go home, but 14 lures her away to check out a figure in the distance.
We've got light. We've got mavity.
They're clearly being watched by something as they talk about how hot Isaac was, but are caught off guard by hearing the TARDIS leave without them. Starting a long through line in this episode as these two share a great emotional moment, fighting and reconciling very believably, and expositing the HADS, which is the device that made the TARDIS leave, and it won't come back until whatever danger exists there is done with. So Donna rallies to
Kick its ass!
They talk more about the choir, and with the exclamation of an alien word, the hallway reconfigures itself. 14 is sick of walking and manages to somehow find them a hovercraft that reminds me of the transportation in Austin Powers. Making their way to the robot dubbed Jimbo quite a lot quicker, who, while he doesn't do much, has a pretty good design. It takes a step, but doesn't do much else, and is clearly run down. They run through some ideas and continue forwards to the cockpit, finding it bereft of life. 14 boots up the computers and figures out their 1 to 10 in order to read the screens. How he knows that what we learn later are equine-like aliens use a 1 to 10 system and not something else is a different matter, but he manages to read that there are no life signs, it's running on low power settings, and 3 years ago an airlock opened. We also get to see the feed of a drone outside, and the CGI on the ship and the vast nothingness around them looks pretty good for how little we see of it. We get another mention of Mavity, but the Doctor observes that the ship had fallen through a wormhole, so far out to the edge of the universe that it's a completely unknown area. A nothing where creation and light hasn't yet reached, which is an intriguing concept. Starting the story off with one of my favourite types of Doctor Who setups, which will be continued later, the unknowable. Whether it be a location or being, but something that is so far beyond our primitive understanding that it's so difficult to have hope that the characters will remain unscathed. They hear a knock but can't seem to find where it comes from, so after the hallway reconfigures again, calling out another name and Jimbo taking another step, they investigate the adjoining rooms. 14 licking a component of the ship and feigning sickness. For the trailers, I suppose, because out of that context it just makes him look like a bit of a dick. 14 wants to power the ship, so asks Donna to move the rectangles as he investigates and meddles in another room. Only moments later, 14 re-enters the room, and while he doesn't do much, Donna gives a good emotional speech, imagining Rose coming back to the alley every year like Batman, if she doesn't make it back, and making clear her wishes for 14 to spend some time with her family. And then we see 14 back in the blue room with Donna entering, and prompting him to give his own little speech intercut with the other room's copies of them. 14's wonderings about the TARDIS, while just a bunch of thoughts to give us insight into his imagination, is a really beautiful one, honestly sounding like the type of emotional story someone at Big Finish would cobble together. And it's little windows like this into their minds that helps elevate the emotions of the episode. The sudden versions of 14 and Donna start getting creepy, and we see some brilliant prosthetics, them becoming like something straight out of the Mandela catalogue. They point out that their arms are too long, and the quality of the prosthetic, the music, the performances, and cinematography are a perfect storm to make this both thrilling and creepy as they descend on the real Donna and 14. These creatures are the Not Things, from the expansing infinite beyond the edge, and seem to be methodically attempting to copy the Doctor and Donna, confused at the human-like physiology. Adding to what I praised before, the way that these creatures seem to have to trial and error their way through the rules of our universe and space is chilling. To reiterate what I said before, it is this cosmic horror of the unknown and beyond that makes my favourite Doctor Who stories, being so powerful or unknown that you truly have no solid strategy to beat them. They name themselves, as they call themselves, Not Things, and the true Donna and 14, Not Nothing, just to prove the limitations of our language while referring to them. To get away, Donna and 14 hop back on the hovercar, and are chased by the Not Things as they grow. And while this distorted and corrupted look of our protagonists works well, especially as we never get too long a look at the creatures like this, the CGI effects on the actors' faces leave a little to be desired from me, as I'm pretty sure I've seen a few of these effects on TikTok filters, and the Donna Not Thing starts to look like a rat. But the chase is thrilling nonetheless, and the detail, like the flesh rippling as Donna smacks to Not Thing 14's hand away, integrated into the scene well. The hovercraft falls apart, and the Not Things grow too far to move, creating the impressive visual of the two of them stuck in the corridor. Of all things, Donna mentions venom, and they discuss where the Not Things came from. They supposedly arrived in the airlock, and as they learn the concepts of the universe, they convert heat into mass as needed, and seem to have each other's thoughts as well. They start to attack again, and 14 and Donna make their way to a hatch, only for the ship to reconfigure again, leaving them separated in alien-looking hallways. The atmosphere in these corridors, while they wander about, while a little boring looking, is good at ramping up the tension, even if at points I was waiting for an animatronic bear to come jumping out of the dark. The duos once again meet up separately, and while it is easy to guess which of these in the pairs is real, the performances and writing is on point to leave just enough doubt that the tension remains. With the real Donna and Not Thing 14, she talks his ear off into confusion, and he proves that by taking off his tie he's the real thing, since the Not Things might not know about surfaces. Once Donna thoroughly confuses him, she asks about the tie, it disappearing from the ground, and we get my favourite line from the Not Thing Doctor.
Oh, I see. And something is gone and keeps existing.
Before he combines Exorcist and CGI of the big babies to chase her away. With 14, Not Donna manipulates him by talking about the flux and the timeless child, claiming to have seen it in the recent meta-crisis. And the reaction from the Doctor on both counts is far more satisfying than almost the entirety of both arcs, which is honestly unfortunate. But the rage and sadness of the performance radiates, and Not Donna pressures him fantastically, really hurting him as she melts and screams at him. He escapes, but he has to let off some steam in this melancholy scene before ultimately running again. The ship reconfigures again, and all four meet up in the same room, and the trickery they use to hide the screen doubles is pretty seamless. It's probably one of the two most impressive pieces of the cinematography this episode. 14 finds the real Donna by confusing the creatures, by proving the insanity that is humans, as he states that two contradictory states are both true. Donna thinking she is stupid, but at the same time, brilliant, and using the same belief logic to keep the intimidating Not Things at bay by drawing a line of salt. Where did he get the salt? Who knows, but it works in invoking the supernatural superstition, both being superstition and true, continuing to confuse them with contradictions. Not Donna taking to task and counting the grains in the line. The Not Things are stabilizing and divulge their origins. They drifted to our universe and are attracted by the inherent hatred and the like in the universe. The energy of hatred supposedly travelling further than love. A philosophy I suppose is believable. But Not Donna gets fed up and blows the salt away. The two of them finally showing their British roots. Donna and 14 are saved by the world's shittiest secret door, it dropping them where they started, but giving them just enough headway to run from the Not Things back to the bridge, locking themselves inside with a door pretty reminiscent of the one from the last episode. I wonder if we'll get another next episode, making this the Glass Door trilogy. The Not Things are almost completely copied, and 14 and Donna figure out that the Not Things intentionally rile them up, and get better the more they think, which is probably one of the Doctor's greatest weaknesses. But slowness, and subsequently the slowness of their thoughts, weakens the Not Things. The performances from this point on are once again just stellar, especially with the dual roles that the actors play. The Not Things start to prod at the Doctor, forcing his brain to start thinking the answers to all the lingering questions. The first being, what is making that clanging sound? It being the pilot, being
Caught in the gravity field.
Caught in the what?
Gravity field.
14 wonders why the captain is outside without a helmet, and realises that the Not Things don't know either. 14 is unable to rein himself in, and Donna realises the airlock was actually the captain killing herself, to stop the Not Things from copying her and taking the ship. The ship reconfigures again, 14 and the Not Thing Doctor figuring out what it is. Slowly, the ship is becoming a bomb. Very, very slowly, because the Not Things can't figure out slow. and couldn't figure it out since the detonation device, the robot Jimbo, can't be copied. The words we've been hearing being a countdown. The Not Things go to stop the robot, and have to fight 14 for the door controls, in a pretty tense scene, and 14 does the only thing he can, speed the bomb up. It becomes a chase to get Jimbo, starting to look like an episode of The Flash, unfortunately. 14 tosses Not Donna, only for her to be pummeled in epic fashion by real Donna, and the Not Doctor escapes by shifting into a less human shape. But as the Doctor rightly points out, if they had slowed down the Not Things enough, then, as a time machine, the TARDIS would know when to come back in order to pick them up. He hovers the TARDIS over and is forced to choose a Donna, asking about the choir teacher, one giving a thoughtless answer and one giving a deep one. He takes the wrong one, who gives this greatly menacing performance, and Donna is left to call out in despair as he leaves without her, the bomb detonating, leaving only seconds till her death. This whole amazing climax being resolved as 14 observes,
Your arms are too long.
and rolling Not Donna out of the TARDIS and grabbing the real one, leaving the Not Things to their fiery demises. I don't think the TARDIS ramp thing is totally ridiculous, but this climax is really made by Catherine Tate's performances, selling the tragedy of the situation before they make it right and escape. The ship going up in gloriously rendered flames. 14 makes the excuse that the Not Donna was a 99.9% copy, so it makes sense they were confused, and teases a future villain by mentioning the thing with the salt may have called in another being to the universe due to the superstitious nature of it. 14 is concerned if Donna remembers the things that Not Donna manipulated him with, and Donna says she can't remember, but tries to help 14 anyway. I wish there was more in this scene, but the two of them continue to work off each other nicely, so I can't really complain. They land back in the alley a day or two later, only to be met by the one, the only, the best Doctor Who character since he appeared in the Doctor Who Peter Cushing movie, Doctor Who and the Voyage of the Damned, Wilfred Mott, played by Bernard Cribbins, rest in peace. It seems this will unfortunately be his final scene, but the way he talks to Donna and 14, it was worth it to see him again, even if it isn't a grand farewell. The reunion is lovely, but the episode itself ends with riots starting in the streets as Will starts to panic. The family is safe, but they are forced to take refuge from a crashing plane as the credits start to roll. So that was Wild Blue Yonder, and while it may not have had Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi, Michelle Gomez, King Charles and Jesus Christ himself in it, it was a pretty good episode. While I'm not sure the amount of secrecy was justified, it does make the story more tense as we know little of what's going to happen. But that also does lead to some viewers developing unrealistic expectations that can harm the viewing experience. The story had a fun opener, and the cosmic horror of the unknown paired with the menacing and well-defined performances from David Tennant and Catherine Tate make it exactly the type of story I love from Doctor Who. The CGI, while fitting in well to the Mandela catalogue and Uncanny Valley horror genre, could be a little off at times. Like when it started to look like a CW show for a few moments there. But on the whole, I really enjoyed this episode. The creative villains and story were impressive, and I'm sure that in a little time this might be put up there with the likes of Blink and Heaven Sent, even if I think I might prefer those episodes personally. I'll give the Doctor Who 60th Anniversary, Episode 2, Wild Blue Yonder by Russell T Davies, a cool 9 out of 10. Better than last week by far from a story perspective, especially with the emotional resolution, but it wasn't perfect. Our cold open starts in 1925 Soho, immediately setting the creepy vibe. A lot of this episode carries with the dark road and an immediate introduction to the Toymaker's 7-note motif, as Charlie DeMello, playing Charles Bangery, makes his way to the local toy emporium to make a purchase. To help him with this transaction is Neil Patrick Harris, as the Celestial Toymaker. And we will talk about the different aspects of his performance soon, but for now I will say that, as a whole, his performance was perfect. Menacing and just the right amount of camp to create the terrifying juxtaposition from one action to the next. The silliness making the moments where he becomes brutal have much more impact. The Toymaker starts with a funny-sounding German accent, and this helps making him start off seeming more kooky than nigh-immortal serial killer. but it does give a little chill when he slips back into the English, as Charles seeks to buy a puppet named Stooky Bill. The toymaker attempting to make him feel guilty, as if Stooky were to be bought, his children and wife were to be left alone. And while that is a little silly, once again the way it returns later on in the story is pretty creepy. The toymaker does his now signature 7-toned laugh, and is maybe a little racist to Charles.
I really must apologize for the rain.
You must be used to sunnier climes.
I was born in Cheltenham.
Before he sends Charles and Stooky on their way. Before leaving, Charles does some good old expositing, telling the toymaker he is delivering the doll to his employer, John Logie Baird, played by John McKay, who is building the world's first television. The scene where Charles and John make the Stooky Bill image is acted, shot and scored pretty well, so that the sense of energy is there. We get the feeling it is an important moment, even if they're just looking at a screen. And the good-looking recreation of a real photo/video is impressive. Stooky moves, proving the concept real, as he laughs the toymaker's laugh and burns, giving us a sense of foreboding before the credits finally start, making perhaps the last time we see these credits. We won't know until Christmas. The episode comes back to the modern day. You can tell by the Chibnall-inspired text on the screen. Well, at least now they aren't yellow, orange or green. And the streets are chaos, which is shot, directed and blocked brilliantly, really selling the mania of the situation. 14 gets between a man and a car to try and figure out what's happening, and the man gives us some nicely acted exposition. That 2 days ago everyone went mad, and that now everyone thinks they're right. Yeah, the message is quite plain, and it is expanded upon later, but you can kind of understand the gist here. The rustle is showing how much of a crapshoot places like Twitter and the news are, with the constant bickering and vying for control.
And a bunch of colored pencil drawings of all the different characters in Harry Potter fucking each other. Welcome to the internet.
But then again, that is a little bit of a fallacy. To write the commentary that everyone thinking their own way is right, you need to think you're right in writing it. And that sentence was one step away from a tongue twister. Donna is stationed with someone who is clearly a Wilf body double, and mime Patrick Harris briefly dances and Frenches 14. No, you dirty bastard, he speaks French, get your mind out of the gutter. It's at this point unit descend to kidnap 14. Donna, of course, coming along, but asking to get Wilf's body double to safety, who responds with a line taken from Series 4. It's a good idea to have a replacement for Wilf, just to keep the continuity of the specials on point. It's really such a shame that Bernard Cribbins couldn't film all his scenes this episode, and they handle the workarounds with dignity and respect. They are taken by helicopter to Avengers Tower, also known as the new unit headquarters, with a musical piece reminiscent of Series 9, once again reminding me that the Series 10 soundtrack will never see the light of day, and they are greeted by Shirley, once again played by Ruth Madley, and Kate Stewart, played by Gemma Redgrave, who looks like she's about to smack the shit out of 14, but ends up hugging him and pleading for help. Shirley returning from the Star Beast, and now is looking like she's going to be reappearing in Shooty's new seasons if the photos leaked by the papers are anything to go by. Her character is still good here. I do miss Osgood as their scientific advisor, but when Shirley's personality is given some time, she is decent. But time will tell if she becomes a fan favourite. And of course, following in her father's footsteps of always coming back is Kate, who gets a few really good moments this episode, and I'll never get tired of seeing her. Since Series 7, she's been in at least half the season since, and I hope that she'll continue till she's as old as the Brig looked in Battlefield, or even Enemy of the Bane. Kate gets only a little information off before 14 can gush over Mel being back, the role reprised again by Bonnie Langford. And thank God she was here, because this is the first time she has felt really fleshed out for me on screen. Sure, she gets a lot of good time in the audios, but a lot of her episodes back in Classic did not do her many favours, especially with the manic climate the show was under back then. She may not have a lot of time this episode, but like with Shirley, what she does get is pretty good. Donna and Mel joke, and Kate starts the exposition dump. Every citizen has been given the belief that they are all right, all across the world, causing disasters. Conveyed well when we see this live feed of a man crashing his plane, and what a regular day in Parliament looks like.
Why should I care about you? No change there, then.
We learn that thanks to this Vlinks guy, UNIT have created a bracelet that hinders the negative effects, displayed brilliantly as Kate takes the madness onto herself, becoming a raging ableist Karen. For how comedic that summary is, this scene and Kate's emotional aftermath is pretty effective, the personal level adding much more to the idea than random people freaking out in the streets. This wave is generated in the brain of those who haven't had a lot of TARDIS travel, and we get a great return of Trinity Wells, who is looking more like modern J. Jonah Jameson from the Tom Holland Spider-Man films than the reporter she was. Showing now that the people are so emotional, they jump to the conclusion UNIT is corrupt, as said in the previous review, something that set photos hint towards being a future plot point in the show. The wave is analysed and had appeared the same day the whole world was finally fully satellite covered. Meanwhile, Donna notices the wave is actually a musical arpeggio. So after a reference to Series 3, Mel gets to show off her singing chops that got her the job from 24 Karat, and Shirley finds where the tune and subsequent creepy laugh is from, the first television image, Stooky Bill. Every human recognises the palindrome, and 14 makes the discovery why the laugh is so familiar. It's in every screen, TV, phone, tablet. Got a screen, you got a Stooky. And the demonstration he gives does well to demonstrate the scale of an infiltration like this. 14 gives an ominous speech about the Toymaker, and then starts a diatribe on how bad humans are out of left field. I mean, he is right, but with the exception of this great line,
Using your intelligence to be stupid.
it doesn't really fit in the scene or is segued too smoothly. But at least it matches to the message. Kate gets the Doctor's permission, I assume as President of the World, to shoot the satellite out of the sky, setting up a galvanic beam, whatever that is, to shoot it down. And we get the impressive visual of the helipad moving so they can set it up. A pretty clever use of the tower. 14 gets a nice scene with Mel, where she explains how she's here and the unfortunate fate of Sebulum Glitz. And then Donna and Kate talk, offering Donna a job before Donna and 14 run along to the date and place the Stooky Bill shot was filmed. Now in 1925, Donna and 14 talk about Mel, and start discussing the fact that 14 is becoming run down, especially with all the flux and timeless child business. But he ignores her in favour of going to the nearby toy shop, after a really weird cat and mouse exercise through the window as the music gets increasingly more overbearing and foreboding. The scene where 14 and the Toymaker come face to face is pretty good. The Toymaker's monologue being fun, and Donna's interjection being very in character, even as she starts to get scared at 14's insistence that she leaves. And we get the identity reveal with a weird overlay shot. And it's nice and a little bit shocking the first time you see it, and to see it in colour for that matter. And it certainly helps give a little information for anyone who doesn't know the Toymaker to infer he was a first Doctor villain, but upon seeing it again it is a little abrupt and distracting. But the current actor's performances sell it well, especially as the Toymaker leaves, making his laugh, and forcing 14 to jump the counter with considerable effort.
Oh, my head!
Luring 14 and Donna into an endless hallway of doors. A doorway, if you please. And they have a nice heart-to-heart about his first encounter with the Toymaker, pretty much doing all it can to ignore divided loyalties, the Nightmare Fair, and a handful of comics. And once Donna gets 14's confidence back up with some great dialogue, they are triumphant for about 5 seconds before they're immediately separated. I can't tell if that's a great idea for the pacing or a dogshit one, but it opens up more avenues for creep factor as they find their own horror rooms. With 14, he attempts to save Charles, who came back to the store being lured into a game, and being turned into one of the Toymaker's toys, a marionette on strings. And while the CGI of the actor's head is a little odd, the performance and the actual real puppetry matched with it makes this scene impressively creepy, for how short it is, especially off-putting when it morphs into 14, scaring him enough to run out. With Donna, she runs into Stooky Sue, Bill's wife, who is pretty creepy with a nice vocal performance and good movement. The babies aren't as good, unfortunately. Sure, the tension ramps up nicely, but Donna just kinda tosses them. Sue remains the creepiest, even as Donna gives her a taste for her own medicine and beats her against the wall. 14 and Donna reunite and are forced into watching the Toymaker's puppet show, where he haunts 14 by telling Donna about all of the subsequent companions the Doctor got killed, Although of course missing a few, but if we were to get into them, we would be here all day. And to be fair, I don't know all of them. I haven't touched a Doctor Who Adventures magazine, or listened to the 11th Doctor Chronicles, or finished the 10th Doctor comics. But the scene itself, the puppets added to the performances of all characters, especially with the Toymaker's taunts as 14 tries to justify Moffat's inability to kill companions with any sense of finality, makes the scene fantastic, taunting 14 with the flux, so in a moment of anger, challenging him to a game.
Oh, well, that's all right then!
Using some screen trickery, a table appears and the Toymaker shuffles a deck of cards impressively as he monologues about his adventures between the Celestial Toymaker and now. The Toymaker shows off the master in his golden tooth, and that mouth, ew. He also mentions making a jigsaw out of the Doctor's history. What does this mean? No clue. And then setting up a future plot point. Now we get the explanation about what the whole Giggle thing was about. And it was the Toymaker turning the world into a game where everyone wins and loses, making decent social commentary. But does any of that actually mean anything? Seriously, what is his objective? A never-ending game? But why would he want that when it's just people screaming at each other for all eternity? It's a good idea in concept, but I don't see how we got from there to the execution. 14 chooses to cut the cards, and we get the rules of the character. The Toymaker can't cheat, he follows whatever rules are set, and the scene is pretty tense. But the Toymaker wins, leading to 14 invoking the best 2 out of 3 rule, which is pretty clever. It's such a basic way to settle who comes out on top, but to make the Toymaker beholden to such a rule is a clever way to take the character. He escapes to 2023, leaving Donna and 14 to run out of the store as it implodes, turning into a box they take back with them in, while not a very tense scene, was pretty visually well done. In 2023, the beam takes out the satellite, but 14 sets Donna to create a template to coordinate all of the satellites and such, with a name drop of what looks to be a future plot point in Triad. But I have to ask, is all of that Doctor knowledge still in her? Because I know she's the fastest hands in Chiswick or whatever, but is Donna Noble the companion you first think of to write code like a hacker in an action movie? Honestly, I think Mel should have done it considering her technological background. Vlinx assists the coordinated scans for the Toymaker, and 14 has to break the news to Unit that they're fucked. Using a good concept from the novels, being that the Toymaker is the embodiment of an element, being play. Which is very similar to the Wilderness Years mythos, where he was the Crystal Guardian. Much like White and Black, who stood for chaos and order, he embodied dream and fantasy. Something along those lines is interesting to put in, but once that's out of the way, we get the best sequence of the episode. I honestly can't sing this moment's praises enough, so if you haven't seen the episode, you should go and watch the scene. And you know what? If you have, go watch it again anyway. The Toymaker commences a musical sequence to spice up your life, and it rocks. He murders people, traumatizes Shirley, gives Kate brain damage, and spins Mel like a dreidel, before peacing out. 10 out of 10 would spice up my life again. The only problem is that Donna does literally nothing, barely even reacts, like she's cracked out of her mind or something. The Toymaker escapes, 14 asks the Vlinx for those results I don't think he even ends up using or needing, and he tries to explain the batshit logic of the Toymaker to Shirley, and Donna notices he's got the galvanic beam. 14 rushes out to confront him while trying to keep everyone else at bay, while NPH hams it up flamboyantly. He gets a cold line.
The ground staff, where are they?
I think they're still falling.
And 14 tries to appeal to the Toymaker, making some decent points, asking the Toymaker to leave and play elsewhere with him. This reaction is pretty good, the Toymaker selling the essence of how big the character actually is, and the music scoring them adds mountains of emotion. The Toymaker refuses and makes a pretty good speech about why he enjoys humanity so much. And with such a good motivation here, it makes me wonder why this episode has the narrative problems it does. A message dropped halfway through, unexplained plot points, dropped points like the Vlinx's scans. It's like for every 5 steps the story takes, it stumbles, forgets its footing, and continues on a path 10 degrees to the left.
You make games out of bricks falling upon other bricks. You are exceptional.
The Toymaker starts to fire and absolutely rips through 14, using the application of a pattern as a rule, meaning their next game has to be played with the next Doctor. Wow, the Doctor's had a hard time with lasers recently. 12 was shot by Cybermen a bunch of times, 13 was lasered by the Master shifting the Quarunx beam, and now 14. Can't our guy catch a break? The kind of regeneration scene we get is pretty good. It's decently scored, and Donna and Mel helping him through it is pretty heartwarming. But of course, it's David Tennant, and even though he gets a good last word, directly opposing Tens, David sticks around as 14, and 15 is pulled from him in a very strange moment. It's good to see Ncuti, but before even talking about him, we have to talk about the bi-generation. The effects are average, but the initial explorative camera movement was impressive. Even so, the problem is this is not explained. It doesn't happen for a reason, it just kind of does, and then it's ignored. What makes it even worse is that Russell had the opportunity after the show to explain it, and instead decided to make it even more complicated and say that every other Doctor bi-generated at the same time down their history. Meaning every Doctor now has a not dead version of them running around, making the timeline look less like a straight line numerically, and now looks like this bad mock-up I drew in paint. I suppose this explains how we get non-canonical stories canonized, like the aforementioned Nightmare Fair perhaps, its alternate timelines, what is apparently being referred to as a Doctorverse, which I suppose is an alright idea, although a little uninteresting nowadays due to the focus on multiverses in films and other media in the past few years. But this isn't the way to go about it. There is a mention from Ncuti later on that kind of infers that 14 will die at a later point, and then 15 will pop up at this moment, and that's how 15 regenerates and appears. But that's not really a solid explanation, more just a line being inferred. Even on the after shows like the podcast, Russell has been quoted as having theories. But he is the showrunner. He shouldn't be working with theories. Playing with them? Teasing them? Maybe. But to put something on our screens, not explain it, and then tell us it could be something, and not actually explain it, much like the resolution of his commentary in The Star Beast, is lazy. Even if in isolation here. If it were explained, it would be more interesting than frustrating. Putting aside that mess, having the two of them interact with each other is pretty fun, and their little interaction with Mel and Donna is pretty good. A nice attention to detail is that 15 takes 14's tie and shoes, gets his own shirt, but doesn't get any pants, while 14 keeps his. But if you look carefully when they separate, goes barefoot. And at least it works pacing-wise. As usually it would be much further into the episode when 14 regenerates, meaning we get the time to let 14 win along with 15. Instead of 15 continuing where 14 left off, even though it does sort of devalue 14's win. Their matching energy is great, and we get the non-explanation of bi-generation before they challenge the Toymaker to a game, which is a cool moment. But something I just don't understand is my hatred of the line,
"And according to the rules, you can't say no."
It's weird because that line, while a little bare bones, works in the context, but as soon as I read it in the leaks, I thought, nope, that sucks. And now hearing it, even in context, I just can't make my way around it. I may really like this episode, even with its shortcomings, but I just can't grasp why I hate that so much. It's irrational.
This is completely irrational.
The Toymaker is challenged to a game of catch, referencing the balls from earlier, and it's honestly pretty cool for a game of catch. The energy of the action is encompassed well, keeping the life and death tone while still being fun and energetic. I honestly never thought a game of catch could be this tense, but I'm sad they removed 15's one-handed cartwheel, and I love his reaction to the Toymaker's mugging. Eventually, the Toymaker fails to catch the ball, and it goes off the edge of the building, the Doctor's banishing him in cruel fashion, Mel putting him in the box, and Kate taking it away and binding it in salt. How that works and how Kate knew it would work, I don't know, but we get to see everything's alright as Charles is free back in Soho as Stooky Bill burns, and the giggle recedes from everyone in present time. 15 comforts a mourning 14, looking like he's about to kiss him for a hot second, but hugs him and walks him and Donna back to the TARDIS. We see the Master has escaped the Toymaker, still in the gold tooth, and we hear the laughs of what can be assumed is a few previous Masters. But a nail-painted hand takes the tooth. Although considering the position of the tooth, it's a mystery who did it since they'd have to be floating. But I think it's an homage to the ending of Series 3 and a teaser for the future, not a serious dramatic reveal. so I can't really be mad at the unoriginality of it, or the lapse in logic it is. Now all together in the TARDIS, 14 shows 15 around, and tries to figure out what they're gonna do now. 15 shows his concern for 14's mental health in a pretty good speech. Of course it's full of references, but the emotion is there. Even a mention of Sarah Jane's death. And although 15 is alright, he knows that 14 needs to get his shit together, and Donna offers him to stay. A perfect joint to the best friends dynamic they have, and it works. 14 is different to 10, this is a totally different performance, and it works for the character, especially with Donna's final delivery.
Do you know Molly? To come home.
Although he couldn't ever leave the TARDIS, so Shooty pulls a Toymaker-coded mallet from inside the TARDIS, the second time the entrance bridge is used weirdly in a story, and with palpable enthusiasm makes a new TARDIS, with a jukebox and an off-ramp. The logic here isn't very clear, but it works well enough I suppose, especially with the performances and cinematography, the scene having an internal logic rather than, oops, I guess it just happened this way, even if it is a bit like that. We get to hear 15's theme as he says goodbye and leaves us excited for the next era. Hopefully next time he'll have pants. Although judging by the trailers it looks like he'll have a kilt, which, yeah, I guess is close enough. Finally we get to see where that odd shot of Rose and the Star Beast came from. A family lunch, with 14 as part of the Noble Temple family. And it's a great end for the character. Everything bar Wilf's inclusion in the scene is fantastic. And it's not only a great way to end the anniversary, but leaves you hopeful for the future. And it's nice to see all these characters together as a family. Even better when Mad Auntie Mel turns up. It feels nice to see the now orphaned Mel with a family she can be happy with. As I said, there is a downside, and that is them pretending Wilf is off-screen shooting moles. Not only is it something that seems a little out of character for the man who couldn't kill anyone in a war, but when Jacqueline King says the expository line, the pause after and the during, it feels a little hollow and awkward. Like they're bringing attention to it, and could have just waved away his non-appearance, instead of having gunshots ring mid-sentence to remind you where he is. 14 tells us he is happier than he ever has been, which is pretty believable, and we get one final shot of 15 revving up the TARDIS, ready to take us to the upcoming Christmas special. So that was the Giggle. Did it do well to top off the 60th anniversary? Well, I'd have to say yes. There are a few bad decisions made in this story, and I'm not talking about characters. Lost plot points, unexplained events, and a slightly uncomfortable but respectable inclusion of a dead actor, for example. But there is also a lot of this story that just screams fun and camp, while also keeping the story a fair bit scary and creepy. The Spice Girls scene was fantastic, the ball game was done pretty well, if how we got there was a little underwritten, and the ending, while also having logical holes for the viewer to fill, was hopeful and emotional, and the actors, pardon the pun, did well not to drop the ball. I'll take a second here for you to laugh at that. Catherine Tate, David Tennant and Neil Patrick Harris were all standout, and the inclusion of past characters like Kate, Mel and the Toymaker were all meshed in well. So with all these positives, I'll give it a high score, but not as high as the last episode, since its simplicity and concept focus allowed far less issues. But it should be more than the Star Beast, as this story's failings definitely weren't as bad as that story's low points. So I'll give The Giggle by Russell T Davies a fair 8.5 out of 10, sliding in right between the last two stories.
The episode starts with a cold open narrated by the Doctor, on a great set that is used to great effect, especially paired with the Carol of the Bells, selling the atmosphere of all scenes here. But it is a little weird that whenever we come back here the song always starts playing. We see a hooded figure dropping off a baby at a church, the baby being named Ruby, found at the church on Ruby Road. And just before the credits, the Doctor turns up, quite emotional, the look on his face just drawing you in to want to know what happened. Then we get the same credits we've had the last three specials, just with edited credits. So it looks like it'll be around for a while. We then see that Ruby has just told the same story that we saw to an interviewer, Davina McCall, played by, well, Davina McCall. What a coincidence! You'll get that one later in the story.
Oh, and that's a coincidence.
Apparently this is some sort of who do you think you are type show for orphans, or as Ruby is, a foundling, which sounds quite Star Wars, but is apparently the correct term for someone under these circumstances. Ruby was adopted by a serial fosterer, Carla Sunday, played by Michelle Greenidge, who we'll see later. The production is interrupted by distant cackling, and we see little hands start to mess with the production, while Davina tells Ruby that with things like DNA tests, they can now track down who her parents were, before the production goes to shit and Davina gets assaulted via plug. That's 2 episodes in a row for head injuries. Let's see if we can get a trifecta. We see Ruby playing in a band on the 22nd of December, where the Doctor watches in one of this incarnation's many outfits. Once we see all of them, we'll have to do some sort of ranking. And much like with Davina, things start to go wrong, thanks to little hands. The next night, Ruby is at a club, while 15 appears to be doing what my father calls gay dancing. And while, yeah, clubbing doesn't exactly fit the Doctor Who archetype, you can clearly infer he's just trying to fit in at the same place Ruby is, like he did the previous night. But while he is attractive, that outfit is a bit naff. I like the kilt, but that shirt needs to be burnt along with all the How to Spot a Gamer t-shirts. If the scene lasted any longer, it would annoy me, but the way it is, it's
super easy, barely an inconvenience. That's great.
And look, he still has 11's lack of coordination. He's just kind of happily flailing, which does fit in with what he said in the Giggle, where 15 seems to be happier and more carefree as an incarnation, since 14 seems to have stayed on Earth to work through his trauma, before going back and becoming 15 properly, which might have a similar effect to something that vexed me with 13, where I feel her emotions could have been communicated better. So I hope 15 will get more range than just dopely happy. And looking at the rest of the episode, it does seem like he will go out of that shell. And much like the shirt, I wish to never hear for this terrible dance music again. Ruby's drink is messed with, no, not in the Cosby way, but by another hand shifting it, causing her to knock it over, and 15 to teleport to the rescue, claiming he is...
You were just over there.
Health and safety. Genitalic division.
Which is a nice callback.
Health and safety. You be health, I'll be safety.
Ah. He asks her about her bad luck and clumsiness, leaving her hanging as he leaves, and she ends up dropping her glass anyway. Ruby and her friends leave the club, her talking about her bad luck, and a giant snowman above them threatening to fall thanks to more goblin hands. But the Doctor and his Adam Sandler movie-looking screwdriver change the light and sends them on their way, only for a mother and her baby to need to be shooed away by 15 as it falls, which ends up in a funny resolution, leading into another nice scene where a cop who happens to be around investigates the Doctor in relation to the whole snowman thing. And the Doctor Sherlock deduces his marital status and tells him to go for it. It's a nice interaction on all levels, and even with my misgivings in the scene before, this really cemented to me that this, while I'm not sure of the quality and probably won't have a strong opinion until this first season is done, that Ncuti is really trying to work with the material and trying to give a good performance. The next day, Ruby delivers shopping home, and we meet 2 of her neighbours, the meek Abdul and the persnickety Mrs. Flood, arguing about the appearance of the TARDIS on the sidewalk. The goblins mess with Ruby again, and she makes her way home, and now we get to meet Carla and her darling mother Cherry, who have done the apartment up with lights up the wazoo that will be important later, and Carla tells Ruby that they're fostering a baby. And you really feel not only their excitement at getting to help raise a child as fostering is important to them, but also the connection that they have as a family, even though they aren't related. It's a real testament to the script and actors how well they fit together. Cherry wants a cup of tea and is ignored, and Ruby points out the coincidence that the baby appeared on Christmas Eve, just like her, and she gets a nice moment with Carla. The baby arrives and is named Lulu Bell, and it's pointed out how bad that name is. But it is funny how later on the Doctor will proclaim the name Glorious. Cherry doesn't get tea again, and Carla decides to go shopping, leaving Ruby to look after the baby. It's here we see a lovely detail, and one that the Doctor sees later. Every foster child has a photo taken up on the fridge. A nice detail to Carla's character, and a product of a few good moments in the story. Ruby gets a call from Davina, who is having the same bad luck as Ruby, not being able to find her parents, and also being put in a wheelchair, before it being inferred that she is killed via Christmas tree. It's a good scene and adds to the threat, but is a little silly and forgettable. I know that Davina is playing herself, and I feel like I would get more out of it if I knew who the hell she was, but when she got smushed, I kind of thought, oh well. Ruby hears the goblins taking Lulu, and finds a photo of one, and uses quick thinking to follow them to the roof. It's nice to see her take initiative to take Lulu back, not just waiting for the Doctor to help with the problem. Usually, the new companion only gets to be competent at the end of their first episode. She gets a proper look at the goblins, and follows by grabbing onto their sky ladder, something the Doctor jabs at her for charmingly, as he follows her lead. She eloquently communicates the situation, and the Doctor shows us an invention, intelligent gloves, that will help you hold onto ladders like in this exact situation. Kind of clever, and used well, not too OP. We also hear another mention of Mavity, a running joke from Wild Blue Yonder, which I suppose is nice, but keeping a running joke going that long, one that will confuse some watchers, considering that this is meant to be the start of a new slate for the show. But also Disney kind of ruined that by titling this as Special 4, and that probably didn't help. They're pulled up to the Goblin ship and captured, and the design of the Goblin ship is pretty cool. We don't really learn how it does anything, as it certainly isn't technological, but I think that since the Goblins themselves have their own logic and way of existing, as defined by the story that we'll touch on soon, it doesn't really matter if we know exactly how the ship works. The Goblins, as the Doctor says, work abstractly within the rules of coincidence, luck, and ropes, which is all pretty creative, like how the toy maker the episode previous worked on the logic of play. The Doctor figures out that all the luck and coincidence around Ruby and Lulubelle makes the baby tastier, and the luck they've been giving Ruby is what attracted the Doctor. The Goblins fucking with her for weeks to weave her into events, as they are rudimentary time travellers, something the Doctor takes offence to. The two have pretty good chemistry, and with 15 being like the 6th incarnation to talk about hanging out with Harry Houdini, he learns the way the ship works, filled with ropes, needing to pull the right one to manipulate the ship. They head deeper into the ship to save Lulu before the Goblins can eat her, and we get to hear and see a performance of the hit UK Christmas single, The Goblin Song, by Janice Goblin, but actually sung by Christina Rotondo. And yeah, this song is pure camp, but I can't help but love it. And it gets even better as when the song ends, and the Doctor and Ruby crash the Goblins' party, they distract the Goblins by continuing the song with their own verses. Once 15 gets a little curtsy in as he's addressing the Goblin King. While all the singing is great, let's talk about the villain designs. The Goblins themselves are done with mostly makeup and prosthetics, with CGI assistance, and the fact that they are played by proper actors and sized matched with camera perspective and CGI gives them a very unique way of looking. And that's also the same for the Goblin King, who is a very large puppet/animatronic. And while his appearances are a little underwhelming, as he doesn't do much, he still looks pretty good. Although I think he would have been better with at least a little bit of a speaking role. All the singing allows the Doctor to buy time for the ropes he messed with to unravel. So with the super gloves, he gets them out, landing back on Ruby's roof, even if they don't do a very good job at showing inertia and forces, as they land pretty peacefully, even though the glove supposedly made them heavier. Cherry and 15 get a good interaction, and even though she's funny, she still gets no tea. 15 decides they want to luck-proof the house, turning the heater off, unstacking floor-level items, and the scene is fun. We even get a great emotional moment as 15 notices the Foster collage. They remember not to leave the baby, continuing their great chemistry, and Carla comes back, who just seems kind of a little too oblivious and good-hearted for her own good. Carla points out all the coincidence around them, not even able to be stopped by Ruby unloading her emotions about not finding her mother, which is a good emotional moment and well acted. The coincidences pile up, and 15 gets a good little moment. The house starts to crack, and although everyone is fine, there's no trace of Ruby. A point exacerbated when 15 leaves for a moment and returns. This is quite clever, as once he comes back, there is a lot of detail missing. The lights are gone, Ruby's room is gone, and the photos from the fridge are gone. Carla seems heartless as well, 15 trying to get her to remember Ruby, in honestly one of my favourite scenes of the episode. This exact scene being what I personally think is 15's what they call an I am the doctor moment. His emotions feel real, and you really believe it when he vows to fix the situation. The crack that ran through the apartment was apparently the goblins going back in time, deciding to take Ruby instead of Lulu. So 15 runs outside to the TARDIS to stop them, being seen by Mrs. Flood, who after this inexplicably becomes a different character. Terrible writing or planning a later story arc. Who knows with those messy plot points in the Star Beast and Giggle. The Doctor appears in the past to see Ruby's mum leaving and her being snatched by the goblins. So paired with Carol of the Bells again, which the goblins also seem to be doing their little version of, he somehow gets to the roof of the church without anyone noticing, and in a clever, intense scene, uses the heaviness of the gloves he mentioned earlier, and by jumping off the roof, to pull the goblin ship down and spear both it and the king through with the tip of the steeple. Just like what happened to Rassilon. This causes the ship to unravel, in a neat visual, and Ruby to fall from the sky, 15 catching her and setting events right. But as he makes it back to the TARDIS, the mother is still walking away, so is this a mistake? Or do you think she took a moment to see the goblin ship and watch, thinking, I just gave my baby away and this happens? What the fuck? 15 turns away and makes for Christmas again. Mrs. Flood watching with her sudden personality change, and 15 finds Ruby and Carla again, but still with the crack in the roof. 15 babbles joyfully to Ruby and says he forgot something, running off to save Davina, however he knew she was in danger, and coming back. Mrs. Flood still semi-nonplussed, but he takes a second before seeing Ruby again, wondering if he might be the bad luck. Flood weirdly compliments him and asks what's wrong, and Cherry finally gets her tea. Let's go!
Yeah, baby! That's what I'm rooting for. That's what it's all about.
15 decides to leave, with Flood seeing him off. And Ruby figures out the whole time travel thing from his ramblings and kisses Carla before running out to see him in a very funny scene. Flood sends her towards the TARDIS, and she does the whole look around with nice camera angles, before joining him inside, him introducing himself again, and then presumably running off into time and space. But I'm sure we'll find out in like half a year when the show starts again, but for the love of God, I hope they don't do another scene like in the Slovene two-parter where, oh, where have you been, companion? It's been a year! Because her leaving Carla feels pretty abrupt. So I hope that the time machine actually works this time. But hold on, there's an after-credits scene where Abdul comes back, shocked about the TARDIS, only for Flood to tell him not to worry, and then...
Never seen a TARDIS before.
I'm sorry, what? This better not be just a fun scene tacked on the end, Russell, because that's not how Doctor Who fans work. She better be some time traveller or cosmic entity or Auntie Pat or something, because that is too much of a shock gasp what the fuck moment for it to be anything else. So that was the church on Ruby Road. Did it live up to the hype? Well, Shooty did well, so that in one full episode, 15 has become a pretty doctorish doctor. And that is the most you can hope out of any new actor. Ruby, while when paired with Russell's writing, can feel a little bit like a Rose rehash, has a lot of unique personality, and Millie Gibson was pretty good in the role. The villains, while not very memorable removed from their music, fit the story well, and had creative aspects such as their luck-based tastes, and their rope language. Every set looked pretty fantastic as well, and although the ending did feel a little weak, especially with Flood's odd interjections, the rest of the story held a pretty good emotional tone, especially once Ruby disappears. So, although there were things that I feel could have been better, Cherry still got her cup of tea in the end, so I'll give this episode a neat 8.5 out of 10. Much like with the specials beforehand, it's not amazing, but had far less weighing it down, like the Star Beast's resolution or the Giggle's business. But while I was a little more biased to the 60th, this rating is on pure quality of the episode, not just how much I enjoyed watching it. No way am I calling this Season 1. We have a Season 1 and we have a Series 1, we do not need another. So today we are looking at the 2-episode premiere of Series 14, our proper look at the 15th Doctor played by Ncuti Gatwa, and our new companion with the shifty mysterious backstory that the overarching narrative of is blindingly prevalent in these episodes. Because while there is a lot new here, there are some moments of Russell using old tricks. But the way these episodes and the arc narrative tie into the 60th specials is nice to see. But it is a little disappointing we seem to have another Bad Wolf, let's mention it all the time story. It would have been nice to have a little more subtlety, but hey, playing one of the main villains is Jinx Monsoon, so really it's my own stupid fault that I expected subtlety, but in their case it's warranted for the character.
Daddy was so bad to me.
So let's take a look at these episodes and spitball some theories as to who the mysterious one who waits is. And boys, since they're mentioned in the Giggle, there is no lack of options. So let's get into episode 1, the season opener, even if for some reason Disney Plus says The Church on Ruby Road is both Special 4 and episode 1. But anyway, let's get into episode 1, Space Babies by Russell T Davies. So we start the episode with the same title sequence as the specials, but with some minute differences. No dramatic zoom in as the TARDIS whizzes across a different yet beautiful section of space, and different effects on the diamond logo. We pick back up with a little rerun of the last part of Church on Ruby Road, but with no Mrs. Flood, and the Doctor invites Ruby inside. She does the whole asking things quite well, and the Doctor comes up with some different answers to the more generic questions. And considering he actually answers them, unlike 13, who avoided explaining as much as she could to her friends, we can see the creativity in the dialogue, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. 15 mentions the Rani, meaning she is totally coming back, I swear guys, and says conquistador really strangely.
The Rani? The Conquistador?
15 is pretty open about everything from his name to the chameleon circuit and to Gallifrey's redestruction. Ugh. But this scene works pretty well. It's the next scene where we're introduced to the fun and more light-hearted tone. The scene after the Doctor talks about his people's genocide. And while I appreciate the comedy working well with the bouncy score and the lead performers, not all of it lands. Meaning that when it doesn't land, it really doesn't land. Ruby is a little out of her depth, but eventually works up the courage to go outside into the past, giving us this great view. And this is a real harbinger of the great visuals to come. Ruby steps on a butterfly and in doing so changes into a different species that threatens to kill the Doctor. And while I love the look and the joke is edited differently to its preview that felt a bit stilted, it does feel a little shoehorned. But I'm sure there is an audience who it'll land for, just not me. The kinda plot holiness of the joke is fixed with a nice comedic offhand line, and with some help from Ruby they enthusiastically go through the vortex into the future. And while I love the new style of materialization, the fading in's still there, but showing the velocity and speed the TARDIS comes in with. I think I prefer previous shots of within the vortex to these. I like the colours here, a new unique colour scheme. As the first Russell era had the blue and red green, the Moffat era was reluctant to show the vortex within the episodes, and the Whittaker one, while not shown often, was a visual spectacle. This is kinda disappointing, as the TARDIS just skims along the bottom like a stone thrown against the water, or a depressed skateboard going up and down the sides of a bowl. They arrive on a space station, and with a strange confirmation of the reality of Star Trek, they investigate as the station is clearly falling apart, with some nice synergy.
No, you made it worse.
And they are creeped upon by the Boogeyman. And considering this monster is meant to be super duper scary, literally inducing fear in those that hear its roar, it's a little silly. They used creative camera angles and shots to obscure the creature, and make it more unknown until the latter portion of the episode, which really helps add fear factor, but with its spindly little fingers and slightly clumsy walk and dog bark at the end, it comes across more like a low-budget, straight-to-VHS 80s horror movie monster, just without red letter media laughing at it.
What are you even laughing at? The background?
No, the things that are wrong with her.
What?
All the things wrong with her. The crying moment.
With some good lines, they're sent running, as we get some strange but effective shots from the CCTV, and while the editing is a little epileptic, it does enhance the visual storytelling. They hop in a little elevator up to safety as the Doctor analyses his own fear response, and he keeps saying,
"Yet again, push the button."
In this episode, so I think I'm missing some sort of gag. They find a baby farm, also called a Genesis machine, made to, of course, grow babies for world colonization.
What? Food? They're not tomatoes.
Oh, excuse me, there's a big hungry thing downstairs.
15 pulls an end of the world and shows Ruby her first vista of open space. And to be fair, it looks pretty good. I'd be as impressed as Ruby. It's now she realises he is alone, and he introduces her to his way of life with a decent speech. Also pulling from End of the World, going so far as to explain the whole phoning other times thing, and explaining the translation circuit with some nice dialogue. And while I will compare this to exactly the same way these things were introduced in the End of the World back in Series 1, this is supposed to be accessible for newer audiences, and some new things are done with it, like giving us a visual aid for the translation, even with another mention of Mavity. Ruby calls Carla a little after she left in the church on Ruby Road, and the two adventurers are beset upon by a baby controlling a motorised pram. And while not every shot of these babies lands, it's a pretty good effect, at least comparing to big babies.
You're a couple of guys hanging out by the flowers. Don't say you just got there, you've been there for hours.
But seriously, it works quite well, and both the performances and dialogue seem to hit the mix between baby and higher intelligence quite well. The first baby they meet is one of the main two, Sammy Amber and Mason McCumsky as Eric, who, while attempting to analyse the building pressure of the station, comes across our travellers, confusing them for their mummy and daddy. He excitedly leads them back to the other intelligent babies, who the Doctor calls babies, but keeps correcting himself to space babies, which I find kind of strange. Like he's correcting someone for getting the name of the episode wrong. So episode 1, it's called Babies? No.
Space babies!
The set is nice, both in the halls, with colourful drawings on the walls at baby height, and with creative devices in the main hub to help the babies use the controls of the station. It's here we meet the captain baby, Poppy, played by Shola Olaitan Ajiboye, and Sienna Robin Mavanga Phipps. Wow, those are two very long names. The whole scene of the babies explaining their jobs and the Doctor and Ruby reacting are all quite whimsical, even when they have to unfortunately tell them they aren't their mummy and daddy. Ruby entertains most of the babies, who have never had hugs before, which feels like a hate crime. And we get info as the Doctor analyses the systems, as the adults left, and he gets to flex his emotional chops this episode. Even when the writing doesn't land, but that comes later, as now he tells the Timeless Child backstory to Poppy, setting up the moral of this episode. Everyone is unique, we're all different, but that's where we find our strength. A pretty good message, unless you're a raving cannibal. As I'll say later on, I had issues with this message interweaving into the plot, as I don't think it was integrated quite well. We get introduced to the supposed automatic AI, Nan-E, like Wall-E, who looks after the kids, including synchronised nose-blowing. And we get to know the monster from the baby's point of view, the Boogeyman, which Ruby discredits, leading the Doctor to traumatise and laugh at the babies. The Doctor is personally called away by Nanny, who isn't all that she seems, and wants him to go to a certain area.
Access portal 357.
Yeah, it is just a storage unit. What would I need to go there for?
Oh, for God's sakes! 357, come on!
Him and Ruby go there, and they have a little moment, drawing connections between the babies and Ruby's story, leading to some sort of psychic phenomena, including summoning the snow from the church, and giving the Doctor a different vision of what happened there, where Ruby's mum turns and points at the Doctor, once again supposedly sliding into the season arc. They're brought from their moment by Nanny, who turns out to be a member of the crew, Jocelyn, played by Golda Rochevelle, who's been looking after the babies, and we see videos of the other members of staff leaving, but disagreeing with having to leave. A decision made by the company to save money, but legally not being allowed to stop the station's baby machine. Things are going wrong, so the Doctor plugs in his sonic screwdriver, to recalibrate the main systems. Jocelyn gives a pretty good performance, hiding away from the babies, scared of being too close, and either dying before the babies, or truly being left on her own when they die, but resigning herself to death for them, as they will eventually run out of resources, stuck in space, with the neighbouring refugee planet only taking people in, not going out to fetch them. Jocelyn doesn't know what the boogeyman is either, not answering any of the Doctor's questions. But Ruby does have a theory that everything in the station fits together. Babies, a nanny, mummy and daddy, and a boogeyman. And of course, the hero to slay the monster, as Eric is now riding into battle, Jocelyn unable to corral him back. And the nanny filter is not used very well for comedic effect here, but it is used better later in the story. Ruby feels like it's her fault having told Eric the monster wasn't real, but the fear effect has stopped Eric in his tracks, sending Ruby and then the Doctor running after him, only to find an overturned pram. To save Eric, Ruby makes noise to draw the boogeyman to them, turning out to not be so much of a good plan as the Doctor sniffs out the fear of Eric, finding him in a cupboard, and having to hide from the boogeyman altogether. And this chase is probably where the editing of the monster is best used, as they try to calm Eric down and we get quick cuts and flashes of the hunting creature. They're almost found, but the other babies come in clutch, using a makeshift flamethrower to scare the creature off, with a pretty good triumphant score. Eric returns to base with the other babies, something Ruby refuses to do, and they go the other way, straight to the lower computer interface. To Jocelyn and the babies, the boogeyman has been there as long as the babies have been alive, and the computer system is its base, slime and mucus everywhere, including in Ruby's hair, which is gross. And once we learn what it is, a pretty clever idea all things considered, the monster being made up of mucus from the babies, the computer being on the fritz, interpreting the idea of boogeymen coming after children as literal, growing and birthing the creature from the baby's waist. And I admit having the blowing of the noses earlier in the story for the reveal was pretty clever, but it's still gross to see Ruby showered in it. We also learn the fear is deliberate, it's raw, made to incite primal fear. We get a pretty useless and not as funny as it thinks it is scene where the Doctor has to tell Ruby the slime in her hair is snot, not helped by sloppy chunks coming from the pipe for effect. The creature finds them, and Jocelyn finally has control of the systems, guiding them through the lower levels and eventually closing the boogeyman off in an airlock, as she's ready to suck it out into space to protect herself and, more importantly, the babies. Ruby and the Doctor are treating it as if it were just another baby, which could have been a good idea if the monster was just misunderstood and misinterpreted, but we get none of that, and there's no humanization of the monster, as the closest we got to interacting with it was a baby setting it on fire. So while I am in tune with the Doctor's emotions and Jocelyn's, as Ruby comforts her later, it just isn't a well done payoff to the story. But we do get a good action set piece as the Doctor has to jump into the airlock as he doesn't have the sonic, manually hitting the door controls to save the creature. And for some reason the babies are on the boogeyman's side now? With no explanation, I guess they were told the moral of the story. The story ends all happy as Jocelyn comes out to care for the babies face to face, over her fear, and the boogeyman is down below, still trapped in the airlock, making a dog howl. What a load of crap. And using the built-up chemicals from the baby waste, we get a clever fart and expletive joke, sending the ship towards the refugee planet. The story ends with a nice scene between the Doctor and Ruby, she accepting his offer to travel full-time and getting a TARDIS key. And the scene between the two is pretty great. But the Doctor gives Ruby one single stipulation. He won't go back to the church. The possibility of the paradox of changing that event scaring him enough to refuse her. But he will take her back to her real mother, Carla, dropping the TARDIS into her kitchen, ruining the house once again. But the way they get there and the moral is beautiful from Ruby's point of view. The Doctor comes out to have Christmas with them, but inside the TARDIS we're given a cliffhanger as he analyses Ruby's DNA, and it starts snowing in the console room. So that was episode 1, Space Babies, and there was a lot good with it, but I did find myself a little underwhelmed considering the hype I had. The episode had a great but poorly executed moral, the boogeyman working well as the villain, but the connection of it being just like another one of the children was terrible. I get where they were going, and it might have worked, but the execution here left a lot to be desired. The acting otherwise was pretty good, Ruby and the Doctor both endearing, and even when the writing is a little off or the story arc is a little clearly forced, their performances really draw you into it, and the way the story used them to reintroduce a lot of plot elements for newer audiences, while obvious for long-time fans, were effective, and had bits of new creativity within them. Babies were a wacky concept, realised brilliantly. Sure, the CGI was a little uncanny valley, but to me it wasn't too distracting, and the way they can flip between intelligence and baby instinct was well done. And while not taking part in the final set piece much, they do get enough to do to feel like a real part of the story. Jocelyn was pretty much the same, performed and written well for the most part, and getting a good ending for the character. But the climax does confuse her a little, as I was really connected to her, while the story at large was telling me she was doing the wrong thing. So with the confused message, comedy that failed to land a fair amount of the time, unexplored and underdefined resolution, but with nice acting and enjoyable visuals, I'll give Space Babies by Russell T Davies a 6 out of 10. Not bad, but I feel we could do a lot better, suffering from a lot of the same problems the Star Beast had, but learning from those mistakes, if just a little bit, although unfortunately not having the nostalgia and star power to reach a higher rating. Next is another by Russell T Davies, as is like 75% of the season, but I enjoyed this episode a lot more than Space Babies. But that doesn't make it perfect. In 1925, Jeremy Lim plays musician Timothy Drake. Wow, I wonder if this episode also has a Bruce Wayne or a Dick Grayson. He's teaching Henry here the joys of piano, even making it an entertaining lesson attempting to appeal to the boy's morbid curiosity. He is informative on topics such as the titular Devil's Chord, and is clearly a very good piano player. But as the piano's top slams closed, he is beckoned towards it by a knocking, and opening it, he lets free Jinx Monsoon's long-awaited musical villain, Maestro. Most of the practical and digital effects for Maestro themselves is pretty well done, and the performance from the low-key to the bombastic is pretty great. But it can't all be good, as there are some small times when Maestro grates on me, taking a joke or a bit too far, or when they do this voice. But overall, having them as like a mini toy maker, but for music, is a fantastic idea, and their screen presence is fantastic. Maestro mugs identifying as music, and considering the character is an extra-dimensional being, I'm pretty sure identifying as non-binary should make sense to at least the rational people, and it's handled much better than the gender conversation in the Star Beast, which was written like Russell turned into a vapid 18-year-old influencer.
Get away from him.
Them.
What?
Me.
What?
I'm them.
You're who?
You're who? You're assuming he as a pronoun.
2 magic words.
That sucks.
Henry is identified as Maestro's son, Henry Arbinger, or H. Arbinger, that Maestro promptly disappears. Maestro gets on with the evil doing, accompanied by a great score, and they rip the music from Timothy's soul, eating it, and leading us into the intro with a creative piano bit that slowly fades into the usual tune. These evil music note effects work well most of the time, but do have moments where they look unnatural and not in the good way. After the opening, we appear back in the TARDIS, where Ruby asks to see the Beatles' first album recorded, that for some reason the Doctor seems unimpressed by initially, and then gets super excited, and we head back to one of the only years Doctor Who knows, 1963.
1963.
So in a nice transition, 15 and Ruby change to fit the period, and if you look closely later on, this includes a change of sonic colour. From blue to, without looking for a close-up, seems to be a bronzish red. We'll have to keep an eye out for that later in the series, but it's fun to have multiple colours crop up. They arrive at the album cover part of Abbey Road, you know the one, and their outfits are pretty cool. But there's no way, I believe, even in the 60s, that they can stand in the middle of the road for that long without getting worried. They go into Abbey Road Studios, not yet named that, and hijack a trolley lady's job with some impressive bullshitting from Ruby. So they go from studio to studio, and them along with me are very disappointed by the music being played, as everything seems droll without passion or creativity. They check in with the Beatles, who someone like me that there's nothing but their songs finds accurate in the casting and well used in the story. They meet Cilla Black, who seems just as droll as the others, and the same happens with an ensemble. It's sort of depressing and really bends 15 out of shape. They're quite sad that the Beatles have gone dull, and unfortunately they aren't far enough along to blame it on Yoko Ono. They are given their tea for apparent exorbitant prices, and hold on a moment, is that Susan Twist again? Seriously, this woman has been cropping up pretty consistently. Miss Mary June Wild Blue Yonder, the Galditi lady in the church on Ruby Road.
Can you do Galditi?
And apparently one of the leaving crew members in the last episode. Probably another series arc, but with much more subtlety and surprise than Ruby's. Quite well implemented. And I can't wait to see where it goes for the finale. Perhaps she is splintered back through time like Clara, or is some sort of immortal, who knows. We get a mention of Aeolian tones, and are shown that the past is changing due to the lack of music. So Ruby talks with John while the Doctor speaks with Paul, both played respectively by Chris Mason and George Capel. The Doctor figures out that a while ago music started getting old, and it's more of a job to scrape by now. And we get this beautiful dialogue where Paul speaks about how beautiful music could be. And John is much the same, but Paul gets to foreshadow how to defeat Maestro later on. And as he finally gets a decent emotive tune out, we see Maestro mugging in all the reflections. Like I was saying, the silliness getting a little bit too far. Paul and John are angered and disgusted, so leave, probably under Maestro's influence. And to test what's going on, with some nice dialogue between 15 and Ruby, they have a piano installed on the roof, and the Doctor gives us a rundown of the beginning of An Unearthly Child. You know, with Susan, the one who waited for him to come back, like Susan Twist, like a future character apparently being called Susan Triad. Jesus, there are a lot of theories going on about this season. A quick maid of the Doctor delivers the piano, and 15 gets Ruby to play. A nice through line considering we watched her play in the church on Ruby Road. And we get to hear a great piece that Ruby apparently came up with when her friend Trudy got heartbroken. Trudy is an interesting character considering she appeared in 2 scenes. Every Twitter arse that I could find immediately bashed the episode for having a trans person just based on her looks, and I found that immediate response hilarious for a character with like 3 lines, so I said we should give her a Big Finish spin-off. But I think it would be interesting if we get to see more of Ruby's friends. Maybe letting them get caught up in an adventure or something. Ruby's beautiful song is nice enough for the episode to have a break and give us a listen, and it clearly inspires many extras around, including the lovely June Hudson, who was previously predominantly Romana's costumer, and has had a Universe role before. And the scene apart from this great cameo is pretty emotional as these people are finally gifted decent music to emote to. But the scene is stopped as Maestro knocks the piano from the inside, ruining the voyeur's days. As Maestro comes out, they laugh like the toy makers Giggle, which is a good idea, but then they literally play the laugh clip from the Giggle, which felt a bit lazy. I feel the point could have come across with Jinx's best impression of the original laugh. The Doctor is pretty fucking worried about the implications the Giggle has, hiding underground with Ruby as he tries to figure out a game plan. And Maestro pretty intimidatingly struts around looking for them, wanting to eat the songs from Ruby, the only person alive able to play. The Doctor eventually uses a clever setting on his sonic to deafen the nearby area, and this whole scene is basically silent, which is a pretty cool creative choice, as TV shows usually only do this for dramatic effect when someone is deafened or suffers a head injury. But by resonating a puddle with their magic tuning fork, sound is brought back by Maestro. They're ready to get back to it, but June starts playing, inspired by Ruby, and Maestro seems to be pissed off. Not that someone is keeping music from them, but that the music exists, which doesn't really fit the motives of the character that we've just learnt, or that we will learn later on. The scene starts wonderful, as June is clearly having fun, but is unfortunate as Maestro mugs her to death. Ruby is freaking out, but so is the Doctor, worried at the sheer power of one of the Toymaker's kind. An embodiment, And looking at what it took to beat Neil Patrick Harris, his worries are justified. The Doctor makes sure we know this is the payoff to the Legion's line from the Giggle, and Ruby is sure that since she's from the future, they can beat Maestro. So they hop back to the present day to see what the future holds. And Ruby says her present time is June, so like 6 months after last episode. That's a lot of Big Finish and comic adventures to write about. So they pull the temptation of Sarah Jane Smith, and the world outside is ruined, pushed into nuclear winter by the lack of music. Ruby and the Doctor have a nice emotional moment, but are interrupted by Maestro, who changes the world around them, and they do introductions. It's now we get the reveal of who Maestro is. Child of the Celestial Toymaker. Wow, their family tree is getting pretty well fleshed out. The Toymaker, their sister Hecuba, the child Maestro, and the grandchild Harbinger. Maestro is a little pissed, but admits it was the absence of the Toymaker that is allowing them to go crazy now. Maestro is revealed to be, to music, what their father was to games, and their dream is to feed on all the unsung songs and revel in the Aeolian music of the dead earth, eventually getting strong enough to devour the Musica Universalis. So, is becoming a pretty big threat. Due to the rules these beings work off of, Maestro has to give away the game. There is a lost chord that summons and banishes them, meaning only a musical genius can find it. With a very imposing attack, Maestro plays what sounds like a rearrangement of a few themes to resonate with the TARDIS, throwing it into a mess, leaving the only thing the Doctor can do to go back to Abbey Road. This episode starts to use some Dutch angles, learning from Thor's mistakes, as they only exist here to enhance the experience, not make you ill, and the Doctor needs to find the notes, so steals John's guitar, while Maestro steals Ruby, as the note effects look a little dodgy, so with a clever quip from the Doctor, he breaks out and follows, only to find Ruby captured. I like the way Maestro's musical bars end as if they have little hands, and Maestro disarms the Doctor. Maestro mentions Trudy, strangely,
Playing lovesick songs for heartbroken lesbians.
And sets to work extracting Ruby's song. But after a song that is apparently a cover, get it? Cover? Like a music cover? All they get is Carol of the Bells from Church on Ruby Road, freaking Maestro the fuck out, giving us the information that the one that waits, teased before, must have been involved. So now it's theorizing time. The one who waits is apparently a he, also known as the oldest one, and seems to be a massively powerful entity. So let's list a few options off. Fenric, he waits a pretty long time before every battle. The Trickster, very much on the level of the Toymaker, perhaps more powerful, as an agent of chaos with his own extra-dimensional brigade. Sutek waited a bloody long time and is massively powerful. Omega waited a long time, but is probably not on the table. Susan and the Pons waited a bloody long time for things, but that's probably not helpful. And then we've got Susan Twist popping up everywhere. Then again, Rob Ritchie mentioned the Chris Waits poster from this episode. That's a possibility. And we've got Mrs. Flood. What is it with mysterious older women in this era? Or Heisenberg is the one that knocks. Maybe they're related to the one who waits. Okay, maybe we can stop this and get back to the episode. Clearly this theorizing isn't getting us very far. Ruby gets dropped, but the Doctor has a plan to use the apparently famed piano in their presence to find the right chords to send Maestro back. This starts a music fight between the two. And while I appreciate the fantastic playing and the strange, possibly reversed shot, but considering this is as close as we have to a Doctor Who musical episode, I would have liked if some noticeable Doctor Who themes were interwoven into the tracks. But as it is still pretty great, I think it was just a smidge of a wasted opportunity, not a real critique. It becomes the Doctor and Ruby versus Maestro, but Maestro blinks first, allowing the Doctor to start sealing them away in a great and tense scene. But he loses the final note, allowing Maestro to blow the piano out of the room and absolutely smack the Doctor and Ruby around until they're locked inside instruments pretty horrifically. And meanwhile, very slowly while all that mess is going on, John and Paul find their love of music together, figuring out the last note together, looking at each other as if 100 different fanfiction authors wrote gay romance novels about the two. And they seal Maestro away, in the goofiest way possible as the piano draws them back in by itself, with one final warning about the one who waits. And to end the episode, we get a goofy musical number. There's always a twist at the end. While it's a good one, with a lot of great aspects, I wasn't as invested as I wanted to be. Dancing and singing is top tier, and the fact the song does contain a twist, as the dance move, and a literal twist, as we see Harbinger is still around even with Maestro gone, are cleverly interwoven. So yeah, it's great, and I'm pretty sure we see Murray Gold doing the instrumental for a bit, and it's fun when the Beatles and Cilla Black get into it, but I just wasn't as into it as I wanted to be, which just sucks for me. But I hope the other watchers got everything you could out of it. I think maybe it would have been better if it somehow interwove into the plot, like they needed to do this big musical number to get music back on track. Or perhaps this musical number could have been what defeated the Maestro. Good music versus bad music, something along those lines. The episode ends pretty funnily as they dance across the Abbey Road crossing like it's a piano, and I guess this whole thing is the equivalent of the Toymaker's powers being left over for a while. But the episode properly ends as the TARDIS doors play the last notes as the Doctor and Ruby leave. So, that was the Devil's Chord. And while once again there are problems, I love the episode much more than Space Babies. The musical aspect was used well, and while 2 of the 4 Beatles were shafted, it was nice to have them here, not only as window dressing, but technically the ones to defeat Maestro. And Maestro themselves, while not fantastic all the time, gives us a great time. The performance is mostly great, only with small gripes, and the power of the character is sold well. The connection to the Toymaker really adding here, and not feeling contrived, as one of my favourite villain tropes of Doctor Who is unknowable deity. The Doctor and Ruby were just as good in this story, but the Doctor gets more emotional range, higher highs and lower lows. And this time the story supported these performances, instead of confusing itself. So overall, it delivered on great concepts, the writing and acting came together better than last time, and the musical aspect and connection to the arc were integrated well. So I'll rate it as the best of the 2 episodes, but not quite as high as The Church on Ruby Road, at a 7.5 out of 10. And if you didn't read that it was written by Stephen Moffat, you'll know when you watch the episode.
Fish fingers and custard is my favourite.
But you know, at least most of these are woven into the story well. This is quite different from what Who's done in recent years. It takes very little, 3 sets, a couple of war props, and is mostly focused on the characters and the drama between them. But while pretty good, maybe the best of the season so far, it can't be perfect. So let's get into the episode and see if we can suss out the good from the bad. We start off with the cold open that gets a lot done in little time. We meet 2 soldiers, and while different from previous appearances, the nice mix of church and army in the outfit match what we're told later, that they're members of the Church of the Papal Mainframe, who cropped up a fair amount in the Moffat era, and split into multiple chapters. So thank God this isn't the Kavarian chapter, because they'd shoot the Doctor on sight. That'd be a bit of an anticlimax. And like the integration of this church, most of the references to Moffat's work fit in well in the story, as I said before. Sure, some of them are a bit obvious when you know it's specifically Moffat writing the episode. Just to heighten the stakes, Joe Anderson, playing currently blinded soldier John Francis Vater, is called by his daughter, Splice Allison Vater, played by Kaylin Springall. And they have a good dynamic for the little contact we see between them. Although the way he signs off to her,
kiss kiss,
is overused as an emotional beat later on. The 2 soldiers make their way through the battlefield, and through some pretty natural dialogue we can glean a couple points. That they don't see who they're fighting, there's a fog problem on the world, and that the ambulances, brought from Villengard, are going a little haywire, and go wherever they sense combat. While the ambulances are a little jank, and Susan Twist as the interface is a little flat, sometimes a little nonsensical, the sort of wordplay Moffat sometimes implements, such as Doctor meaning great warrior to some people, is used well here, giving the same uncomfortable feeling when these 2 speak about the ambulances being afraid. Back at base, Splice comes upon a friend, another soldier, Mundy Flynn, played by future companion Varada Sethu, speaking to her clear love interest, Canterbury James Oliphant, played by Bhav Joshi, attempting to change shifts with him, with some pretty well-masked explanatory dialogue on how the church's ranking system works, eventually tempting him with a look at her new hidden tattoo, but it's on another soldier. Cheeky. But the romantic tension is clear between them, even if it's not to Mundy. Now, Verada Sethu does a good job in the role this episode, but I do have a problem with her appearing here. It just frustrates me. In the commentary and interviews, Russell is saying, "Ooh, look here! How does this tie into her being in the next season? Wait and see." And his mystery boxes are getting bloody ridiculous. Since the Giggle, we've gotten the Master's Tooth, the One Who Waits, Susan Twist and Triad, Ruby's origin, and now Verada being here for some reason. Enough is enough. I swear, if another mystery box is introduced next episode, I'm going to England, hunting Russell down, and launching a brick into his car at 73 miles an hour. The soldiers are making headway, but the one who can keep his eyes open, Carson, falls down a hill into a landmine, showing us in pretty brutal detail how they work, as he is immediately exploded. John is captured by the ambulance and is brutally terminated since his eyesight makes him a liability in the battle. And although the ambulance is shot creatively, all jagged and unsteady, seemingly emulating John's eyesight, it is a little distracting. He knows what's going to happen, so leaves a final message.
Kiss, kiss.
And while uttering a phrase many Australians have come to hate, the ambulance executes him.
You from the media, tell the Prime Minister to go and get from Nelligan. We really enjoy doing this head.
We cut over to the doctor with a nice shot who hears John's screams and tells Ruby to hang behind while he runs into the smoky battlefield, managing to see the ambulance but land himself on the mine, running into the credits. I like the way his heroic theme cuts as soon as he steps on the landmine, being changed for some tense ambiance, but that's immediately ruined by the credits starting. They had a good idea, they just paved over it. Ruby exits the TARDIS to hear the Doctor singing and calls his name a bunch, finding him in the pit, on the mine, while he sings the Skyboat song to keep himself calm, as any disturbance could set the mine off. The lights on the mine giving us a pretty clear, if a little janky meter. Sure, it helps build tension, but there are movements where you feel like it shouldn't advance as far as it does, or you're left wondering why it isn't advancing at that time. The dialogue between Ruby and the Doctor as they figure out the situation and try to stay calm is pretty well done, and acted greatly. The tight shots of the two really helping to keep the audience invested while they talk, since a lot of the first half of the story is just that, talking. 15 are some choice words, Moffat's intent clear, but cleverly delivered, and we learn properly that this is the return of Villengard, an organisation and planet that built and sold weaponry before being destroyed and turned into a banana grove.
Bananas are good.
Introduced in Moffat's first story of the revival, The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances. This is probably the most imminent danger 15 has been in, and the acting shoot he puts in here is fantastic. Sure, he cries a little too frequently, and it disappears between some shots, even when he leaks a little from the nose later, but the way he rambles and attempts to stay calm is different than what we've seen before, in the last episode being scared shitless and running. This being a very different situation, and a much darker tone, both in the text and cinematography. Seriously, it was sunny outside this morning and I had to close the curtains to get a clear look at the screen. 15 sends Ruby away to see what the previous screaming was about and to find him a decent counterbalance to stop him from having to stay on one foot. Ruby makes it to where the ambulance executed John and finds a tube with his name on it, only to be scared by drones above who clean up the smoke, giving Ruby and us a great view of the surrounding space. And 15 tells us it's her first time on a new planet. And it's a good moment, but the last episode had a 6-month time jump. Are you telling me in all that time all they've done is go to space stations and Earth? Church on Ruby Road, Earth. Space Babies, Space Station. Devil's Chord, Earth. And I'm pretty sure Mancoopolis, which I haven't read, is on Earth. I know it's been said Russell intended for Devil's Chord to be episode 2, but now it's feeling even more like it should have been the pre-finale story. Ruby brings the tube back to the Doctor, apparently a suitable counterweight, and thanks to his demeanour, she figures out that it is like a cremation urn that she guesses, but is John's body compressed into a flesh tube. Ew.
Ooh, I'm having a day. Okay.
In a clever turn, he has her toss it in her hand to weigh it, and he wants her to throw it to him to counter, but she doesn't want to take that risk, tensely inching towards him, which is a great moment between them. And she gets super close to him, like she could at least do him the favour of standing at arm's length. He says possible goodbyes, and in yet another musical performance, I guess songs are just their thing, And on the final word, after some babbling, they make the trade, him getting to put his foot down. The landmine only advances a little, but with strange timing, and he speaks a strange poem that is of course a Moffat reference, but might be about Missy, so that's a bit to unpack. But he calms down only for the tube to activate, bringing up an AI hologram of John, with elements of his personality, including his catchphrase a lot, but we see that the AI is programmed to be as lovingly tender to Villengard as possible.
Sorry, killed by an ambulance.
Life is cheap. Patients are expensive.
The doctor tells us the ambulance cost, so they only heal according to an algorithm to maximize profit. And now is when Splice turns up, and boy is she just the most annoying character until we get to the end. And I get that she's there for the commentary on the good side of faith, as Mundy's faith is insulted later, but god, her "I want to see my daddy even though you're giving me constant evidence he's dead and I don't care about it" shtick is just frustrating. And I suppose the young actor is doing what she can in the role, but still. Just to be extra sad, she tells us her mum is in heaven and her dad is all she has. And as the hologram comes back, Ruby tussles with her to keep her away from the mine, devolving into wrestling on the ground. Ruby eventually gets her calm, and we get a little demonstration on how the mine works. A twist. It uses the body standing on it as energy for the blast, and the Doctor, being who he is, not only puts Ruby in danger, but his body exploding would put a dent in the planet itself. Mundy shows up, just to make the Doctor more tense, looking for Splice, and she figures out the situation, well, most of it. And she introduces herself as an Anglican Marine, and wants the Doctor to drop the tube, thinking he's dead anyway. Might as well make sure the tube is okay.
Great name, Monday Flynn. You should marry Ruby. Then you'll be Monday Sunday. Go on, get married. I'd laugh every day.
15 gets some good nudges about the church in, and Mundy gets a call from Canterbury, who is worried about their enemies that no one sees. The Castarians might be on the move. But she hangs up, going all tsundere. 15 asks about Castarians and drops another clever bomb I only realised just before he tells us. The Castarians aren't real. No one has ever seen them, but the soldiers are afraid as their fellow soldiers keep getting killed. Mundy tries to shoot the Doctor's arm, attempting to have him drop the tube, before the failsafe kicks in and the landmine blows anyway. 15 tells her the whole destroying the planet thing with great delivery, and the ambulance picks up the combat, and considering it has the same face as Susan Triad, and the TARDIS is scanned with the same scanners as the ambulance used here in the finale, we're getting some hints here that I'm not sure will be apparent until they appear. The ambulance hooks into the Doctor while the Holo Dad shows Splice some photos, getting her annoying ass out of the way, for now, and Ruby figures that more combat will distract it, so Ruby fires into the air, but it's not enough. So Mundy decides to take one for the team. Everything going to shit as Canterbury turns up and just absolutely goes full
5 rounds rapid
into Ruby, sending her careening into the pit. And yeah, holy shit, this is a raising of the stakes. It happens just far enough into the episode to be good for the pacing, and while the multiple dramatic slow motions are a bit much, the moment is done pretty perfectly, and also induces some drama in us, as the last companion who got shot was Bill, and we all know how that went. Canterbury is pretty unapologetic, and the ambulance connects to Ruby too, having a stroke when it can't figure out her next of kin. Ruby bringing the snow again, before it freezes in the air as she falls unconscious. And yeah, while it's pretty dramatic and mostly well done in the story, as the ambulance won't heal someone not part of the war, I have to say Ruby's hurt dialogue and Millie's hurt acting left a lot to be desired. But we don't have to worry about that while she's unconscious. The Doctor is having a bit of a rough time as Mundy confirms the Doctor's diagnosis of the bomb's size, and Canterbury does all he can to save Ruby, now attempting to hack into the robot to give her care. It's now 15 tells us the truth. The Marines need to surrender. The landmine, if we've forgotten, is Villengard, so it's theirs. They need to surrender because, as the Doctor uses Ruby to figure it out, the Villengard tech came when the Marines landed and advertised their presence, meaning the algorithm in the tech is killing just enough Marines to keep them fighting and buying. Super fucked up, but great commentary from Moffat. Honestly, this feels sort of like a Big Finish episode in the best way possible. 15 bashes their faith in their god and war, but Mundy needs proof, you know, the opposite of faith, and 15 points out just how fucking stupid this is coming from her. Like those videos of Christians and atheists arguing, they go, "Prove God," No, you prove there isn't a god. Like, babes, you're the one saying something's there. It's on you to prove that. I like that argument and the way this episode uses it, but being undecided myself, not religious in any way, but I agree there's a possibility of something being out there. So I have no quarrel with anyone's belief system, as long as they don't use it as a crutch, like to say, hate people different from them. But I think this episode gets it just right in making this point, but not actively insulting any religious viewers. 15 needs to find proof, so uses John's love for his daughter to have him go into the network and find said proof, sharing a lovely moment. Kanto and Mundy have their little crush talk, and predictably tragedy comes as, just as they're confessing, the ambulance executes Kanto for attempting to hack it. And I didn't care much for him, but as the hologram gives Mundy his last message, you really feel for Mundy here as she blames herself. The algorithm was protecting itself and calls backup, as it fights against John, eventually seemingly taking him over, which for this ridiculous child must be traumatizing. The algorithm is taken over and the landmine goes to blow, with Mundy resigning herself and the child to death while she continues to ask about where John is. Oh my god.
Where's my daddy? I'm not living without my daddy.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Just in time for the drama, John takes over again, using the love of a father to overwrite the landmine and give Ruby the care she needs. A pretty good resolution, if a bit cliche, but the heart is there.
The whole Vanguard arms industry, all of it, just got beaten up by this little kid's dad.
The Doctor runs around celebrating, almost doing Gangnam Style, and he exposits everything to Ruby, except for how she got shot, and what happened to Canterbury. They watch the sunrise and say their goodbyes, with the infamous trailer shot I didn't expect to see in an episode. The Doctor admitting even if he dislikes Faith, it's a great thing to have, and the kid finally gets a good moment, and 15 tells them he'll check in on them. Strangely, he checks for his TARDIS key that he seems to have lost, so they use Ruby's. So does that mean the ambulance took it? Does Susan Triad, or whatever the fuck her name ends up being, have it later on? Who knows, but the Doctor seems strangely calm about it. John's hologram shows up to say goodbye, and with one last hopeful look, they leave, as the episode ends with a lovely send-off. So that was Boom, and yeah, probably the best so far, with the only detractors being some dialogue and acting, the story itself being pretty solid. All of the Stephen Moffat references are pretty good, most not overt and working into the story quite well, but I will be honest, I was distracted by them for a fair whack at the time. 15's acting was stellar and mostly gave me what I wanted from him, a more high-stakes setting where unlike last episode he can't just run away. Something deadly he has no choice and no defense against. And after all of these happy-go-lucky toned episodes, it was needed. Ruby was pretty good while she was there, even when taken out, her dramatic injury served the story pretty well, and considering it looks like next episode might be a Dr. Light story, it was good to have a lot of focus on him, and Ruby can get some more next episode. The clerics were included well, and Verada as Mundy was a pretty endearing side character, which makes me really excited to see what's done with her later. But unlike her, Splice was very annoying. John didn't have a lot to do, and had to act like a glitching hologram for most of it, but he did that well. And Kanto was fine, nothing special, but wasn't frustrating. The commentary, while a little in your face, is delivered greatly. Moffat's dialogue reminding me of the Zygon two-parter and its speech, one of my favourite moments in the Moffat era. And this really brings back that doctor-y feeling, where he has to figure out the situation and rightly pins the blame on the participants, not wholly. That would be unfair, but the small dressing down he gives Mundy and her hypocritical stance were great, and nicely balanced by his words at the end. The story not having a real antagonist, with the algorithm just doing capitalist things and profiting off of their suffering. Deaths and war is very prevalent, and felt like something an older story would do, or maybe a classic Star Trek commentary. But it was handled very well here, and as said before, while cliché, the power of fatherly love overcoming the heartless industry was done well. I praise the story, and while I might not rate it as high as, say, Wild Blue Yonder, I would have enjoyed it just as much, if not for that episode's nostalgia and the way they integrated it into the 60th anniversary. So I'll give this episode, Boom by Stephen Moffat, an 8.5 on par with Church and Ruby Road, but for totally different reasons as they're very different stories. But both episodes excel in the medium they reside in. that episode being a great emotional but fun Christmas romp, and this being a tense war drama focused on the characters, and filled with commentary, relevant in pretty much most of recent human history.
Did you want to see the Curse of Clyde Langer if the narrative shot itself in the head and was somehow less personal? Well, if that's what you wanted, boy did you get it. Sure, a lot of this episode, the creepiness, the cinematography, the base ideas were all good, but the actual episode and the execution of Russell's script take all these great puzzle pieces, put them back in their box and set them on fire. This episode pisses me off more than any of this era, because it could have been amazing. The potential was there, and even with fantastic moments, by the end, it shits the bed. So let's get into what was great about this episode, and how it made me feel as if I was personally betrayed. Something to point out as we start is that this episode lacks a title sequence, really adding to the unease, as the Doctor, in his worst outfit by far, looking like he stole Steve Zissou's beanie, and one of Nardol's jumpers lands on a Welsh cliff top with Ruby. She tells him she's been to Wales twice, and the Doctor has a strange line. You see, there were rumours a while ago about a possible Sea Devil spin-off called The War Between the Land and Sea, which is name-dropped here as the Doctor describes the landscape. Could this make the rumours more genuine? Or is that ridiculous, because I can't imagine David Tennant in School Reunion saying, "Oh, Sarah Jane, I bet you'll have so many Sarah Jane adventures." 15 mentions a future Prime Minister we might see later, an absolute nutter, and he steps on a string, seemingly part of someone's art project. And Ruby finds some messages on this witchy shrine, telling one, Mad Jack, to rest in peace. And although it was obvious why the camera panned to Ruby in the way that it did, the Doctor disappearing while keeping the same shot going was effective. Ruby seems to think he stepped back in the TARDIS, but she can't get in, even with the key. Strangely, she thinks,
I hope you're not having a pee around the back.
Which is one of many lines in this episode I never thought I would hear in Doctor Who. And she notices a woman in the distance, who, no matter where Ruby goes, always appears 73 yards away. And although I'm not sure of the significance of 73 in the episode, it is a perfect distance for the viewer. You clearly see the woman, but you get no clear details. You can see that she has a face, but not what it looks like, and that was a really clever decision. Eventually, the woman is positioned under this very aesthetic tree, and one of the many unexplained things that is clear from the start is that the woman is trying to communicate, making gestures, pointing at herself, rubbing her palm, holding her hands together and tilting her head. You can't really glean any obvious message, but I have been told that we may see the woman's face, and there is a photo taken behind the scenes of what seems to be the woman played by Hilary Hobson with a line on her face, presumably a makeup effect we'll see at some point in the future. Although there is something I just noticed now, if Ruby takes that many steps forward to get the woman under the tree, and the woman always stays 73 yards away, why is she under the tree when Ruby comes just out of the TARDIS at the end of the episode? Well, anyway, Ruby gets fed up and walks to the nearest town. The woman always there, even when she seems to have disappeared. It's all shot and edited effectively. Ruby runs into a hiker near town, played by Susan Twist, who she seems to almost recognise, and since it's in the right time frame, I'm wondering if this is a random character, or the seemingly modern-day character Susan Twist will play in the finale, Susan Triad. Ruby has a pretty natural conversation with the hiker, and asks her to meet the woman and apologise for whatever reason she's following her for. But all that happens when they interact is the hiker enters a sort of trance, turns to Ruby with no emotion, and runs away screaming. Not from the woman, but from Ruby. And it's even slightly snowing. It does that a few times this episode, but with no real connection to the story arc like the last times clearly were. But we can infer that it means she has a connection to the woman. Ruby enters town and we get possibly the most creepy shot of the woman yet, staying in the middle of the dark road as Ruby enters the local pub. And most of the characters we meet here are pretty annoying. There's these two wannabes looking like they're gonna put on a community college play of Twilight, just a guy, an unpleasant bartender and seemingly owner of the pub/inn, played by Maxine Evans, who played one of the Welsh cannibals in Torchwood. And lastly, the smart older woman at the bar, the only nice one, Sian Phillips, who's been considered for the show and acted in Big Finish before, playing Enid Meadows. And considering this is meant to be a showcase of how great Welsh horror can be, it does the disservice of having most of the Welsh cast be complete arseholes for no reason. We get a really creepy scene where they try and wind Ruby up, being offended she thinks they don't know how to pay by phone, even though they act as though they have no idea what any of that means when she brings it up. And although none of them believe in Mad Jack or the apparent fairy circle the Doctor stepped in, they keep at the creepiness for a long while. So, while effective in the moment, on reflection, I just find these people really unpleasant and I wouldn't get a beer at this pub. They talk about the woman still outside in the wind and rain, so the bloke in the pub decides to do the right thing and get the woman out from the cold and damp. But she works her influence on him, making him run in terror, much to the joy of the little punk boy. Ooh, nice rhyme. The only other great thing we get from the scene is a term Enid coins to denote the woman's following at a distance. From Latin, semper distans, always distant.
Really though, he's running, he saw that woman and he ran away. He ran away like the devil was on his bum.
Enid gets some more good lines and Ruby stays the night, heading back up the hills to talk to the TARDIS the next day. The day after that, she's kicked out, as Josh, the bloke, is so freaked out from the woman that he makes the barkeep send her on her way. Ruby says goodbye to the TARDIS, thinking the Doctor might have abandoned her, and takes the train back home, getting a few creepy shots of the woman standing out the window, watching her. And I'm not sure if she's actually there or not. Something about the motion blur in these shots making me feel as if she's composited in, but I'm not too sure about that. I guess I'll just have to check in the latest episode of Doctor Who Unleashed. Ruby makes her way back home to see Carla and Cherry, who are just as good as ever. Well, right now. But Ruby makes the same mistake as Clyde, letting her mum get wrapped up in the evil curse. In fact, isn't Clyde's mum named Carla? That is two black women named Carla who are mothers of the main character, getting influenced by a psychic force that makes them hate their children. I didn't even notice that coincidence until I was sitting here recording this. I guess that's just another little tidbit I can add to sum up why I think Russell's writing fails in this episode. Carla has the clever idea to capture what the woman says on her phone so Ruby can hear it, and Mrs. Flood appears again to ask Ruby what the hell she's doing before heading down to her basement. It's nice to see her again, but we don't get any more hints as to who she could be after the last time. The woman is shot creepily with some nice whispery effects, but it's clear from the start that Carla is already under the power's influence and runs off. Ruby follows her and sees Carla scowling at her from a taxi, causing Ruby to have a little breakdown. She heads back home to tell Cherry and Carla is radio silent, until she sneaks back into the house while Ruby's shopping and changes the locks. And I guess Cherry has no complaints, as Ruby is left outside as Carla pulls the I'm not your real mum card. The scene is shot quite well again, Dylan Holmes-Williams as the director and the other crew having done very well this episode. It looks great. Some time later, Ruby is at a cafe and is met by Kate Stewart, returning, played again by Gemma Redgrave. Her second appearance in a row where she's under some sort of psychic influence a couple of minutes after telling us she and Unit all have psychic defenses.
What a joke.
She posits that this may be an alternate timeline, which, yeah, by the end it is, so I suppose that is one clever resolution to one of many of the lingering strings at the end. But Kate's good while she's here, even if all she does is impress upon us there is more supernaturally based threats in the world, and fail to take in the woman, falling to her influence as soon as her people surround her. Kate does something a lot of us would do, taking a photo of the woman, with the zoom not working. But as soon as she's under the influence, Kate just kind of gets up and leaves with a strange underlying effect on her voice. Ruby, understandably, getting a bit cross. We now jump forward a bit, Ruby's age told by the surrounding cards as she ages, meeting many men unable to settle down as the woman still distracts her as her constant companion, leading to a few funny lines, and Ruby eventually reaches 40. You can tell by her clothes and glasses, because, boy, the makeup and prosthetic people must have been feeling lazy as fuck. As her glasses and the happy 40th birthday cards are literally the only indication for a while that any time has passed. She notices that Welshman Roger ap Gwilliam, also known as Mad Jack, in his younger years, although how that fails to be connective to anything is a point I'll bring up later, and he is cleverly played by Aneurin Bernard. Roger is just how the Doctor described him, an utter nutter with a fetish for nuclear warfare. It was rumoured he might be the Minister of War mentioned back in Series 9, but considering Big Finish went and did that with more explicit references, I don't think that was the intent here.
My Jack, they used to call me.
The face of Bo, they called me.
Ruby abandons her boy toy to apply to help with Roger's political party, Albion, meaning Britain, also the name of a hospital back in Series 1. It's also now she seems to accept the woman as part of her life, which I would have liked to see her work through the emotions it takes to get to that point more. Sure, it's a nice scene, but there is so much more that could have been explored there on an emotional and horror-based level. Ruby becomes Roger's glorified coat hanger as he gets an interview with Amal Rajan, a real British journalist. Roger is on his way to become PM, but is a little too radical. Amal asking if Roger wants to ignore the cost of living and real issues, and instead spend billions on buying and shooting nukes because he can. Roger making sure they cut the question. It's funny, I'm not too acquainted with Amal Rajan, but looking at the photos I can see of him at the top of Google Images, it looks like they put more effort into making him look older than with Ruby. With an indication that this seems to be 2046, and apparently there was a great Russian war in 2031. Well, I'm not looking forward to that. Roger and Ruby get their first interaction, where all he does is ask the name of another woman, be low-key creepy, and introduce himself. And this is one of the good uses of the unanswered question, something this episode tries but rarely succeeds at. As the next time we see the woman, Marty Bridges, played by Sophie Ablett, is at Roger's victory party where she's sitting quietly in the corner like a wounded animal, and we can only imagine what happened to her between then and now with Roger to make her act this way, as she seems to agree with Ruby's feelings on Roger.
Oh, he is a monster.
The Albion team arrive at a footy stadium, unable to get on the grass for some reason, and we see the woman again before Ruby is distracted by Marty, who we see more of, and it's inferred here more that she might be being preyed upon or something just as nefarious by Roger. The problem with reviewing these episodes hours after they come out is the cast. I have no idea who this black gentleman is by name or by actor, so I'm just going to have to say this guy. And it kind of makes me feel as if I'm being lazy in my writing, but in truth, I just have no idea who he is and don't want to go through every cast member he could be before I find his headshot on Google Images. He tells Ruby that in a few days Roger gets access to Pakistan's nukes. Oh boy, I can't wait. And both her and Marty realise this fucker is going to launch them off. So Ruby apologises for what happened to Marty and gets onto the grass, using her super future high-tech phone to measure 73 yards from William, and manipulate the woman, weaponising her next to Roger. It's a great scene, and it's the clearest we see Ruby standing up as the Doctor's gone, and really all she's doing is walking backwards slowly with her phone out, apparently imposing enough for multiple guns to be trained on her for some reason. Yeah, it's a badass moment, but when you reduce it to a bunch of men yelling at a woman with her phone out threatening her with guns, it looks a little silly, but to me at least it's badass enough to get over that perception. Roger notices the woman and is sent running like a little bitch, immediately resigning, and that's the story over with. Yeah, you know what, I think this episode should have been a two-parter. The first part only teasing the political stuff and focusing on how creepy and isolating the woman is. Then, the second part can fully explore Roger and Ruby's takedown event, then giving us the resolution that would allow so much more of this story to be explored. For Marty's treatment not to be outright said, but her personality before and after to be explored more. She would be an interesting character to see go through that change from closer up. So I'm definitely going to get the novelization of this episode, but as it is now, it's good, but could be better.
Life is good, but it can be better.
Roger gives the same response about the woman as Josh when asked by the press. And Ruby celebrates her victory, once again questioning the woman before we jump ahead another 40 years. Ruby clearly not having aged, and them just hiring another actress to play old Ruby. And Amanda Walker, as the credits call her, does a pretty good job, as she is taken by a young woman back to the TARDIS, where she is still followed, and the TARDIS has been grown over. The perception filter apparently having people leave flowers without knowing why. But also, seemingly a scrap of paper very similar to the fairy circle being laid next to it. So there could be a connection between the TARDIS, its perception filter, and the fairy circle, but that's another thing that this story doesn't explore. Ruby speaks to the TARDIS out loud, apparently never having found her birth mother and not knowing what happened to Carla, but thinking that the woman is the reason she hasn't been able to make snow again, and has hope, saying it's very the Doctor. Whether she means hope or the woman is unclear, but it's still a nice line. Even older, Ruby is now seemingly in a home of sorts, being ever so slightly patronised as she tells of her once-used ability to make snow. And we hear that familiar lament in the score, the one she played for Trudy when a girl left her, which I suppose is nicely thematic as she tells us that everyone abandoned her in the end except the woman, who appears in her room. Closer, and this scene is pretty freaky, as the lights flicker and the woman gets closer and closer, always with her back turned, and as the woman turns around, Ruby reaches out, only to appear back on the cliff, under the tree as the mysterious woman. And the POV shot isn't that good, and we still don't know why she makes those movements, but this time she distracts Ruby enough by whispering "don't step" repeatedly to stop the Doctor from trampling on the fairy circle. Good considering how fairies act in the Whoniverse.
She belongs with us.
The child belongs here.
Ruby also changes by saying that this is the third time she's been to Wales, and the Doctor knows to leave the circle alone, and he makes fun of her for seeing a woman that is now no longer there. And we get a nice little ending scene between the two. There was great stuff in that episode, which I pointed out, but there is something this episode is absolutely shit at. Unanswered questions. You see, there are 3 types of unanswered questions in a story I can think of. Meaningful ones, like in The Prisoner, or the Doctor Who episode Midnight. Forgotten or unneeded ones, where it isn't important or was unplanned, and then there are lazy choices. And that's what I think happened here. There are so many questions that there is little answer to, that infuriate me. Not just from my perspective as someone who dislikes unfinished/cancelled shows, or when a show can't make up its own ending so gives us a little and lets the audience dream up the rest like Big O. A show I loved, with a good ending, but it's still an ending I disliked. There is so much unanswered in this story. Why is there a time loop? Was the fairy circle to blame, or was it something else? Where did the Doctor go? Who stops Gwilliam if this episode is an alternate timeline, as the Doctor still mentions Gwilliam outside of the time loop? If old Ruby, as the woman, can talk as seen in the end, why doesn't she talk the first go around? What is the woman gesturing? If the woman is Ruby, why does she make people afraid of young Ruby? Why are the woman and old Ruby played by different actors? Since it shouldn't matter because the woman's face is undefinable. Why was Roger called Mad Jack when that name was on the fairy circle, and they don't seem to be connected, as Roger being an evil prat exists outside of this time loop? What is with the multiple mentions of perception filters with almost nothing being done with that idea? And there's more, but that is most of what annoyed me here as I re-watched the episode. You can have unanswered questions, but if the audience is given little to infer to fill those voids, it leaves the episode with a big narrative hole in it. And if these questions are to be answered in the finale or in season 2, it may give a good payoff, but still leaves this as a half-baked narrative. Even with those complaints, there is some great stuff. The Roger subplot, while could do with a little more exploration with him and Marty's character, what we get is good. And although she could do more, it is good to see Ruby alone, but still making her way in the world. Ruby herself was written well in the dialogue and acted very well by Millie, but her place in the story and her actions could have had a little more drama or be a little more driven, to her saving the day in the political plot. As she can't really have moments like that when she's more focused with the woman, an unknowable and unexplainable entity. And the old Ruby was acted very well too. I loved the creepy atmosphere of the woman, as that's really my jam. And the political stuff, while not really having a complex message more than nuke bad, they were both enjoyable. And even though the tones didn't match, so it was almost as if we hopped into another story, I was enjoying this episode enough not to notice. And this episode is really enjoyable, and all those lingering questions only really started to annoy me as I got to the ending the first go around and rewatched the episode and noticed all these things that either weren't explained or only lazily alluded to, so Russell can shrug his shoulders and go, all the bits are there, figure it out. This episode could have been better, and from a clinical perspective, it may only be worthy of a 5 out of 10. But I did enjoy it a lot, so I'll give it a subjective score of 7, even if I thought it was going to be a 10 out of 10 and I wish it was that. And while I'm here, I am going to update my rankings. I think recency bias was an issue at the start of the season, and comparing how I felt about those episodes to Boom, I'm going to reduce Space Babies and Devil's Chord by 0.5 point. matching Devil's Chord with 73 yards, as both are concepts and performances I enjoyed, but had fundamental issues that kept me from thinking it was great. So the same score for them both seems fitting. I'm not sure about next episode, Dot and Bubble, but I'm hoping the series may rise up again with the finale and Rogue, as different writers are involved with Rogue, and I think the payoffs of the many mystery boxes will make for a satisfying finale. Even if the way they were set up wasn't as satisfying. There's clearly some great stuff here, but much like the rest, there are also some failings. We have a lot of possible commentary, some overt that is helped by the suddenness of its reveal, and small details hidden throughout, and others that are either not explained upon to a sufficient degree, or seemingly come about not of the story's own volition, just seeming to be a happy accident.
We have happy accidents.
We also do have to be specific in the fact that this is another Dr. Light episode, which is a little disappointing considering last episode was as well, but that does mean we're looking at this under a slightly different scope than usual. So without further ado, let's see what works and what doesn't in this episode. The episode starts with our episode's protagonist, Lindy Pepperbean, played by Callie Cook, waking up and immediately heading into her influencer echo chamber by calling her dot machine to bubble, literally bubbling around her head with screens. And you might think that this is some commentary on kids be looking at their phones or businesses manipulating people with tech, and you could see that in this story, but the ideas those are based upon kind of disappear the more we go into the story, to be replaced with other themes, one of which is quite clever, as the very hidden seeds are planted as early as when she enters the bubble. No idea why, but for some reason I always think of Dot and Bubble in the same beat as Nick Kershaw's Cloak and Dagger.
Dot and Bubble.
We see that they even rely upon the Dot to do pretty much everything. Run their lives, even tell them where to walk. And the bubble itself, while I find a lot of the people's attitudes a wee bit grating, is not only a clever idea with some nice little details, but the CGI holds up fairly well, as the screens track Lindy and any other user's heads. From this early, we're noticing both in the background, and from dialogue from Lindy and Gothic Paul, played by Pete McHale, people aren't cropping up where they should be. And even from here, Callie Cook's performance is shown in quality. She has the brattiness down, and some honestly weird facial expressions, but is also good at pretending to be the mindless drone type when needed. Although her attitude, much like the other young adults, gets frustrating sometimes. We learn that she hasn't peed in 3 days, however that works. Please stay away from me, Dr. P. I hope this isn't some sort of Dr. Moon situation where Rusty Davies will come out years from now and be like, yeah, Dr. P is actually a future version of the Doctor uploaded into virtual space. We see Lindy's crush, cool guy Ricky September, who yeah, he looks fine, generic model, but it seems somehow he has Justin's powers from Total Drama, as everyone in Fine Time, the domed-off town, is following him. And considering we learn later that all these characters are rich kids, it's funny that the system deems Ricky as the top account in the top 0.01%. The Doctor interrupts her watching, and considering the later reveal, Lindy's initial look of slight unease takes on another meaning here. Once again, this through line was very well thought out, and as we roll into the credits we see a slug-like thing waiting in her apartment. Strange considering later we learn that they eat people alphabetically, and her number won't be up for a while, but it works as a nice little spook to hint into the story. We see a nice overview of the city and dome, and the dome not only keeps them separated from the outside literally, it's a nice touch considering what we learn about the inhabitants, being the rich and racist. It's a nice little visual representation on the gap between the rich and other classes. The Holo News is very insistent that nothing's wrong apart from some weather satellites, and we see from early on the system seems to be in on the goings-on, as it redirects Lindy around a dead body. I wonder what species these people are, since they have race issues, look like humans, but also have green blood. It was probably just easier to get past the censors this way, as this episode can get quite gruesome. Lindy is at work, not actually seeming to do much, but it must make them feel better about themselves. And Gothic Paul once again updates us on the missing people, and Ruby appears in her bubble. A better woman than me, because I would have lost patience much sooner with this bitch. Ruby gets informed of how they work, and asks Lindy to look around her, taking a while as she is really adverse to actually doing anything, looking between her screens when she notices her workmates aren't answering. and those that should be in the room in front of her are missing. Ruby doesn't let Lindy wave her off and has her look to the side. Bertie, her co-worker, being bored by this big slug thing, apparently referred to as man-traps, behind the scenes, but not explicitly said in the episode to my knowledge. Lindy is now proper scared, Ruby helping her drop the bubble, so we get a clear look at the thing. The way they're shot here, really effective. The man-trap's presence is built up well, but after the initial reveal, once they're on the streets, I don't really find them that scary. A little creepy, sure, but not scary. Although they do look good, physical props with CGI touch-ups, learning from where the Thing 2011 failed. But they only really pose a threat to this incompetent populace who can't walk in a straight line without instructions. More of Lindy's friends are being compromised, and Ricky is still dancing to Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini that Lindy uses to calm herself down, keeping her, for now, as a sympathetic character, but is mad and gets suspicious again as the doctor pops up. 15 and Ruby get her to lower the bubble, but she just can't fucking walk without it. So she does use the bubble, making it to the elevator before getting cornered by one of the man-traps. And once again, this is one of the only pretty spooky scenes. The last time these things are scary for anything other than how they look. But this is the moment in the trailer where I clocked part of what was going on, as the bubble tells her to walk into the slug. But when she doesn't, it ignores her and leaves. 15 is trying to figure out why she's different, and we get the same issue from Gridlock, as the police aren't answering and likely don't exist. Lindy walks the streets and after some more corralling, drops the bubble again to see people acting as if it's normal, while others are being eaten, pretty horrifically for this show. She uses the dot to find a hiding spot. I mean, it's not a very good hiding spot, but sure. Ruby and 15 try to calm her down and get information, Lindy's xenophobia assuming they came from outside the dome, just like the Doctor, who can't manage to get into the city. We get told that this is basically the rich kid paradise, and we see Lindy's mum, who with her face I assumed sent her kid here to die. That would have been a plot twist. Get it? Twist, because this is another Susan Twist cameo as Lindy's mum, which 15 and Ruby finally notice, realizing she is the same as the Villengard nurse, and that Ruby has seen her elsewhere, probably in the aborted timeline from 73 yards, though we did see make impressions outside of its timeline, so that makes sense. It turns out 15 and Ruby are in the same room, which sets Lindy off, who apparently thought 15 must have just looked identical to that black guy she blocked earlier. Oh dear.
I understand we all look the same.
Are you Chinese?
Lindy brings in her remaining friends, many clearly dead, but no one believes her until Gothic Paul is viciously murked. Seriously, it's pretty gruesome. 15 hacks into the group chat with some more lines that just, holy shit, it's so very well done that I had no idea they were all racist until the end because of some of these lines.
I know this is wrong, and when this is over, he is going to be so disciplined. I can't wait.
15 tells them where to go, underground tunnels that will lead to coded doors, then leading outside. Lindy's dot is running out of power, so she's shit out of luck, getting a funny gag where she walks into a pole. Twice. With such open spaces, there are a few tight shots that really sell the tenseness. And when attempting, but failing to skirt around some man-traps, Ricky September appears out of nowhere, played by Tom Rhys-Harris. And they have a nice moment where he acts like the dot, directing her out of the danger. And he's a pretty nice guy. Lindy's also pretty happy, hugging him, apparently never having to do that when the bubble's a thing. And he's shown to be even nicer when they enter the conduit building, and he finds out the whole homeworld has gone out the same way they are. He even comforts her while she sees someone devoured.
I thought this was the worst day of my life, but maybe it's the best.
There's still thousands of people being eaten alive.
They make it underground and now have to enter a series of passcodes to get through the door towards the exit. Lindy charged up her dot while Ricky was looking at the information on the homeworld. And now with the bubble activated, 15 and Ruby are getting pretty psyched to see Ricky, who is just so genuine and not seemingly a dirty racist. Ricky starts with the door while Lindy checks on her friends who didn't heed the warning. 15 has an idea cooking, figuring out how the man-traps target people, him surprised at the simplicity as he determines everyone is being killed in alphabetical order, meaning the most likely suspect in their deaths would have access to the list. Lindy now next, as we see the only other person ahead of her devoured as they try and warn the poor girl. after her friends have also all been killed. Lindy has a little freak out, but Ricky does a pretty good job calming her down. He's pretty nice. I hope he survives. The man-traps can't reach her, and 15 realizes the truth. The DOT system apparently became sentient, sick of the 1%, and trying to kill them with the man-traps it grew within the city. The DOT machine itself now gearing up to kill her. This is a pretty interesting idea. The humans around just such arseholes that the AI learns how terrible they are and decides the world is better off without them. But it's not really very well built up at all. Sure, we get to see scenes where the bubble mechanism sends people away from noticing danger or sends them directly into danger. But there are also a few holes. The Doctor says it's the truth, and then it seemingly is. There's no information on if the DOT is on Homeworld. We can only assume that since the man-traps did the same there, but there was no previous mention that the DOT was an AI, or could gain sentience, which would allow us to think that it possibly could gain sentience. And there is no basis for the man-traps being made anywhere in the city. No hints, or at least nothing I could glean. So unless I've missed something, once again, Russell has tried something and just hasn't seemed to think it through. It just sort of happens, and it's a good idea, and I suppose the execution is good once it happens, but when you sit down and think about the lead-up, there is very little detail, and none of it really fleshing out this idea. That is a similarity to 73 Yards, but at least the ending is much better. And later on when we get to that ending, I'll do a little comparison, comparing what I had to say about 73 Yards to this episode. The DOT is actually pretty intimidating as it hits Lindy a few times, so she swaps with Ricky, who belts it away like he's Luke using a training lightsaber while Lindy does the numbers. Ricky is pretty cool, and while Lindy struggles to open the door, the DOT drops a heavy chain on him. But as she doesn't have enough time to get through the door, she betrays him, telling the DOT that his birth name is higher in the list than her. And while she does escape, and it fits in with both her sympathetic character we know and the filthy racist she'll turn out to be, even if it seems her peers are worse, his death is gruesome. Sure, it's only suggestive as we don't see it in gory detail. It's pretty obvious the DOT flies through his head, all the way through, like the ending of the Flashpoint paradox. Lindy makes it out and avoids 15 and Ruby to talk to her peers, who are happy to see her, packing up and readying to voyage out to the natural surface. She covers up Ricky's death and is pretty reluctant to talk to the travellers, and this is where the ending turns up to 11. Unlike 73 Yards, this works because the narrative wasn't relying on it, so excuse me for a bit while I make some comparisons. While that episode's ending was let down by its inability to reconcile the remaining narrative strands, this episode, in being focused on Lindy and the other people, is much more satisfying, as even though 15 saves them, they refuse his rescue off-planet, rather going into the wilderness where they don't know how to do anything because they'd rather die than hop a flight with a black man in his voodoo ship. Holy shit! And unlike the other subplot, the AI, which could have been the focus, but considering how it was introduced only in the action climax, it wasn't the focus of the story, Lindy was, whereas in 73 Yards, Ruby was the main focus, but it put a lot more narrative weight on Roger and the Circle and the Welsh people and more. Here, we are very well entrenched in Lindy's story and point of view, and since the whole mess doesn't matter to her one bit, I suppose the narrative doesn't care much either. But that doesn't mean the AI twist was included very well. Whereas this race subplot was perfectly inserted into the story without being overt, making sure that no wanker can sit there watching it for the first time screaming "woke" at the screen. I thought it was a class thing until the last minute on my first watch, but picking up the little details on the rewatch, wow, I am impressed. And the acting fits pretty well from all the characters too. The final scene is probably one of the best of the season as the rich white people give 15 the stink eye and he rages. At first thinking them stubborn and then realising how stupid and pathetic they are to refuse help because it comes from someone different from them. Ruby seemingly realising it just before him as he's probably new to the whole being black thing. Even the rumbling score adds to the intensity of the moment. It's so great for an episode that was just good beforehand.
And I can save your lives! Now let me!
And with 15 getting back into the TARDIS after his rage, the fine time people venture into the world. I think this big rage moment for 15 after the whole race debacle might be one of his top moments this season. And although much like in Boom, I think he cries a bit too much, and I think the pure rage would have fitted in better for the most part with maybe a little despair at the end, it's still a pretty good performance. So, wow, this episode is sort of the opposite of 73 Yards to me. As I said in my review, that episode had almost everything I wanted, but failed to deliver in the end. Ruby didn't have as much agency as I wanted, and the ending from a narrative perspective, as said there, was all over the place. But here, I was fully invested in Lindy, even if she was a bitch, sometimes in double meaning and sometimes overtly. And while this also has a plot that feels a little unresolved, it more than delivers a strong enough ending, meaning-wise and acting-wise. But in the beginning, I didn't think it was my type of episode. Even though, much like 73 Yards, the first 90% is pretty great, but I only harp on 73 Yards so much because I wanted it to be the 10 out of 10 it could have been. And also, because that episode's the previous one, it's easier to compare it to this one. But speaking strictly about Dot and Bubble now, Callie Cook played Lindy Pepperbean very well, and although the character wasn't super likeable, that was by design. And the choice to make her the most likeable of the survivors, as she seems to be the closest to accepting the Doctor's help, which is saying something considering how she acts, is phenomenal. Ricky was a pretty good side protagonist, and while it sucked to not see Ruby in 15 as much as I wanted, especially after a Dr. Light episode last week, they are used effectively, and 15 in the ending more than makes up for his disappearance for most of the episode. The other characters do pretty well to fit in the world, some likeable, some walking tropes, but with how many of them we see, it really helps to flesh out the world and also justifies the Dot's revolutions slightly. As if I regularly had to deal with these assholes, I'd revolt too. But the Dot as a twist villain may make sense in retrospect and gives us a good fight scene. It could have been introduced much better. As other than Mr. P, there weren't really any freaky things happening with the tech that couldn't be rationalized as some sort of algorithm like, say, in Boom. But in retrospect, once we learn the twist, are clearly villainous actions. Maybe if you shuffled some lines around so the Doctor knew what the slugs were from off-world, but he didn't know how they got in, and then it's revealed the Dot let them in because it gained sentience, it may feel a bit more natural, but as it is, it's a bit of a distraction for me. But apart from that, this story was pretty good, and had an excellent ending, even if it wasn't as much my thing as last week's could have been. It at least comes together quite well on paper and in execution, but of course not perfect, so even though I think I liked 73 Yards' tone and base ideas better, this episode is far better in execution, even if I thought I was going to hate it. And it could do with some small touch-ups, but I'll give episode 5, Dot and Bubble by Russell T Davies, a 7.5 out of 10. Great ending and good episode, even if, just personally, I was left wanting for a little bit more detail with some plot points. But beyond that, it still holds up on its own. So, after last week, this is the final non-Russell episode of the season, which means it has a much higher chance at getting a higher ranking, judging by the past episodes of the season. But let's see if this episode can beat Boom, or if it'll get caught in the shadow of Dot and Bubble's fantastic ending. Either way, the Doctor is probably doing more in this episode than the last two combined, so the chances it's better are probably fairly clear. We start the cold open in 1813 England, in a place called Bath, which other than being a very funny name, seems to be a real place, where Lord Barton, played by Paul Foreman, is being pressured into a marriage with another noble sister. This slight against her purity could either have been him just hanging out alone in a room with her unchaperoned, or banging her very hard against every surface of her room. But that doesn't matter much, as in retaliation for Barton's bitchiness, the other lord menacingly picks him up by the collar and, wanting the drama, uses some form of lightning attack to drain his body and steal his form. Something prevalent from the start of the episode and that continues further on is that the sets are pretty good. The grounds that are used a fair bit this episode look realistic and atmospheric, and the inside of the house, while a little smaller perhaps than most Bridgerton Manor sets, really looks in place. After the credits, we see Ruby and the Doctor dancing, Ruby likening it to Bridgerton, and has apparently been given Chekhov's psychic earrings by the Doctor, allowing her to dance without knowing how, and apparently also having a battle mode programmed. Ruby and 15 are introduced to the owner of the house, Duchess of Pemberton, played by Torchwood actor Indira Varma, who is interested by Ruby, taking her away to mingle with the Ton, but not before encountering feedback from the earrings, allowing the now companionless Doctor to investigate such a strange detail, using his flashy, newly coloured Sonic that I love to see in red to point him in the direction of the hot piece of Captain Jack ripoff up there. Ruby is introduced to Lord Barton, who ends up still being as cheesy and off-putting as before.
Oh, you're not tall glass at all, you're half a pie shandy.
Ruby departs, but finds a painting of what appears to be the Duke's late mother. This portrait, I suppose played isn't the right word, but I'll use it anyway, played by Susan Twist, presumably her last cameo until next week's finale, part 1. The Duchess is impressed by Ruby, and they see him now talking to a Miss Emily Beckett, played by Camilla Aiko. And the Duchess and Ruby split, the Duchess following a woman outside, and Ruby following Barton and Emily as they leave. The Doctor confronts Diet Jack, accompanied with a string cover of Bad Guy, another holdover from Bridgerton, modern pop songs covered for the time frame. 15 and the now introduced Rogue kind of start flirting. This newcomer played by Jonathan Groff, and while I feel there are missteps with their characters later, the chemistry they have is palpable. Outside, the Duchess makes her way to the gardens, just to insult another lady, I guess, and she encounters a member of the staff, freaking out that she is not only seen, but heard when spoken to. The housekeeper, played well by this actress for such a short time, the creature masquerading as her, doing the same to the Duchess as what happened to Barton.
People look to me as an arbiter of taste. What? In that dress?
Ruby acts like a voyeur, watching the drama as Barton refuses to marry Emily, unwilling to lose his fortune. But just as it seems he may change his mind, Ruby makes herself known thanks to books falling on her head, spooking him, and she then has to spend time assuring Emily she won't gossip about their time alone.
Oh, this is so Bridgerton.
15 follows Rogue outside where they talk and find the body of the Duchess. 15 seems to be under the impression Rogue had something to do with it, but it seems Rogue has the opposite, taking the Doctor at blaster point, and I really like the design of the weapon here. Ruby continues to console Emily, introducing some words and vernacular that probably shouldn't be around yet, but they have fun together. It's a nice little dynamic for what we see of it. Rogue seems to think 15 is a Chulda shapeshifter, and their dynamic continues to be fun as he leads 15 past the TARDIS and into his nice-looking ship. But it's kind of strange his ship has a bird motif when the villains do as well, which have seemingly no connection.
Why isn't it cloaked?
It's behind a tree.
Ruby has fun dancing while the disguised villains meet up, their dialogue being written well, as they seem to wish to have a wedding. The Duchess creature wanting to be inside Ruby. Well, that just sounds dirty. 15 and Rogue make it inside his ship with a nice little set, and 15 determines Rogue lost someone. But he is trapped in a field that keeps him still while it charges ready to beam him away. They continue to have good chemistry as 15 is trying to put Rogue on the back foot, mocking him and playing Aussie classic Kylie from the Rogue's speakers, that he repeatedly attempts to shut off while 15 has fun dancing. It's a great scene between the two, but unfortunately the only thing it reminds me of is that one Sharda video. 15 uses the psychic paper, but it picks up on his attraction, Rogue giving in, and after dropping the detail he has a new boss, which I'm sure does tie into something or will tie into something, scans the Doctor, assuming he's a shapeshifter after. The countdown begins, so 15 in a final bid throws his paper at the scanner, I guess, and it shows all his faces, stopping Rogue and giving us a good presentation of the previous incarnations. 10, 13, 1, looking like the floating fake heads from Dimensions in Time. And is that the Shulker Doctor played by Richard E. Grant? Get in! Yeah, I love that. But also, I love that they don't put them in order, so that Jo Martin's placement doesn't need to be figured out when she pops up. Ruby and Emily sneak around and find the corpse of a housemaid, while 15 invites Rogue into the TARDIS.
Oh my God!
Come with me and you'll be
In a world of pure imagination.
The scene between them is nice, them both having fun around the TARDIS, 15 asking Rogue to join them. Although I'm not sure if it's more of a gay 2 and Jamie dynamic, or the ish 9 and Jack dynamic, but either way, there is one problem I have with this, and it's that Rogue is only in this episode. The floating is all well and good, but they tease a kiss only about halfway through the episode, and it's just too fast for my liking. I wouldn't mind if a Jack or River Song dynamic came back, and maybe that turned into a sort of romance after multiple appearances, but this is just too rushed for my liking in this show. I get that 15 is more emotional, wears his heart on his sleeve, but my one major problem is just the pacing of the relationship feels like it's just so that they can have these points in the romance checked off before the finish. But hey, when this era is licensed off to Big Finish, we can get a box set about the two of them being gay all across time and space, with proper pacing and a bigger exploration of their relationship. The two gays make it back to the dance hall, where they confer with Ruby, both finding bodies, and they assume that Cholder are cosplaying, possibly having picked up Bridgerton TV signals from the stars, however that works, reveling in the drama of their roles, which is another strange coincidence as this came out on Oz Comic Con Melbourne weekend, where one of my mates is going, so targeted at me. Russell T Davies is targeting me.
Oh, it's coming for me! It's coming for me!
So, knowing that Cholder is looking for a scandal, the two men dance, and the scene is actually rather captivating. The dancing is good, the lighting and music are on point, but once they stop, it's time for the not very interesting fake fight. But it ends with Rogue apparently not being a very good actor, which is weird considering you'd think a space bounty hunter would be good at blending in. So he goes right for the proposal. But that's where it gets interesting. Ncuti is acting his face off, as he takes the ring and has to leave the room, Rogue following, but you could read into it that the Doctor has a genuine oh shit reaction to the proposal, as we do see him put on the back foot emotionally a couple times this episode. Many Cholder make it outside while Emily freaks out, and 15 and Rogue get to dash through the grounds from the Cholder family. It's a pretty tense scene that makes excellent use of the sets and misty night atmosphere. 15 and Rogue eventually shake the birds off, but the Cholder don't camouflage again, targeting Parliament and royalty, looking to end the world with their plays.
A little bit of Ziz.
15 changes the triform to take multiple targets, but it'll only work once. And back in the house, Emily learns the truth about 15 and Ruby, deciding to take Ruby's body as it's revealed she is the last Cholder. The main Cholder enter the main hall, taking the main noble's main hostage for their main wedding, and mean to murder them afterwards. But the bride and groom are revealed, Ruby one of them. 15 having to leave and take a second to cry, and since Church on Ruby Road, that's almost half the episodes 15 has cried in, and I get he's meant to be emotional and all that, but it really devalues the emotions of this usually kept together Time Lord. Think of 9, 10, 11, they rarely cried, but when you did, you fucking felt it. But now, every time Ruby gets hurt or things get sad, it just feels like Ncuti was good at on-the-spot crying, and they wrote it into as many scripts as they could. He even does it later again, which would have been far more impactful if it hadn't happened here. Another strange choice is that we now get a flashback between 15 and Carla, where he promises to keep Ruby safe on their adventures. And I just don't know why that's here. It's another point to make that shows why the 6-month time jump in Devil's Court is fucking ridiculous. And it should have been the pre-finale, because Ruby was shot multiple times in Boom, and 15 didn't have the flashback then. She was strung up and almost killed by Maestro, not then. That makes the whole issue with this season pacing. 2 Dr. Light episodes in an 8-episode season with a nonsensical timeline makes more problems than it solves. The Cholder start the wedding, murdering fools, so after 15 gets a great line...
Good. It's a long time to suffer.
He waltzes in and traps the bird folk, letting the rabble escape. 15 is pissed, but the Ruby there is an imposter. An imposter of the imposter. As in a flashback to what I think is the instrumentation of Poker Face by Lady Gaga,
It's Lady Gaga!
She activates battle mode on the earrings, beating the feathers off Emily, who comes in with a broken beak. 15 starts freaking out as he can't turn the gate off, but Rogue comes in, dropping Emily into the trap and trying to get him to activate it. It's a pretty good scene between the two as 15 struggles, so Rogue tries to save him by grabbing the trigger and switching himself with Ruby. He gets that kiss with 15, and the scene would have been better paced if this kiss was more spontaneous. Like I said, not having the tease from earlier, and not having the crying earlier, which would make it more emotionally impactful. Outside as day breaks, 15 sends his ship into the moon's orbit to wait for Rogue. And I just had a thought that considering in Victory of the Daleks, that's where the Daleks were hiding, and that is probably, 150 years later, let's hope it's not left there for too long. Don't want the Daleks running into Rogue's ship, do we? But 15 doesn't know where the portal sent them. Him attempting to laugh it off like always, but Ruby forcing him to come to terms with it. Which is good, but would work a lot better with a Doctor who, once again, isn't so emotional all the time. They have a final little dance as 15 tells her how much he missed her, and the episode finishes with him looking at the ring he took from Rogue and putting it on, before presumably leaving. So with the trailer for next week, and my top 3 options are Sutekh, Kronos, and I might be clowning, but the Trickster, considering there is a theory that this season is just the final season of Sarah Jane rejigged a bit, which is an interesting point to make and you should look up. And the episode ends with a send-off for the fantastic late and great William Russell, although oddly it doesn't appear on the Disney Plus version. And we must again wait another week. So that was Rogue, a pretty good showing, but once again not without issues. The romance between Rogue and 15, while a lot of it was well written and enhanced with their on-screen chemistry, there were what I felt were missteps, perhaps being too eager to get through as many TV relationship checkpoints as they could, not having the breathing room of multiple episodes, making bits feel rushed or not in their proper place. But I would like to see it explored more in some upcoming seasons. Rogue himself, the episode's namesake, was a very fun character, and as said before, played well by Jonathan Groff. Even if the character is just a watered-down version of Captain Jack, he's played well enough to be a character in his own right. Ruby didn't get that much to do beyond dialogue and being emotional leverage against 15. But Millie Gibson was still enjoyable, and while emotionally I think 15 could have used some tune-ups, Shruti was still putting in his all. The story wasn't amazing, but I like to think I can tell that Kate Herron and Bryony Redman put effort and passion into this Bridgerton-inspired episode. And it's just too bad we couldn't get, say, a Violet and Eloise cameo.
I cannot think of any cleverer way to say this, but no.
So I'll give episode 6 of Doctor Who Series 14, or Season 40 if you want to be funny, Rogue by Kate Herron and Bryony Redman, a solid 8 out of 10. Just between Boom and Dot and Bubble. I can't wait to see part 1 of the finale next week, and I suppose with the news of a new episode of Tales of the TARDIS, we might get an extra video in the week after. We've had a few subpar or divisive showings this season, but this episode fits well as a part 1 to a finale. Usually I don't gel well with New Who part 1s. To me, every now and then they end up feeling just like setup, not really satisfying, making 1 week of Doctor Who viewing feel kinda shitty, waiting for the story to finish the next. Although Russell finales have had a pretty good track record with part 1s. Bad Wolf, Stolen Earth, Army of Ghosts all bring something to explore. The Game Station, the Earthwide characters, and Torchwood 1. And this episode does that well of having enough content beyond setting up the finale, and doing a good job at that too. To keep you invested the whole time, not just waiting for the end to occur so you can be hyped for next week. To see if that sticks the landing, but that is for next week to see. For now, let's see if this part 1 stands on its own, and how it stands on its own, while still propping us up for next week. The episode opens with Unit getting ready for 15 as he swans in, spinning the TARDIS into HQ met by Rose Noble, a character who is far more tolerable this episode, her dialogue not geared to insult a whole gender or take potshots at the Doctor for the sake of it. Yeah, as time goes on, the nostalgia stops obfuscating how frustratingly some things were written in the Starbeast. She was written less of a real person and more of a strange mouthpiece for dialogue that could have easily been redone to keep the message and come across as natural without the frustration. A point that I made in my review of the Starbeast, which you can see quite easily as I just released a compilation video of my reviews of the 60th anniversary episodes and the Church on Ruby Road. So if you haven't seen those original reviews, why not check out that video after this one. 15 asks about 14, and we see the new Unit team as Ruby is introduced to them. Kate, having been a long-standing character, Ibrahim, the Vlinks, and Rose from the 60th, and new characters, Maurice Gibbons, fun child prodigy with the cutest segue, apparently from an asteroid. The genius part, not the segue. Played by Lenny Rush. and Harriet, played by Genesis Lanier. It's a nice little scene where they all get some screen time, and 15 reveals why they're here. 15 has finally noticed the woman too many times, showing off her appearances, including 2 new cool designs as a slugma and a griffin. But Unit is already ahead of him, Morris and Kate with the shit-eating grin waiting for the penny to drop. We see the woman's current identity, Susan Triad, first mentioned in The Giggle, and with the reveal of S-Triad Tech, the Doctor makes the same deductions the audience has done the past 7 weeks. But once again, Unit have noticed the whole TARDIS thing themselves, keeping tabs as Morris is pretty sure it's a trap. And it's nice to see Unit on the ball for once, considering their last appearances in the Disney era have been so lackluster. Mind-controlled, smacked around and lasered while being mind-controlled, and then mind-controlled again.
The name is TARDIS technology.
Well, obviously. Thank you.
Even I got that.
Ruby notices she's called Susan, paying off the Devil's Chord, and leaving us with a pretty good intro into the title sequence, as even if this isn't our Susan, it means the threat is big and clever enough to exploit this part of the Doctor's history. We get a rundown on who Susan Triad is and why Unit was onto her, saying that they're on top of any evil genius with alien software except the obvious, about which Morris then mentions a him. I'm not too sure who they're referring to, but I'd assume the Master due to the organisation's history. But since the last time they ran into the Master it was Missy, that's a little confusing. So, who knows? Morris tells us that Susan is clean, while 15 has to give Ruby the rundown on regeneration, meaning he'll only know if it's Susan if he meets her face to face. As we've heard before, they should be able to notice who the other is once they meet, although it almost never works that way. And Morris is pretty sure that the probability of a trap is 95%. A nice running line of dialogue that gets paid off later quite well. We see that the broadcast is a test, to be properly broadcast later, as Mel is hidden in the media department, getting Unit information, and it turns out Susan is just kind of a lovely person. She's so lovely, she's so lovely. And pretty down to earth as we see her and Mel talking. A hint to the reveal as she asks Mel to call her Sue. 15 mentions that since they have a mystery woman, we should discuss the other mystery woman, calling out Ruby like he's giving her a birthday surprise.
Ruby Sunday!
Oh, you're gonna warm me! It's amazing, you look gorgeous. Oh, it's awesome.
The other woman being her mother. We get a small rundown of the important points of Church on Ruby Road, Morris matching my reaction as the girls just start fucking talking about Davina McCall again. It's a weird unnecessary scene that feels more at home in an MCU or DC Joss Whedon movie than it does in Doctor Who. It's great that we have this ensemble cast, but the dialogue could be a little better when you want cute moments of interaction. As it is, this sidestep felt a bit strange. Morris thinks that both women that we don't know things about could be the same woman, while 15 tells us he doesn't want to head back to Ruby Road, already having been there, and too much going on like the snow thing to park the TARDIS there again. Harriet realises there could have been CCTV footage near the church, and Ruby reveals that she has a tape of what went on that night. That probably could have used a mention in Church on Ruby Road, as here, it kinda feels like Russell pulled this plot point out of his arse.
Out of my house and never come here again with this!
Another strange detail is that the camera was 66 metres away, almost 73 yards. Morris thinks they can sharpen the image on the tape, so Ruby and Rose, not to be confused with an actress I never enjoy, are escorted by Ibrahim back home. And I don't know if it's her heels, but Yasmin Finney is a fucking giant here. I swear she wasn't this tall in the 60th, or do you think Ruby and 15 are just that short? Rose mentions a place called Catford, a real place, but I think it's quite funny that the last place it was mentioned in Doctor Who was in the novelisation of Rose. Meanwhile, Mel uses the most conspicuous device to shake hands with Susan, while Susan gives us a rundown of her life in the same way John Smith used to do under the Chameleon Arch. Although I'm not sure if it's like that, some sort of hint to Susan Triad not being a real personality, or if it's just Russell's lazy writing. Carla returns and has a nice scene retrieving the tape with Ruby, strangely saying the episode title, and she isn't the only one who says it this episode. It's a strange episode title considering Ruby herself takes a bit of a back seat, past the whole time window thing. Rose needs to get a different coat. Seriously, she looks like she's about to flash someone. Coats like that and in that colour never look good closed. Castiel always had the good sense to keep it open. so it never looked like that angel was about to flash us with his divine light. Carla decides to come to Unit Tower, getting Mrs. Flood to look after Cherry while they're gone, the radio flickering as she enters, and her scaring Cherry once the others leave.
He wakes no more.
You better not hurt her, Flood! If Cherry doesn't get out of this unscathed, I will cause a riot.
And I will descend.
And this is where the tension starts building. With a nice shot, Kate talks to 15 about the brig and asks about Susan. 15 saying that he has Susan, but hasn't had her kids yet. Which is weird because it was Russell's error that cemented in New Who that the Doctor was a father. So while you can justify it as he had kids but not Susan's parent, the audience shouldn't have to think that up to save Russell's continuity errors. 15 says he won't go back to see Susan, afraid he'll ruin her. A justifiable answer considering what happened the last time he ran into her.
Why didn't you do the universe a favour and jump right into that time warp yourself? Huh? Because then, just about then, I might be prepared to even entertain the remotest possibility of I can't even bring myself to say that. Get out of my sight.
Doctor,
Go!
It's a lovely scene between Kate and the Doctor, and Morris updates us to a 96% chance of a trap. And Mel comes in, 15 and her getting a nice little reunion. Her updating us that Susan is totally human. Kate correct in guessing that she may be a chrysalis. She's human for now, but will be evil later. Kate also refuses to let Carla in, so 15 lets her in with a great reaction from Kate.
Yeah, but it's Carla. Come on.
Carla Sunday. Access granted.
Right. Fine, thanks.
It's also nice to see another colour of screwdriver. I'm really digging the yellow colour 15's got this episode. 15 asks Kate if they have a time window, knowing full well they do, giving Kate another good reaction. And we head down to the time window, mostly controlled by Morris. And the set is quite good, like a modern-day Star Trek holodeck. Which may be a thing, but considering the last Star Trek I actually watched was Voyager, I have no idea if they look like that now. 15 quite literally laughs at Unit, thinking the design is shoddy compared to what he's used to, which is a good comedy bit. And we meet internal security, Colonel Winston Chidoze. The only other guy that will be in there with them, and he's pretty nice, having some things in common with Ruby, so he's totally doomed to die. 15 reckons the data on the VHS is enough extra detail to give them a good look at what happened on Ruby Road. We see the VHS is pretty shitty, Carla finally making it in as they power up. 15 and Ruby alone in the time window, except for the Colonel of course, while Mel keeps Carla cool. 15 and Ruby have a nice little talk, the emotions and snow seeming to help the time window along, shocking everyone, giving us some nice cinematography, and a nice line from Morris.
That's impossible. I'll tell you what's impossible. Haven't turned it on yet.
The effects of the time window starting are pretty great as the perspective shifts, like a holographic version of the volume. Morris is being cheeky again and we hear Carol of the Bells start, as 15 recaps us what happened that night. The woman seems to be purposefully shadowed to not allow us or Ruby to see her face, only Carla getting the briefest look to see her crying. And Carla then speaking out to tell the woman that Ruby is safe and loved. It's a great idea, pulled off well by Michelle Greenidge. 15 has a line that probably sets up Tales of the TARDIS.
That TARDIS is almost solid. If time is memory and memory is time, then what is the memory of a time machine?
And Ruby gets to have a nice emotional scene with the hooded figure before she starts pointing. The Colonel aiming his gun and heading in the direction of the finger, seeing nothing. But going behind the TARDIS in such a way, it's obvious something bad will happen. Seriously, that could have been so much better. 15 tries to figure it out, but Mel points out the woman is leaving, the figure disappearing, and everyone feeling awkward as Ruby cries. 15 leaves in the past, but a great black and red shadow monster appears, and it looks pretty good, really intimidating. The Colonel has been engulfed, but with enough prodding, they hear his voice, spouting off really creepy speeches. Morris does a good job of getting us afraid.
It's off the scale. That thing is hot, it's cold, it's radioactive, it's dead, it's everything. I don't know.
And for some reason, Carla thinks it's called the Beast, which, you know, makes me think of...
Son of the great beast, cast out before time, chained in rock and imprisoned beneath the rift. What?
But that was a bit of a misdirect, just a strange line from Carla. Colonel claims he's in hell, telling us quite clearly this is the thing that awaits, going to a crescendo with the time window exploding, impressively cutting into the viewing window. And all that is left in the wake of the shadow is the Colonel, reduced to sand. And with the Doctor apologising, Kate just gives him this look, and wow! The way Gemma Redgrave gets the character across in just a glare is why I love having Kate around so much. She's like, I know it's not your fault my employee's dead, but I'm pissed now, and I'm trying not to lash out. She gets even more desperate to keep her people alive later. And after the way the Toymaker utterly wrecked them last time, it's understandable. 15 decides to go with Mel to the Triad filming, and takes his anger out on a poor elevator. And Mel, being the one to get him off his ass after his pity party, makes a lot of sense. Six's best companions, Mel, Constance and Evelyn, are the ones who can put him in his place when need be. And while Mel didn't really get that characterization on TV, while travelling with him except for making him exercise and drink carrot juice, after her time with Glitz, seen in the Giggle and in expanded media like A Life in Crime, this makes sense for a character to do after all those many years. According to Kate, the being was so strong it got burned into the VHS itself, only able to be scanned properly when reversed later. 15 now gets the chance to meet Susan, who he doesn't seem to think is our Susan. But she won't be stopped going on to broadcast, and this scene is great. You really get to see why they hired her apart from her name being Susan Twist. When she offhandedly brings up her sleeplessness and 15 starts bringing up her appearances, you see the look on her face. It's fantastic as she gets scared and makes her way onto the stage.
Do you dream about being an ambulance?
This is an ambulance!
And back at Unit, they run the tape backwards and see the TARDIS within the shadow, there for a second time. And we hear the TARDIS groan again, a thing it's been doing since it landed in Wild Blue Yonder. I suppose Donna's coffee was enough to allow the thing to hitch on board. Pretty clever hinting, as the TARDIS also made these noises in The Devil's Chord and Rogue. Many people like me rightly predicting the TARDIS would play a part in the finale. Morris also gets to pay off his lines from before here.
Probability of a trap, 99% and rising. Except the trap is here.
They scan the TARDIS, now showing that the thing is here now, and evacuate the area, but 15 is too curious to leave. Susan bumbles onto stage, doing a little dance for some reason, and the tonal change is a bit off-putting, going from danger to silly dancing to danger, leading Ruby to kick Carla out while the Vlinx scans the entity. Shit starts going wrong, the TARDIS getting sicker and Unit's power going out, and a creepy voice taking Susan over, as she starts having a bit of a freak-out. 15 and Kate order Ruby to the time window, as Kate announces herself to the entity, but Harriet starts chanting, very creepily. It's written really well, telling us the entity has seduced the vessel, but whether it means it has control of the TARDIS or Susan is up for debate. She continues insulting the Doctor, and we get her reveal. Her name is Harriet Arbinger. But whether she is Maestro's child, Harbinger, or if this entity has its own child, Harbinger, is unknown. But it's a pretty good reveal. Susan and the teleprompter get worse as the Master's theme starts playing for some reason, while Ruby and the Unit soldier get shut into the time window by some other force as it remembers Christmas Eve. Kate orders Ibrahim away, refusing to let her people near the danger, and we get a good mention of the gods as Susan falls to her knees. Seriously, a mention of Maestro, the Toymaker, the Trickster, the Mara, and more? The name dropping cool on its own, but also gearing us well for a similar level threat. The shadow reveals itself and claims itself the mother, father, and other of them all, which may be a nice unintentional reference to the Time Lord founders, Rassilon, Omega, and the Other. The creature reveals itself as the god of all gods, Set, Seth, and Sutek.
You mean Sutek is still alive?
The glitching on the screen and the teleprompter very creepy, and the CGI beast, along with what looks like makeup and CG on Harbinger and Susan, is very well done, and creepy as well. We hear Gabriel Wolf talk as Sutek again, which is awesome, and quoting the original Sutek story, it all culminating in a pretty epic and good-looking finale. Ruby's mum approaching her, and the Doctor so shocked it looks like he's deep-throating Ghost Dick. Seriously, Shooty has been decent this episode, but needs to work on his shocked face. It looks ridiculous. And that is how this week's episode ends. And yeah, it was pretty good. Like I said, there are ways for pre-finales to fail, and just be the boring part one you have to get through every watch. But we have enough character interactions, great acting, and the moments in the time window to make this both a good time in its own right and a good build-up for the finale. Even if it does more better as a lead-up than on its own. But that's what I expected. The whole ending scene is grandiose and looks great on a set, direction, and effects level. Susan looking surprisingly chilling, and the CGI Sutekh looking great in both forms. It's great to have Gabriel Wolf back. He's such a good voice for the character, the God of Gods, who influenced humanity so much they built a religion around him. Or at least that's how I remember his story, being one of the Osirans. But his power was supposed to be so great, it makes sense that he could be retconned into the God of Death, and perhaps created the Osirans in his image? Perhaps Part 2 or Big Finish may touch upon how that works. But it's been hinted at from the start with all these colours in the promo material, hinting to that rainbow time tunnel I remember from Pyramids of Mars. Although I am a little disappointed that they don't make the distinction between Death and the God of Death. One is a dog man, the other is a hot chick. Keep up with your wilderness lore, Russell. A strange through line considering Death's sister, Time, took 13's form to speak to her at the end of Flux. Ruby was pretty good here, you'd hope so since she's the emotional crux, but I still think if we had gotten more episodes the payoff would be felt better. And Carla is great for most of the time, even if the way she's written and shot in the story can feel awkward or half-baked at points. And 15 has the same problems in performance as usual, but at least he didn't cry 3 times. They're saving the tears for the finale. The surrounding cast was great as well on the whole. Rose didn't get any brain-dead lines, except for her, Ruby, and Kate talking about Davina McCall for some reason. Kate was good as well, getting great emotional moments, but also a few funny or more down-to-earth moments she's rarely gotten since her arrival in The Power of 3. Morris was the new character I loved, although it's strange that each of the latest scientific advisors had a, not disability per se, but Osgood needed her inhaler, Shirley her wheelchair, and Morris his Segway. I don't know. The Mrs. Flood and Cherry Sunday scene was probably the only standout odd moment when nothing really progresses. Cherry is seemingly in danger and all Mrs. Flood did was indicate some bad shit's coming. It felt a little out of place since I'm not sure we're getting her payoff next episode. So in conclusion, looking at the past rankings, I'll have to give The Legend of Ruby Sunday by Russell T Davies, part 1 of the series finale, a solid 7.5. I'd give it more, but it's inherently half a story. So while there are great moments and the ending was amazing, I can't rate it too high, as the real meat will be in the next week's episode. But if that one's as good as this, I think it's going to be a solid finale. Even if I can't justify raising the score as an episode, if I was rating it for what it is, half an episode, a lead-up, as a lead-up, I'd give it between an 8 and 9, but I'm rating it as a 7.5 on the same mental criteria as the past episodes. 15 and Mel evacuate the studio while Susan summons a new power of Sutekh's, the Dust of Death. What a creative name. Spreading out like sand and killing everyone in its path. Amounting so high it starts running through the city. And back at Unit, after everyone but Rose, who's just kind of standing there poking at a tablet, you know, while the child on a Segway is using machine guns, Harriet brings the dusts as well, killing the Vlinks and everyone else, Kate getting a nice little moment, but it's also a little stupid. She goes on about birds, and I have no idea what that means in relation to either her character or this story.
Personally, I think that's a hell of a bird.
As Mel and 15 make their way to Unit through some rough dialogue, we get some pretty effective scenes of chaos on the streets as the dust makes its way, killing everyone like a wave, which we also see from Carla's car and with Cherry. Flood gets another cryptic line to scare Cherry, both dying, so we can assume that Flood isn't a being with enough power to withstand Sutekh. But the real issue here is that Cherry died. Why not let her be in the rest of the episode? She could toddle along with the rest of the cast to the future and make Sutekh get her a cup of tea.
I would love a cup of tea.
Die at the hand of Sutekh.
I have such plans.
15 and Mel make it to the time window, the Doctor sending her escort off into a bunker that is most likely not safe from a god, instead of taking her with them. And he runs into the memory TARDIS, the TARDIS from the time window, and it's the same memory TARDIS we've had run-ins in with Tales of the TARDIS. Although how 15 is standing so directly in the centre when the little diorama of 13's console should be right at his feet, I have no idea. He sonics off the TV screen playing the VHS tape, somehow still playing when it's removed, on this old looking TV, so it's really lucky that the makers of this old television thought ahead to allow the screen to be taken out like a switch, while still having a connection to the VHS player and an internal power source to make it portable. What? To power the memory TARDIS, 15 doubles down on his thinking last time, using Ruby's memories to make it fully corporeal. Which is a nice sentiment, but I prefer the grand brilliance of the speculation that the other Doctors put in to explain its existence in Tales of the TARDIS. Sutekh comes with the TARDIS and Harriet, landing to mock 15, calling him the greatest monster 15's ever fought, which, you know, you could probably come up with a better one, but I suppose it fits since he didn't really defeat him at all, he just kinda let him be in the vortex to waste away, but sure. In a welcome surprise, we hear Sarah's voice from the screen as it plays old clips, recently re-edited and scaled from Sutekh's last story, for Tales of the TARDIS. And it's nice to see, but what kind of sense does it make? I'm sure you could say that the time window is drawing on his thoughts, of course being about Sutekh, but later on, it starts giving hints and dropping events hinted at in 73 yards, so yeah, I guess there's a connection at least, but are we supposed to believe that this time window or maybe even the memory TARDIS are going around dropping hints to save the universe? It's a fine idea, but not really thought out or demonstrated. 15 gives us the blurb of that adventure for anyone who didn't see that story, and Sutekh exposits how he escaped by finding the TARDIS at some point in the vortex and hitching a lift. He says,
I have travelled with you for all this time, riding the spine of your ship.
So, was he there since the beginning? That means every time there's been multiple TARDISes, there have been multiple Sutekhs, and that when the 4th, 7th, and 10th Doctors ran into him, that he just kinda sat there and watched the Doctor fuck him up every time. But at least we get an explanation on how he looks like he does now, as he has amassed more power and evolved into the God of Death, going from super powerful arsehole Siren with a god complex, to what the universe actually considers a godlike being. Thankfully not retconning everything we know about the Osirans as many were worried would happen. Sutekh and Harriet have full TARDIS control, turning the TARDIS and hugging it like he's trying to poke his schlong through the doors or something. And explains that that's how he got Susan's name, not the schlong thing, but sitting atop the TARDIS and infesting it the whole time. And we get a little colour video of Susan, which I'm not sure what it's from, but if it's from the coloration of the Daleks, that's just kind of lazy. Plus another little explanation of the whole anagram thing, which, thank you, I'm sure we all forgot that from last week, but also it feels a little weird just flashing that old clip on the screen like it's a flashback, trying to repeat what they did in the Giggle, which was still really strange, but much better done. Sutekh made a Susan triad wherever they went, the screen showing us many clips from the show, including the Death Zone, what looks like Paradise Towers, and New Year's Eve from the movie, and strangely what looks like a town called Mercy. Each Susan killing everything around them with the sands, just like how the Earth is dying now, killing whole planets simultaneously in different times. Unlike in Dot and Bubble, when 15 starts damning Sutekh, I don't really feel the gravitas, and I'm pretty sure he's crying again. It's a good speech, but once again, doesn't have enough power behind the speech. And like I said in Rogue, if he cries every time emotions aren't base level, it starts to become funnier than it does heavily emotional. And because of the overuse, it undercuts many emotional scenes in this episode, and they could have been saved to make a much bigger impact. 15 asks the good question, why aren't they all dead yet? But Sutekh just growls. And 15 finally gets a good line in, mocking Sutekh, that the God of Death must feel so alive. And they run into the memory TARDIS to retreat, having to repair it as they fly off planet. Mel getting to reunite with the ghastly coat, and we of course get to see a bunch of nostalgia items while they try and keep the TARDIS together. 15 finds a bungee rope, which is apparently a molecular bond, and he finds the intelligent gloves from the church on Ruby Road. We establish that the Susans are real people, but brought into being with the TARDIS perception filter, fitting in, and it extends exactly 73 yards, which I guess is Russell's desperate attempt to convince us that that episode ended up meaning anything, and wasn't a failing at what could have been a 10 out of 10 episode. 15 opens the doors and sees that Australia is the last to go, as the planet is killed. Ruby, Mel and 15 having a nice little emotional scene, even if Mel does little. 15 closes the doors with a nice mix of new and old sound effects, and 15 shows us on the screens a whole bunch of planets from previous stories, like Telos, Khan, and Skaro, are dying the same way. We get a nice little visual of the universe dying, seeing a star go out, even though there seems to be a perfectly good one behind them, and 15 starts crying and screaming as he blames himself for it. And we weirdly fade to black. Once again, a scene undercut by the performance. If it were 12 or 10 screaming anger, maybe even 13, and I had issues with the way Jodie played the character, then I'd probably still feel it. But Shitty brought that angry old legend performance once in Dot and Bubble, and just fucking abandoned it. Boy, I am not really enjoying this episode, am I? Already 17 minutes in and I've got more complaints about it than Ian Levine has about perfectly sane people.
Yeah, right, lads, I just got my Celestial Toymaker Blu-ray. And do you know what? I think Ian Levine might have a point. Because, I mean, that's not on, is it? You can't be putting that on the cover art. It's terrible.
Sutek gets Susan a robe and he's angry that he doesn't know Ruby's mother. What? Like, I get it thematically, the power of the mystery, but I just don't really get why the god of death is so invested. Like, she's probably dead anyway. Why are you only double checking now? He probably has no idea Sarah Jane's dead, but he's not out there looking for her or anything. I think they mention a reason for him to do this later on, so I guess we'll come back to this argument then. On a desolate planet, 15 comes across a kind woman, who I believe is played by Sean Clifford. The whole scene is nice, but it feels like it goes on a little too long, and ends in the woman giving 15 a spoon because he needs metal. But the woman's point of view is really interesting. I thought it was going to be cheap since she shushes a baby that doesn't make any noise, but she gives us a nice demonstration of how memory itself seems to be dying along with everything else, as she recalls a man telling her things about the entropy wave. Her realizing that her baby was killed a fair while ago, and eventually, after giving 15 the metal, she fades away too. The baby reveal took balls and was actually quite shocking. Sean pulled it off well, and by now I think I should bring up that at 15 cries counter, as he does it again. Once again, it makes me feel shitty and trivial to criticize a guy crying, but you compare this emotional performance to any other Doctor that comes before, and you see that every time they cry is for maximum emotional effect. But in this series is made to feel as cheap and tacky as putting a tie around someone's head to visually convey they're drunk or hungover. Using the metal, 15 watches Pyramids of Mars, as the wave is starting to get to Mel, as she sits next to what I think is Dorium's head box. The time window starts responding to Ruby apparently, allowing her hints. And 15 explains that when Sutek landed at the Church on Ruby Road, not telling us if he means when he saved the baby or when Sutek apparently landed for a second time, as we seem to have forgot that happened, apparently Sutek's ego is just too big, trying to figure out the mystery of the woman, because the mystery is driving Ruby and 15 nuts, so his ego needs to know the answer. Well, that's kinda fucking dumb.
Oh, well, that's alright then!
Sutek starts taking over Mel, wanting eyes in the TARDIS, and the time window shows Ruby Roger Ap Gwilliam again, showing what looks like a deleted scene from 73 Yards, as he goes on about compulsory DNA testing and recordings he put in place. A way for 15 and Ruby to find her mother, as everyone in that time was recorded. 15 taking the TARDIS into 2046 to take a look, picking up a whistle he finds and keeping it because he likes it. I hope it doesn't, for no discernible reason at all, become a key component in defeating Sutek. Ooh. Interestingly enough, we are told how Sutek is exerting control over Mel, using the whole bunch of dead cells we have on and within us at any given point to possess her. A good idea, and good in the story because she really hasn't had very much to do. 15 and Ruby have a costume change, and they make their way into the Department of Health. 15 placing the screen on some sort of computer interface, and it perfectly syncing up and hanging there? Fuck off. Really, what bullshit kind of sense does that make? This episode is starting to really bug me. 15 grabs Mel's hand, asking her to look out, so she goes into the hallway to have a bit of a well-shot and decently performed possession freakout. 15 uses the Sonic interestingly, to take Ruby's DNA and tap it into the system, giving us more Snow and Carol of the Bells. Another fairly underexplained thing. And once the match is made, Mel, fully possessed, brings them back to unit. It's on that cliffhanger we'll head into Tales of the TARDIS, as that only has Ruby and 15 in it, which you would think makes it take place after Mel betrays them, but they aren't left alone for long enough for something like that to happen, so fuck me, I guess. We won't go all the way into Pyramids of Mars, the cuts, edits, and effects done, even if some of those choices are frustrating, and we'll just focus on the scenes between the characters. 15 and Ruby start talking and expositing the setup, in which we get a great mention of Sarah, and with what looks like a New Egypt shot. 15 starts going full storyteller mode, which is nice considering thanks to 13's console it looks like they're telling stories around the campfire. Although seeing the old Sutek design, I am a little pissed it didn't make a return this episode, even if the big CGI beast looks pretty good. Ruby watches 15 despair at Sutek's survival, while she does well to give us and 15 hope of beating the god. 15 also once again telling us that Sutek has evolved since the last encounter, ending the episode as he asks what he can do to stop Sutek. So that was probably the worst Tales of the TARDIS episode, and while it is a good medium to give a newer viewer a look into the past, it doesn't really fit anywhere, as due to the dialogue it seems to take place within Empire of Death, but due to the lack of Mel and the clothing change, can't really be so. A nice little thing, but it could have been better, and an iota of thought could have been given into how it actually fit into the story. Back in Empire of Death, they arrive at the dead unit base, a hooded Mel taking her place beside Susan. They really like their robes this episode. Sutek is pretty eager to learn the name, even torturing 15 as he tries to talk his way out of it. And Millie gives us a pretty emotional performance before the scene goes utterly mental. She drops the screen to stop him seeing, pulls the molecular bond rope from out of her arse, after we were given no indication she took it from the memory TARDIS, hooking it around Sutek's neck like a leash, which is pretty funny considering how canine he is, and they use the smart gloves to pull him to heal, which, okay, plausible. What isn't is that somehow after 15 figured Mel out, by how cold she was, and somehow they got the rope and gloves from the TARDIS, then did they change their clothes and reminisce about Pyramids of Mars only to change back and come back with the rope and gloves for Mel to threaten them? 15 uses his whistle to engage a TARDIS internal thruster and shoot its way from the god's grasp and killing Harriet, because I suppose Sutek's influence only works if he's literally grabbing hold of the TARDIS. And the TARDIS shoots out, ramming into the attacking Mel and Susan, allowing 15 and Ruby to drag the molecular rope into the TARDIS, hooking Sutek on the inside and pulling him into the vortex. Visually, really good, but if you spend more than a second thinking about it, you realise Russell must have looked like this guy when he wrote it. What a load of bullshit. Do I even have to say everything wrong here? Sutek's apparently only powerful if he can hold on to the TARDIS like Gollum or Larfleeze. 15 can now pilot the TARDIS that's supposed to be under the powerful being's control with a whistle, and a rope and gloves can detain the god of death because I guess he's just got that dog in him. Ugh. They enter the vortex, and visually, this is fucking stunning. The TARDIS pulling Sutek through the vortex is beautiful, seriously. It looks fantastic, a nice mix of current vortex and giving Moffat vibes with the lightning. 15 starts screaming at Sutek, his performance suddenly getting better again, as Sutek starts ripping holes in the vortex, apparently that bringing death to death, using his own power against himself to bring life, which is a clever idea, but we don't really see any indication of how this works. Apparently Sutek ripping the vortex is just what does it, as we all see the dead people waking up in what is a pretty good scene emotionally, but grinds the pacing to a halt. This could have all been done once Sutek was actually dealt with. But we take the time to celebrate, everyone being alive again, even Cherry and Flood happy. Kate holding Ibrahim's hand, ooh, and 15 taking the time in a good moment to show us all the planets coming back, including the Ood sphere, taking a moment with Ruby to show the planet they were on before, now filled with life as the kind woman is playing with her definitely alive child. Like I said, these are all wonderful moments, but Sutek is still out there being dragged this whole time, so I really think the pacing would be much better if the upcoming scene where he dies was first, and then we got to see all this stuff. 15 goes back, and is this the first time we've seen the underside of the old girl like this? That's interesting. Anyway, 15 gets one final monologue, damning Sutek for making him his opposite, representing life but making 15 angry, as Sutek in his actions and in wasting away in the vortex makes 15 the bringer of his death. Very nice thematically, very clunky in dialogue execution. Unit have a pizza party, and we get some more good acting from Susan Twist, showing that she is a real person, and Kate wants to hire her, as Susan wants to help. With some nice banter. Good on Kate for hiring someone who isn't a child. Carla tells us what happened with her and Cherry, and thanks the doctor for saving them. Kate seemingly a little traumatized, but okay. Unit somehow retrieves the DNA information, and we find Ruby's mum, a woman who at first glance I thought was Sheridan Smith, which would have been really strange considering. Louise Miller. Oh, there could be a relation to Lucy Miller. Pregnant at age 15, was in a terrible home, and gave Ruby up to give them both the best opportunity. 15 telling us that the reason she was able to duck Sutek is because she was ordinary. The significance of her only relying upon their insistence of the idea of her. Once again, a very good moral the show has used before, but with a clunky execution. But better than a fair few things in this episode. They also bring up the whole pointing thing again. And it turns out that the 15-year-old was naming Ruby by pointing at the Ruby Road sign. Do I even... Okay, one more time. Good heart, absolute shit execution. Russell, what the fuck happened to you? So, after that goddamn mess, they stalk Louise and Ruby finds her in a coffee shop. After 15 kind of tries to talk her out of seeing her for some reason. And while the scene is kind of awkward, it's very nice and performed well. As Ruby can't manage to find the words in the beginning, just staring, but once the barista calls out her name for a drink, Louise notices, and they have a tearful reunion. It's lovely, but I can't help but thinking the barista is seeing this tearful reunion, still holding Ruby's coffee, waiting for her to grab it. Louise comes home with her and they spend time together. And I like that there's no unnecessary drama, no conflict with Carla like I know lesser dramas would. But because of all this, 15 knows it's better if Ruby leaves. Them hugging and saying goodbye to each other. Ruby telling him,
"Fuck off."
And 15 not answering, just crying at the console. See, imagine if this scene was one of, say, 3 times he cried this season, at the very most. What emotional impact that moment would have had after Ruby jabs at him, saying he better not pull what he did to Susan, and actually not come back to see her. It's a pretty good scene for both their characters as the family come to hold Ruby as 15 departs, ending the episode with narration by a White Guardian and Romana 1 coded Mrs. Flood. She tells us 15 is going to die, because of course he will, leading us into Christmas and Season 2, or Series 15, or Season 41. But also teasing us with one of the last remaining plot threads not answered, as she calls this the end of the story of the church on Ruby Road. And boy, if that was the theme you were going for, you kind of fucked up. This whole season being the story of the church on Ruby Road does not work in an episodic show like this. Maybe if it was shorter, if you only watched, say, Church on Ruby Road, Devil's Chord, 73 Yards, and then the finale, it might work like that. But unless you're doing Flux again, and please don't do Flux again, don't try and wrap up the season as if every single episode in detail added to a grand storyline. So that was Empire of Death, and boy was I let down. I liked a lot in the episode, the ideas, the visuals were fantastic, but the writing, the performances, even the pacing and editing all had a lot of strange holes in them. Ruby and Sutek were oddly the best characters, Millie and Gabriel's performances being quite good. Even if the story revolving around them was a bit naff, the characters were good to watch. The way Tales of the TARDIS was integrated was lazy and illogical, and I guess Mel being possessed could have been great if more focus was put on her. Seriously, why didn't the finale have an extended runtime? The episode tries multiple times to make 73 Yards relevant again, an episode that annoyed me not just because it was unfocused and led nowhere, but because I was hoping it was going to be one of the best of the season, when the good ideas it had were just kind of mashed together and not satisfying in the end. There was that great scene with the kind woman that paid off well, and in the final battle, while visually amazing, even if it did slightly copy its homework from Spider-Man No Way Home, was disjointed pacing-wise. And while the themes and powers behind 15 and Sutek were very interesting, they were not communicated to the audience in the best way. 15's speech and the explanation as to how everyone came back feeling like utter gobbledygook. I was also disappointed by all the minor characters not doing shit. The unit team were killed with terrible last words, but the episode does manage to land its feet in giving us a good resolution to Ruby's family drama, with good themes and a great performance, even if the show is insistent it uses that lovely, down-to-earth moment to make sure you don't forget about Flood and what's coming next season, with nary a next time trailer. So, while I don't think this episode was terrible, it disappointed me immensely. And I'll have to give it one of the lowest scores of the season, a 5.5 out of 10. Good visuals, a couple of great scenes, but there's so much it fails to do and left me feeling pretty empty by the end that I just can't justify a higher ranking. Speaking of higher rankings, unfortunately comparing this to Space Babies, an episode I had very similar problems with, I'll keep that one where it is, as I've already lowered the rating before, and it doesn't have the baggage of Sutek and story arcs. But I will say, I would rather rewatch this episode than Space Babies. Joining us as our Christmas companion, much in the same vein of Catherine Tate, The Waif, and even more so Kylie Minogue, who's already gotten a reference this season, we have Joy, played by Nicola Coughlan, who has been pretty well known recently in Bridgerton, but is also well known from Derry Girls and talking about her breasts on the internet. So with the preamble out of the way, let's get into the episode. We start in a 1940s era hotel mid-Blitz, told with titles far less distracting than either Chibnall's or the ones we saw in the 60th. As an older couple try to enjoy their mid-Christmas war, or is it a mid-war Christmas? And there are many small roles like these two, most pretty memorable, as even for such small roles, they're played quite earnestly. Their quiet evening is interrupted by 15 barging in from a door that was supposedly always locked and offering a ham and cheese toastie with a pumpkin latte, only finding confusion. And I may just be experiencing PTSD from Fine Time, but maybe a little bit of racism.
Just a little bit.
That's mostly a jest as they don't even bring the doctor up, just the confusion of the unknown door being opened at all. But others found it strange how they reacted. Like the woman hiding behind the man when the doctor approaches, but they are mid-blitz, so I don't really think it's like that. But it's strange that I've seen it brought up more than once.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
15 pulls the same trick with a woman on a train who looks longingly at a letter. Then some Everest climbers, and finally in 2024, where Joy gets a room at the Sandringham Hotel. The hotel manager Anita shows her around, Joy being a little over the top in copium, but pretty genuine. Like she's putting up a happy front. I wonder if that'll play into her character at all. She introduces herself to a fly, which I suppose is supposed to be charming and expository at the same time, but I just find it fucking weird. And the credits roll as she's interrupted by both 15 and a Silurian. And you know what, I didn't think about it until recording this, but it is a nice touch having a Silurian in here to reintroduce the audiences to their people, when I believe that they're going to be featured in the next spin-off, The War Between the Land and the Sea. We start the story proper in London 4202, at the Time Hotel, being pretty much what you'd expect from the name, with pretty good looking sets. 15 lands in his snazzy dressing gown to get some milk, totally not noticing the suspicious guy with the handcuffed briefcase. 15 is intercepted by a member of the staff that is actually quite charming, Joel Fry as Trev. 15 getting some good jokes off.
Got a Navcom algorithm that homes in on fresh milk. I mean, I could just get a fridge.
And depressingly realising his habit of getting mugs for two is acting up, as he is now companionless, heading into the TARDIS and gearing up unconsciously, realising how suspicious the guy with the briefcase was. He's intercepted by Trev again, and plays head office inspector pretty well, Trev following along charmingly, as 15 pretty quickly figures out how the hotel works. After a name drop that totally wasn't influenced by Everything Everywhere All at Once, 15 orders the food he was carrying before, showing off a clever but not used aspect of the hotel, the kitchen being 30 minutes out of sync, something that all restaurants need.
They start preparing your food before you order it saves time.
Yeah, it's still microwave though.
Well, you can't expect miracles.
15 sends Trev to watch the guy with the briefcase as he does his round trip with the food, claiming it's undercover work. And we get a demonstration of the antagonist as the man with the briefcase enters the bar, him saying its catchphrase and the case transferring itself to the barkeep, attempting to climb the chain of command, taking over the host's mind, which somehow makes them blink differently. The case sets its ex-hosts on a death timer, and it lures Trev inside, transferring to him, killing both the barkeep and the previous guy in a nice effect, not unlike the Ravager's abilities from Flux. One thing this episode gets mostly right is killing off its characters. Sure, it does the whole Stephen Moffat kill them without killing them trope at the end of the story, but each one, for a character given, I don't know, 1 to 3 minutes of screen time probably, works quite well. Trev failing to tell the Doctor about the briefcase switching hands, as it dispatches him after using him to seek out the manager, who has access to all the time portals, a Silurian played by Jonathan Aris. 15 can't talk to Trev because, you know.
Oh dear. I went and let him down.
So heads into Joy's room, introducing himself, the situation becoming a mess as Anita comes back in, attempting to distance herself from the situation. The case tries to ensnare the Doctor, but as Joy repeatedly tries to get some answers, ends up with the briefcase. Joy being at least, for the most part, understandably cross, as horny Stephen comes out for a bit.
Are you two having a sort of game? I know all about these hotels.
The starseed will bloom and the flesh will rise.
Don't be filthy.
Is that saying only there for that joke? Because, unlike the mention of the starseed, I don't recall flesh being very important in the villain's plot. 15 deduces that the Silurian will die, Joy now fully under the case's influence, taking his pass and getting ready to voyage back. 15 tries to pep talk the Silurian into survival, as the case has for some reason now stopped its search of power, and we get another sad death. Shooty crying once again. Which, you know, would have been understandable if either he hadn't cried almost every episode last season, or if this manager was another Vastra situation. 15 running into his old friend, but finds him acting strangely, noticing the case after missing him at the front desk earlier. And much like how Trev died sad that he couldn't help the Doctor, the manager could have done the same. As in the past, the Doctor helped him out with a mysterious plot that can be adapted by Big Finish 10 years down the line. Either option could have enhanced the scene, but as it is, it's just fine. But it should be better.
But it can be better.
Joy wants to leave, and with some funny yet utterly dated wordplay, 15 snaps her out of her mind control by opening the case, revealing the starseed, and refusing to close the case until a second before Joy's incoming death, which lights a fire under her ass. Unfortunately, he has to put in a code to not kill her, which is only solved as he invites a latter version of himself into the room to give himself the code, using smart technobabble to wave away why this should be more dangerous than it is. Joy goes with the older Doctor, leaving the younger one alone, quite angry at himself, which is making me think good about Shooty. This scene where he insults himself is actually quite effective after Ruby's departure, and there were similar great scenes in Series 14 when he was angry, but I just find it strange how well he pulls off the Doctor's fury and self-doubt, something I felt Jodie never fully mastered. But 15 also seems to have failed so hard when it comes to sadness, always heading for the extreme. This gives us the best and worst of the episode, an extended, almost 10-minute sequence where 15 spends a year on Earth, waiting for the next confirmed entrance to the Time Hotel to appear to complete the loop. And we get a lot of great stuff, Anita becoming his BFF, but also she may want to bang him, but she's great, even if it takes her a little while to warm up properly. In fact, I think I like her better than Joy, and considering how this RTD era's companions seem to be a bit copy and paste from his first go-around, I hope Anita becomes the companion for Shooty's third season. Considering we have Ruby and Rose, blonde, young, mother subplots named after a shade of red, involved with at least 2 seasons, and next season's companion, Belinda, who all we know about her is that she is non-white and works in a hospital, much like RTD's other second companion. So if the next companion is a Donna ripoff, she should have appeared in this special, and considering what happened to Joy, I do hope it's Anita. 15 spends his time in the room he now rents, or working at the hotel, giving us a lot of funny shenanigans. Some depression as he refuses to contact Ruby, assuming she's better off without him, and before they know it, him and Anita set up a routine, making it even sadder when next Christmas comes along, and he has to leave to catch the time window.
I have a slightly complicated life.
Oh God, you're married, aren't you?
No.
They have a really sad goodbye, and eventually 15 finds the door and makes his way back to replay the case scene, taking Joy back to the hotel and leaving himself with Anita. So that was all great stuff, but Jesus, does it mess with the pacing of the episode. Seriously, that was so good, and now we have to go back to this less interesting plot? At this point, I just wish the whole adventure was Anita and 15 in the hotel. Then hey, maybe put Joy in there too. But the whole Time Hotel thing could have been its own story, and the fact that I was longing for a different episode for the next half hour is a strange unintended side effect that hinders my enjoyment of the rest of the story, even with the other great stuff here. Also, while 15's speech to Anita is good, it is a little redundant. Sure, you can see it as 15 wondering what living in the right order is like, but it feels a little cheap considering that was 14's whole arc. Joy, much like my dad, complains about how lazy the bootstrap is, but the case takes control again, leading her up the floors to an earlier point. And this may be the darkest 15 has gotten, and he plays it well. When his warnings don't get through to Joy, worried about how dangerous hatching the star could be for her, somehow just pulling it out of his arse that the ones behind the seat are a company, he tries to free her another way. This way involves getting under her skin, using her insecurities against her, and just kind of insulting her. And it's played excellently by the both of them, as Joy tries to retreat into the programming and 15 is at his cruelest. But it's only once he brings up her mother she starts lashing out, having died in lockdown while she wasn't allowed to see her, affecting her so much that she starts assaulting him in the room, letting out the rage at the politicians that we all know felt free to impose rules on the people and then got together themselves for parties, violating their own guidelines. 2.
Get on the beers.
I'm not a particular fan of Nicola Coughlan, but the sadness and anger of Joy is played pretty well here, as the Doctor consoles her for a moment, but the case was separated in their scuffle, and the Doctor's wild assertions are proven right as the case is revealed to be villain guard tech. The case brings up an avatar telling them the star is to be sold, needing to be matured, hence placing it so far in the past to be picked up out in another time door. This is able to happen as their time location is revealed with a T-Rex's chomping jaws. The CGI looking pretty decent, but I do feel the T-Rex should have been more of a threat. It getting one good chomp in and then just letting them get away. Sure, it might be being controlled by the case, so the plan is for them to collect it later, but that's not very well demonstrated. 15 figures that the location of the case would have been sent to Joy, but due to the forced separation, that won't happen. Instead, a copy of Trev emerges from the Sonic in a cute scene.
Doctor, your thing is buzzing.
Listen, all of me is pretty stressed.
15 is confused as Trev reveals all the recent dead personalities have been duplicated into the star and tells 15 the location of the case. 15 and Joy head to the pretty cool looking room where an altar has been built around the case, needing a large force to open as it shows it's still connected to Joy. This starts a pretty solid action sequence, even if all the CGI isn't perfect, where 15 goes through a couple of the times set up before and using a rope and hook plus a moving train to rip the altar apart. The case opens and Joy gives it a pep talk as 15 makes his way back, but not before wasting some of the 4 minutes before the end of the Earth, having a very meh scene with this woman. 15 finds the case empty and exits the tomb up a flight of stairs that look cool but make no sense, as that means any old fool could have just walked down the flight of stairs and found the starseed, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of having it locked up. 15 finds Joy needing a bit of Gaviscon as she takes the starseed into herself, happy to be with everyone else including Trev, and much like Astrid and Bill's puddle girlfriend, wishes to use her powers to be among the stars, saving humanity from the starseed's power. I do wonder though how she came to have the powers. Did she absorb it or did she shove it down her throat? Because that is a hilarious visual. 15 is more than a little perturbed, but with the power of the starseed they've rooted out Villengard's influence, and Joy swears to protect those within her and others, offering the Doctor some advice that he gave her earlier, which, while a little overdone as a theme in the show, and I feel it would mean more if the two of them had more of a bond, it is serviceably emotive. She floats into the air, joyful, and takes herself into the stars, becoming a ball of light, a bright star in the sky. And once again, doing well to tie in the minor characters, her star's shine is seen throughout time, giving hope to those who've lost it. The two in the middle of the Blitz, the woman on the train, the men in the mountains, Ruby Sunday, who receives a call from one of her mums, Anita, who fondly remembers 15's time with her, even being visited by one of the women from the Time Hotel, offering her a job at 15's recommendation. And the weirdest one by far, Joy's mother dies, laying her eyes upon Joy in the sky. And Joy, who swore to see her properly, absorbs her into the star, which, yes, them reuniting is a beautiful moment, but there are a lot of troubles here if you think about it too hard, which, unfortunately, I couldn't resist. First of all, tabling the implications, when Joy hangs up the call, the logo of Royal Hope Hospital appears in the middle of this emotional scene, meaning I spent most of the scene, my first go around, attempting to recall where I know the name from and realising that it's where Martha worked, distracting me from being emotionally invested. And then when rewatching, I thought upon the logistics. We see Joy's light absorb her mother, and with the others, as we saw, this disintegrates their bodies. And it seemingly does the same to her mother. But I suppose there's enough leeway for reasonable doubt that perhaps just her consciousness was absorbed, but if not, that means her body evaporated. So Joy would either be told her mother was missing, not dead, because if they confirmed her death, how would they bury her body? I think Joy would have brought up, they told me she was dead, but they also didn't have a body. Would Unit become involved, like Torchwood did in their sex gas episode, which did a similar thing to its victims? Also, speaking of bootstraps earlier, does this mean Joy becomes the Starseed and goes on this adventure because she murdered her own mother? Or, due to the stabs at the government during the pandemic, does this script endorse mercy killings? That was a bit of a miscalculation. And just to make this conversation all the funnier, and yes, I burst out laughing at this reveal, Joy is the Star of Bethlehem that led the three wise men to Jesus' birthplace. Does this mean the Bible is canon in Doctor Who? This episode is bringing up far too many questions. Is God real in the Whoniverse? As some, extra-dimensional being? Or is it more of a Code Geass situation? Was the Flood an alien attack to terraform the world? Was King Herod a time traveler that sought to stop Christianity like Krasko in Rosa? Massacre of the Innocents would be a great Big Finish audio title. Was Judas an alien? Was the snake in the garden the Black Guardian? Yeah, okay, that's enough of that. Also, if Big Finish try and make any of those stories, they're gonna have to pay me a lot of money. So that was Joy to the World. Yeah, we ended the episode on a very strange note. So putting away that, let's start with the critiques. The episode was disjointed in story and pacing, making me yearn for more Anita and feel that Joy should have had a better or deeper dynamic to the Doctor. Joy was mostly good, but the way they ended her story would have gone over better if the Doctor and her had just a smidge more of a connection, because as it is, the story makes clear connections, like both being defined by a room they inhabit, are good, but he assumes a lot in this episode, landing smack bang on the Starseed being of villain guard-like origin, and figuring out exactly how to push Joy's buttons. Not by observing her over time, but living in the same room that she had only rented for a week. Shuji cries again, and while the scene is decent, it once again feels unearned. But to be fair, he does get a few great scenes in this episode, being good overall, but still falling into some of the same faults from the last season. And while the story does well to show us its minor characters ahead of time, attempting to tie them into the story well, it was hit and miss. The old codgers have some nice lines, but don't actually do much. The woman on the train was acted well, but her little side story and point of character confused me a little. The men on the mountain don't do much in character or action, and while I liked the manager and especially Trev, they died in the first half of the episode. In one's case, pretty soon after the Doctor lays eyes on him, not being as emotionally impactful as it could have been. So with this many ups and downs, I'll say I liked the episode a fair amount, but there were far too many missteps and unintentional moments that took me out to give it a shining recommendation. So, I'll compromise between my feelings of enjoyment and depression and my critical view, and give the 2024 Christmas special Joy to the World by Stephen Moffat a 6.5 out of 10, as I said, taking objective and subjective points together, but just out of my enjoyment, it would probably be a solid 7. I was ready for this episode to be terrible, and while not amazing, it's definitely positive. And like I said before, starts off Series 15 far better than what happened last season.
Space babies!
So without further ado, Let's get into the yays and, yeah, of the robot revolution. We start off with a younger Belinda and her mid-boyfriend, him getting her one of those name a star cards and naming a light, which is strangely bright in the night sky. I think he mixed up Miss Belinda Chandra with Sirius. This is actually a Chekhov's gun being loaded in more ways than one, and I like the subtlety here of the comments Alan makes and how that develops in the story down the road. It's nice to see Russell do some forethought that isn't ruined by the god of death being killed by bungee cord and naming a baby by pointing at a road sign on a lamppost. This lamppost almost giving me PTSD. 17 years later, the Doctor arrives at Belinda's hospital in a not so well done shot for some reason. And I might have missed something, but how does he know Belinda's going to be kidnapped? Looking at the episode a second time, 15 later mentions someone told him about Belinda, which I guess we'll see in a later episode, but I did miss that on the first go around. We're introduced to Belinda's work as a nurse, and making her the Doctor's second nurse companion after Rory. Although, I think Molly was a nurse, does that make 3? And Belinda is already easily personable, a little sarcastic, she feels more active than Ruby in a couple of ways though. And after finishing this episode and having the Mundy Flynn connection flyby, I think the main problem comparing Belinda to Ruby is that Belinda seems separate to the things happening around her, whereas from her introduction, Ruby is far more integral to the overall plot. So when the overarching narrative doesn't work or feels shoved in, it means, bar 73 yards, Ruby can feel a lot flatter than Belinda seems in this episode, even if Belinda makes some choices the script can't really back up. 15 tries getting Belinda's address from, is that the pram lady? And debuts what I think is a new Sonic colour, loving the banana yellow. Also in design is the Doctor's outfit. He rocks the Belinda Chandrian garb well later, but I'm not sure I like his initial outfit. I like the colours, but the short coat over the shirt, vest and skirt, I don't know. Belinda's home is slightly humorous and relatable, but is ruined as the robots come trundling in, taking the plaque and kidnapping Belinda. The robots are a bit chunky, but I liked their design, and the physical comedy mixed with the deadliness reminds me a lot of the emoji bots and the robots from the Empty Planet in the Sarah Jane Adventures. But I love the mix of what seems like mostly practical effects with some digital touch-ups. After some cat murder, which makes me hate these robots infinitely more than anything else in the story by the way, Belinda is taken away. Mrs. Flood, her neighbour oddly enough, seeing her off and running away before the Doctor can see her.
You won't see me.
Also, while I like the toy-like design of the ship, sort of 50s chic, where are the scorch marks from the flames of the takeoff and landing? I'm sorry, but that's a 0 out of 10. I'm never watching Doctor Who again. Toast. A little piece of 15 chases after Belinda, and once she tells the robots they should be going after Alan instead, time goes wibbly. The same thing happening for the Doctor. It's a nice effect, but maybe a little overcooked. It's fine as it is, but might have been better shortened if only by a couple of seconds. Landing on Miss Belinda Chandra World, the robots try to install her as Queen, and it's pretty apparent thanks to Sasha55, played by Evelyn Miller, the robots are in deadly control here. There's a cute little polishing robot I knew was going to be instrumental in the end, and he doesn't disappoint. And we see 15 has already installed himself as the historian of the people, communicating to Belinda cleverly that a while ago the robots glitched and can't understand every 9th spoken word. And while a little out of left field, this is used to great effect throughout the story, both here and later, pacing and script-wise, but it's also shot really well. Careful. The robots reveal she is to marry the great AI generator, giving Tiger Rock vibes. So I thought that this would be a commentary on ChatGPT or Grok, something like that. And leaks indicated the same, but its name is just to set up a clever pun later, so it was a little odd. But since I don't think the script would have done commentary on this topic very well, it's probably better the way it is. Belinda is told the AI generator wants to bond with Belinda, almost Cyberman style, but more Superman 3. But the Doctor gives the word for all of the humans to strike, the resistance rising with some pretty good action. The Doctor and Sasha trying to ferry Belinda out. Sasha, having been the Doctor's companion for the past 6 months, dying in front of him, causing another shooty cry. But I felt this one was justified. Taking the polish spot with them, and Muscle Man over here that the story pretends is important, but I'm sure doesn't get named in the episode, but is called Manny in the credits, played by Max Parker. Manny is really quick to blame Belinda, And while both her and the Doctor adamantly remove blame from her, Manny keeps reminding Belinda he hates her. And that will somehow change her mind enough to reactivate the polish bot and its tracking device to be recaptured. And while it does well to show Belinda won't let other people suffer for her, but overall the heel turn feels slapdash and lazy. Belinda gets a nice little scene acting like the nurse she is, helping people and reminding 15 of Monday. Meanwhile, 15 is worried as the diploma Belinda has is identical to the generator's one. The same item displaced in time, meaning boom should they touch. Belinda fixes a guy's arm and thank God this species doesn't have a different muscle and bone structure because instead of putting his arm back in place, she could have ripped it off. The other timey-wimey aspect is introduced as 15 hit a time fracture, no not that one, a barrier of sorts between this planet and Earth. 15 appearing 6 months beforehand, explaining his hair growth.
Hello, robots!
Manny is a fuckwit, so Belinda does her thing and gets herself captured, taken to the generator ready to accept her fate. The generator talks to Belinda, and after repeating something Alan had said, he reveals himself to be a robotized Alan, taken after Belinda said they should have taken him instead, and the time fracture meaning he arrived years earlier, creating the sort of bootstrap paradox, where she sent for him and in turn he sent for her and in turn she sent for him. His name actually Al Generator, and this is certainly a more clever twist as first believed, because people thought this was going to be Omega, although I'm not sure why, if AI is actually Al, the word generator was put on there, but I suppose you could just call him Al. Belinda is shocked and we flash back to Alan's kidnapping, being taken by the robots and getting put at the top of the food chain. And in his incel and gross personality, he goes power mad, even has this Moriarty looking bloke killed when he questions the machinery that technically comes from their future. So Alan then subjugates the planet and we get the reveal he was just a bitch the whole way through.
You've taken coercive control and made it complete control of the whole planet. Planet of the incels.
The ninth word concept comes back as Alan is warring with himself. It's really well thought out, even continuing as his next every ninth word would be Belinda, mine, and forever. Even if it doesn't work all the way through to the end, the polish bot comes in clutch, ferrying the current diploma to Belinda, allowing her to touch it to Alan's, causing major feedback that she only survives thanks to 15's interference. And while I'm not totally sure what's going on here, I was impressed and interested by the way they took the visuals, looking like John Pertwee's intro. Although I've no idea what comes after, the Doctor apparently having saw through Belinda's life, whatever that means when paired with this weird flashback. Alan is reduced to a sperm and an egg, and the planet is saved, no longer under Al's influence. And Muscle sees the duo off, claiming the Citadel will now be named Sasha 55 in her honour. 15 does a funny little dance, and they go through the whole bigger on the inside rigmarole. But while 15 wants to know how the diploma gets to where it needs to be in the future, Belinda calls him out on the madness, death and misery, and his unethical business practices. So he reluctantly agrees to just take her home with no adventures, after talking about the whole spatial genetic multiplicity thing with Monday. But he is unable to do so as they just bounce off the correct date. Why he can't do what people have been saying about Angels Take Manhattan for years and just land the day before or the week before and hang out for a bit, I don't know. But now they have adventures to go on, the season arc hinted at as we see famous debris and a cab floating through space. So, I really enjoyed this episode, but critically it felt like there were one too many holes. And there were a few aspects like the time rift and the certificate that probably could have used more fleshing out, even if they are going to be brought back up later. But Belinda had a pretty good start. The human characters were mostly negligible, but I feel like the mix of comedic tone and drama fit really well. There were well thought out details like the ninth word rule that are followed more 98% of the time than 100, so a lot of clever things, but there were small details and moments that were just middling or in one case really frustrating. So I think I'll be starting this series off with a 6.5 out of 10, much like the previous Christmas special. I am leaning more towards a 6, but certainly not a 7. But looking at the reactions from people who actually like the show, not Bolstrek or Nerdrotic or that one creepy psychopath who makes thumbnails with entirely too much text, racism, and a violating sexualization of women, the general consensus seems to be a happy one. So I'm glad that a lot of people enjoyed it, and I'm excited for next week. Even if, with all the hints, I'm a little afraid that we might be going into Empire of Death territory this season. But I'm hoping in the end it will stick the landing, learning from last season's mistakes, even if it was filmed pretty much straight after. We get a pretty effective cold open where a group of typical filmgoers enjoy a film on nuclear war? I guess this is what Oppenheimer's average audience looked like. And a Mr. Reginald Pye, played by Linus Roach, leaves his spoon unattended, which is never a good idea as a beam of menacing moonlight bounces off it and into the light of the film projector, possessing the main character of the running cartoon, Mr. Ring-a-Ding, played by Alan Cumming, a clever rubber-hose character with a fun theme song. The animation for Mr. Ring-a-Ding is really effective, both in 2 and 3D. Very Roger Rabbit-esque, pretty well done, as I didn't notice any major miscommunicating between live-action animation. Ring-a-Ding takes the audience's comments to heart, and now, with his newfound power, descends on them leading into the opening. Once back with the Doctor and Belinda, he's still trying to get her back to the right time, and after dodging questions about Gallifrey, Belinda tells us a little about her parents, and 15 builds a Vindicator, a device to draw them into the right date. Unknown to them, there'll be some adventures along the way, but for now they need to deploy it as they land in Miami in the 50s. And while I think Belinda is pretty good this episode, it's apparent from this moment that either due to direction or writing, she feels a little disingenuous as she's quite psyched about the time travel and everything. But she should still be a little bit pissed about this whole thing. Or still a bit frustrated with this time traveler who can't control his machine. Her eagerness and drive, while understandable, especially with the emotional scenes she gets, still feels a little too quick. Their outfits are pretty good, even if the Doctor's salmon tie feels like an affront to fashion, and the outside set looks pretty cool. Interestingly lit and definitely feels like, a TV version of Miami. You notice here the Doctor makes some alluding comments about skin colour, and the true implications that would come with 2 non-white time travellers, not overly leaned on, but just enough to make it believable. Belinda brings up Rock Hudson, fitting in well to her medical background, and it's a nice reference to make considering I've never heard of the guy. Of course, never able to resist a mystery, 15 is enamoured with the chained theatre, and although Belinda tries to get them on their way, 15 knows how to get her on board, investigating inside a diner across the way, even if technically and racially they aren't supposed to be in there. Mad Lad Logan allows them to stay and meet with the mother of one of the missing cinemagoers. 15 missing people in Series 15 with the 15th Doctor. The mother is now hopeful of her son's return after seeing a police box arrive, so Belinda is guilted into helping.
I have toppled worlds. Sometimes I wait for people to topple the world.
Logan keeps his exposition up, it really could have been done better, and we learn Reginald is still up there playing movies in the night, so 15 and Belinda break in, and unable to be warned away by Reginald's desperate pleas, they run into Mr. Ring-a-Ding.
I'm Mr. Ring-a-Ding!
Yeah, I just said that, don't interrupt me. Their introductions are played pretty well, Mr. Ring-a-Ding starting really cute and endearing with his own personal soundtrack.
I'm beaming at ya!
But his annoyingly repetitive catchphrase pays off well. The words outside becoming Harbinger and the toy maker's laugh coming out of him. I would have preferred if we just kept Mr. Ring-a-Ding's laugh as adding in the toy maker's laugh here and the flashbacks later. It feels a little much like Russell's expected us to forget all about what happened last season. But it's still an effective payoff. So we learn that Mr. Ring-a-Ding has been brought to life by the god of light, Lux Imperator. But what exactly was the Harbinger? It wasn't the film The Harvest Bringer, and each time before this it was a person, Henry and Harriet Arbinger. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, but the dialogue, animation and acting works pretty well with the payoff. Thanks to Reginald, we see that Lux's caveat is that he's bound to the rules of the character, having to do Mr. Ring-a-Ding's dance when it plays. But once again, this is another thing that doesn't fit perfectly, as the Toymaker and Maestro are the gods of music and games, so their rules work with such. But the god of light being bound to the rules of film and character? Those rules are fun and work in the episode, but I feel like a god of entertainment, or 3, would make a little more sense than the god of light. Reg wants them to escape and exposits to them that the movies in the dark feed Lux, and that he's trapped Reg here, not out of fear, but by bringing his dead wife back to life through his powers. It's heartbreaking and a really good idea, sold perfectly by both the Doctor and Reg.
And don't tell me she's not really there. Because if that thing is real,
And so is she.
15 once again exposits about the gods, a little too much considering he's beaten them basically every time, and Belinda finds the missing people trapped in film. Remember that for later. So Ring-a-Ding attacks and points the cinema projectors at 15 and Belinda, turning them animated, which is a really cool idea, and I love all the leaning into the gimmick they do, both visually and in the meta-narrative. Although one major problem I have with the meta-narrative is coming up. So them expositing their fears and regrets, like all the Time Lords being dead, gives them depth, narratively and literally, bringing them back to live action, and it's really cute. They first attempt to escape by going to the next frame, and next over and over, eventually ending up in a cliché, where a racist cop holds them up, paraded by the grieving mother. 15 sees through this as lazy continuity, and instead of going up and down, they break the fourth wall, shattering the TV screen and ending up in the living room of 3 stereotypes of Whovians. And this set and these 3 fans are really cute, and I love some of the interactions, but for me, I can detect the exact line where it stops working.
Not the one where I am standing on a landmine. That was brilliant.
Blink. What happens in Blink?
It's the story where you're not allowed to blink.
Beyond the fact that Heaven Sent exists, the Whovians then realise they aren't real, helping the Doctor by getting him back and awkwardly admitting they'll die when the Doctor and Belinda go back into reality. And it's just far too melodramatic and the score is overplayed massively. Although I like hearing the music and I like the basic ideas and themes here, but with the script and dramatic acting of these 3, even though I like them, and I get the whole playing with cliches they were going for, the cliche of the melodrama, the cliche of what your average Doctor Who fan looks like. But even though I liked it, it just felt off, feeling more like fan fiction. It worked better for me on a second watch, but there are multiple different ways the scene could have played out, and it's nice, but it just doesn't fit together. Mashing the trope of a Whovian, but also giving them such weight in the story. So endearing, but out of place, even if I vibe with these 3 immensely. 15 and Belinda mourn the loss of their fans, using them as a rallying cry to fight, and they burst the frame with pretty cool effects. 15 getting some nasty burns that he regenerates away, only for Lux to come out swinging, capturing 15 and sending moonlight through him to harness his regeneration energy into his ring-a-ding body to become 3D, in a pretty cool effect. Using hints from the Whovians, Belinda starts a fire by wrecking all of the tapes in a biblically accurate scene of where the rest of the Daleks' master plan went. Lux starts getting dimensions with some pretty cool effects, and Belinda deduces Reg has matches in a pretty cool way. Initially, he's unwilling to help, but a vision of his wife appears, giving him the matches and asking him to commit suicide, where he does in a heroic fashion. But was his wife a construct of Lux there, who, I don't know, somehow gained sentience? Or was Reg hallucinating? No idea, but it's a nice scene. Reg blows the hell up as Lux gets uglier, blowing the studio apart and blowing a hole in the wall, filling Lux up with so much light that he disperses through the universe. And we get a strange reference to Tooth and Claw.
We're 60% water and we can still drown.
You're 70% water, you can still drown. Come on!
Seriously, both times he uses this analogy, it's about light. It's weird. All of the missing people appear and, no, this is where I call bullshit. The place their film was stored in blew the hell up. They should all be dead, permanently. Something in the script needed to change to justify this. I don't care how nice of a moment it was. Belinda and the Doctor bond over the happiness as they go. Mrs. Flood coming up to the reunited mother and son, claiming that the Doctor's adventures will soon end. When else, May the 24th. And finally, as the credits roll, the Whovians, who are totally hints towards either the threefold deity of malice, mischief, and misery, or the gods of Ragnarok, and I'm definitely not clowning, don't mind me. But they live, and now they're even more defined, with last names now, judging by the credits. Good for them. So that was Lux, and apart from some problems with logic and writing, I had a lot of fun. Great performances, a creative and well done gimmick, and it looked fantastic. The story fails to grab me in portions in the middle, and that whole Whovian scene could have used a redo, but with Mr. Ring-a-Ding, the dynamic duo, Reg, and the creativity here, I'll have to give Doctor Who Series 15, Episode 2, Lux, a solid 7.5 out of 10. Match close to The Devil's Chord, as it's the same kind of episode, but both have their own ups and downs in their gimmicks, but I found myself more enamoured with the character and animation this episode, as opposed to the music in that one. Let's actually get into The Well. 15 and Belinda are still blocked from their destination, Belinda freaking out a little bit, and 15 calming her down, promising to get her home.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
And learning more about her parents. It's a nice interaction, ruined by another goofy let's get dressed moment, feeling out of place tonally. And them getting the exact uniform needed, while believable in the TARDIS, still feels a little contrived. We're right into the action as 15 and Belinda jump down to the planet with a platoon.
Platoon of Jadoon near that lagoon.
The contrivances appearing again as there are just enough helmets for them. And while I feel this can be explained away with Mrs. Flood's appearance later on, like she planned his appearance, it could have used a little more explicit confirmation. After some panicking, they land and get their Vindicator reading, and are almost executed, but spared thanks to the flick of the psychic paper. And the platoon leader, Shia Castalian, played by Keelan Dunn, self-explaining that their gaps in knowledge are tests. I really liked Shia in this episode. The performance is really good, selling the tough commando, but matched with her backstory and reluctance but impressive ability to kill, made her really interesting. And matched with the other characters who I liked but had an issue or two with, she comes out on top. The ship won't be down for another 5 hours due to the radiation that kept the planet lifeless for years, and the platoon investigate a mining base, using mercury to mine carbon. They enter to find almost every member of staff either shot or physically crippled, and with the mirrors smashed, and I feel the atmosphere is nailed pretty well throughout, the only tonal issue being Britney played at the start. From the start, Cassio doesn't like the Doctor.
It's not appropriate to call me babes.
Okay, hon.
Wow, Doctor, sexual harassment in the workplace? It's not right, and Cassio doesn't have to take it. Anyway, they discover one survivor, the deaf chef Alice Fenley, played by Rose Ayling Ellis. And while having great acting behind her and some good moments of dialogue, both her and Belinda suffer in the dialogue in moments. Belinda's refusal of having seen something and Alice's desperate pleas to go home, needlessly repetitive and occasionally in the wrong moments. Just some variance in the dialogue would have helped immensely, as it doesn't take you out of the story, but if these characters just explained themselves a little more, it would have worked far better. 15 and Belinda treat her with less suspicion than the troops, using interesting subtitle tech to communicate with her, which is an interesting way to get around every actor needing to learn sign language, and looks nice in practice. Alice claiming that nurses are required to be fluent by law, which is a nice sentiment, as deafness is a medical condition. And as 15 is a much more emotional doctor, it's nice to see him use sign language after 12 deleted it.
No, actually, I can't. It's been deleted. For semaphore. Someone get me a selection of flags.
Alice explains everyone else went mad, forcing her to kill her friend, leaving her alone for weeks, and her dialogue doing well to make her sympathetic. She's reluctant to give more info, and 15, Cassio and Shia split off to see the titular well, which looks pretty good CGI-wise, even if the green screen behind 15 can get a bit animated. On the team we also have Mo Gillivan, played by Bethany Antonia. And while not having as much to do and mostly just being the nice one, she is endearing in her moments with Belinda and in the final cliffhanger. Adding to the series arc, both Belinda and 15 find that these humanoids have no idea what Earth or anything coming from there is. It does go on a fraction of a second too long, but it's nice foreshadowing.
Have you ever met any? Humans, I mean. I never heard of you.
Yeah, well, you haven't heard of much. Bloody hell. With some clever jump scaring, Belinda sees the entity behind Alice. This male trooper to her side seeing it too, setting them on edge as Belinda tries to treat Alice's wounds. With 15, we cleverly learn that Cassio is a dick and Shia is a great shot, discovering a fragmented video file of people scared, yelling and running from the well, a thing seemingly coming out of it and scaring them like that. Alice claims everyone seeing the thing behind her is how the madness started, and Manly Trooper here threatens Belinda's life for arguing with him, and sends a troop directly behind Alice, sending the trooper into the air and dying on impact with the ground. The Midnight theme playing bombastically, which I was a little annoyed by. The Midnight theme is another recurring motif, just like the last episode had Matt Smith era music, and the reuse is getting a little old. At least here there is a reason to. But the Midnight track has nice, quieter, creepy moments that should have been used more than the louder part. With some investigation and a great reveal, 15 learns the planet is in fact Midnight, which I figured out as soon as Shia mentioned extonic stars, this episode taking place after the star's death thousands of years ago, making the whole diamond mining fit pretty well. As RTD has done a few times, there is also a flashback to Midnight, and while not bad, definitely feels unnecessary, as it doesn't really add anything but putting David's face on the screen. Doctor Who fans from RTD's last era would already get the gist, and new fans from the Disney era could understand that this is an unknowable thing from the Doctor's past he's scared of. So apart from maybe enticing Disney watchers to go see the 10 out of 10 that is Midnight, it doesn't really need to be here, but is done with far more taste than Empire of Death. So, now revealed to be a sequel to Midnight, let's talk about The Thing with No Name, or the Midnight Entity. It follows similar rules as in Midnight, and as you can't just do the same thing again, this feels like a really good progression of it. In Midnight, it targeted people, learning about them and possessing them. And while not to that degree, it does manipulate psychologically, just doesn't go into full possession. And turned around, it was shown to have pretty powerful kinetic abilities there, but in this episode, it's its go-to attack, so there's a nice reversal there. While keeping the whole beat it with suicide plot, it also gives the creature a weakness. It can't see itself, and as a preventative measure, it will kill anyone who looks at the back of the person it's clinging to. Now this still fits with Midnight, as it was possessing someone not sitting behind them, and there weren't any mirrors to disprove this theory there, but no one dying kinetically in Midnight, and I'm sure people stood behind Sky in that. It seems that while seeing itself does it harm, the killing of anyone who stands behind it and sees it is voluntary. So all in all, while a little muddled, this is a pretty solid continuation of the creature, and while technically this episode gives the creature a physical appearance, it isn't set in stone, and the flashes we get are really effective, this possibly just being a representation of the creature and not its true form, which would have been going too far. Like seeing it crawl out of the well or something would just ruin it. 15 sells the seriousness well, and Cassio, the dick that he is, takes mutinous charge. Not killing Alice straight up, as that's the way the creature transfers. So fed up with not getting his way, Cassio causes a mutiny, which causes the creature to lob a good chunk of the squad at him, convincing me more this is for its own pleasure more than involuntary defense. And we get this banging line,
"If it was a clock face, you die at midnight."
And this stone cold moment from Shire.
Turn 180.
15 decides to full-on confront the creature as they all discuss abandoning Alice, and he cries again, and man, would this despair and then hopeful moment with a sort of eldritch twist would have been so much more effective, just like when David teared up in Midnight, if 15 hadn't cried every episode this season. Sure, the Doctor should cry occasionally, the tears selling the true despair of the moment, but using it all the time like spamming a button, as I've said before, cheapens the good moments majorly. The Doctor realizes how to beat the creature while it's fucking with him, even knowing his name, which I assume it got from mind-fucking him in Midnight. And in this episode specifically, like the end of Robot Revolution, I like the difference in Ncuti's laughs. His triumphant laugh as he figures the creature's weakness out here is far different from the dark chuckles he gives when remembering how the entity toyed with him before. So using Running Mercury as his theme plays, Shire shoots the pipe out, creating a really cool looking fountain of mercury, reflecting the creature back on itself, and they get the hell out of there, us only getting the briefest glimpse of it, which I love. Two troopers take Alice out, with her wearing what is definitely a variant of the orange spacesuit. And I didn't notice initially, but there are actually two creatures, one escaping as the airlock senses 4 beings, not the 3 humanoids. A really clever setup to the pre-credits twist. The second creature attacks, attaching itself to Belinda and using the whole paranoia angle to good effect again. And after the whole oh no Belinda bit, Shire takes the creature by hitting Belinda fatally, but Mo having the chance to save her just in time, so we get a really nice moment with some monologue and flashbacks from Shire, as the Doctor watches her throw herself and the creature back down the well. It's great, and I think if the episode was longer, I would have liked to see not just more of the creature and interpersonal challenges, but Shire's backstory too. Belinda is cured and her and the Doctor get back in the TARDIS, worried about the whole disappearing Earth thing. And on the ship, Mo reports back to Mrs. Flood, and yeah, the whole who is this woman thing that's been done on series 4 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 14, and now here is getting a little old. But I like that Mrs. Flood is taking more of a Missy approach, not just a random woman, but someone following the Doctor and clearly has an evil plan. The story ends proper as another member of the team seems to think she sees something behind Mo almost pissing herself. And while the score is a little too overbearing, I like this little ending scene, but it feels a little too much like the end of Sleep No More for my tastes. So that was The Well. And with great monsters, characters, action and mystery, I loved it, especially the feeling of watching it with the lights out at 11 at night. And most of my issues, the score, repetitive dialogue, etc., feel a lot more nitpicky when compared to the great stuff. So while I was going to give the episode an 8.5, that's what I gave Boom, and I think this episode should sit just above Boom. I'll have to give Boom another watch to see if it should be an 8 instead, but I have only the littlest issue in calling this a 9. And it seems I'm not alone according to timescales. Today we have a script by Pete McTighe, whose last 2 episodes in the show were Kablam, which I don't think I've seen since it aired, and the only big positive was an appearance by Claudia Jessie.
How does a lady come to be with child? Eloise, what a question. I thought one needed to be married. Whatever are you talking about? Apparently it's not even a requirement. Eloise, that is more than enough. I take it the two of you? No?
Do not look at me. Have you ever visited a farm?
And Praxius, which I had mixed feelings on. But Pete seems like a nice bloke, so I'm very happy that this episode is getting good ratings. And before we get into the episode, I do have to bring up the fact that this is a Dr. Light story in an 8-episode season. And while I like the episode a lot, it's bloody frustrating. So, Lucky Day starts with a nice cold open on New Year's 07, where Belinda and 15 take another Vindicator reading and run into small abused child Conrad. The Doctor making an impression by giving him a supposedly lucky 50p, before he gets smacked by his mother, and I like that 15 tried to be nice and make a good impression, even if he doesn't realise it's the same Conrad that he has a vehement disgust for. And the credits roll on the reveal that in the future he runs an expose podcast, and has managed to rope Ruby into it. It's nice seeing Ruby again, her getting her credit spot right along with Ncuti and Verada, which is a great detail, and I feel like Ruby's story here is actually a little more interesting than her series arc last season, where here she deals with the trauma of the wonderful and horrifying times with the Doctor, and adding a manipulative boyfriend into the mix does not help. I feel like I learnt a lot more about how she feels and who she is now than before. We pick up mid-series 14 as Conrad sees the Doctor and Ruby landed in the hallway from the empty child to shoo away the Shriek back to its home dimension. Conrad takes a creepy photo of Ruby and is tagged by the Shriek as its future prey. And while the effect of it swishing past the camera is a bit cheap, I love the way the Shriek is shot and given movement. This episode's direction in general is really good. Shots used to emphasize creep factor or what we think is Conrad's perspective, or to show awkwardness in the characters. It just feels like they had ideas behind it, not throwing in Dutch angles to look nice like Thor did. Conrad posted the photo and eventually gets Ruby's attention, so she appears, confirming aliens are real and making some other vague references to her time with the Doctor. A couple of shots showing day-to-day people listening, setting up a betrayal later really well. Conrad comes off as really awkward, but lovable, and boy, in the first half of the episode they really drill into it. So much, I was almost sick of him. Like a worse Mickey pining over how the Doctor is so much better than him. But the mid-episode twist not only has merit on its own, but going so hard into this characterization in the first half is really endearing and makes the twist more engaging. They date and we get a really interesting moment where Ruby tells Conrad about the Shriek and the atmosphere changes, making you think that maybe this episode will add more from Conrad's perspective, gaslighting you into thinking this is going to be another Love and Monsters, which, I don't know, the episode does have a lot of parallels with, especially with the whole
"You betrayed my friend."
You upset my mum.
Great big absorbing creature from outer space and you're having a go at me.
No one upsets my mum.
We get some more Carla and Cherry scenes, Cherry being a queen as always.
Conrad Clark. I wonder if you're on the Instagram.
Brian is nice.
Conrad and Ruby get closer and Louise makes another appearance, which, while not amazing, does well to flesh out the state of the family unit. And I noticed as they get off the bus to meet Conrad's friends, the camera focuses out on the background, literally focusing on the main couple, which is another nice perspective thing to do just slightly, to represent how Ruby is now distracting herself from her past and trauma with this new relationship, something that someone reprehensible is eager to take advantage of. And this scene and the last showing subtly and then not so subtly that the Shriek is still after Conrad, him not having taken the antidote she gave him. They have a night out, and with more evidence of things going wonky, Ruby checks in with Kate as she and Ibrahim eye-fuck each other, and Kate drops a hint towards the war between the land and the sea. Kate can't see anything as the Shriek has been locked away, and they talk about how the close encounters of the monster and god kind could be affecting Ruby. These small emotional moments being pretty nice. Kate checks on the Shriek, which is nice to have and atmospheric, although why she has to enter a code just to see if the prisoner's there is a bit much. Opening the door? Sure, slap a code on there, but checking if a prisoner is still present? Ruby opens herself up to Conrad, but the Shrieks appear. So Unit comes in and Ruby tentatively attempts to fight the Shriek off. And as soon as the Shriek stood up, I knew something was wrong. These are actors. And if you watch the Unleashed for this episode, the costumes for the fake Shriek were really interestingly made. It's nice to see so much effort go into the minor design details, as these are meant to be in-universe and in reality, impressions of the Shriek, not perfect copies. So Conrad reveals himself to be a massive piece of shit, and to have been manipulating and lying this whole time. So let's talk about his character for a bit. I would have liked him to be introduced, say, in a small scene in Joy to the World with Ruby at Christmas maybe, just to sow the seed and make it all the more crushing when this betrayal happens. And his motivation, while a little all over the place, isn't really supposed to be so singular. Does he believe in aliens? Yeah, but he puts on this hateful and dismissive front to rally his hateful followers of Think Tank, which might be a reference to Robot, to join him in the hatred of Kate and his lashing out at the world that's made him like this. See the abusive mother. But we don't even know if that mother is abusive by the end of it, as he's been shown to be an unreliable narrator. Maybe everything since he left the doctor in that first clip was a lie he was telling to Ruby on the podcast. I would have liked if they leaned into that either by giving more definition to what was fake and what was real, what he actually believed in and what he was propagating to weaponize his followers, or to go full in on the mystery and show us more from him and have us try and figure out which memory is real and fake, like people watching The Thing and going through to see whose eyes were lit up by the camera. And by this point you really know Conrad's evil, because he goes as far as to single out Shirley, who is great to see again, but still confuses me with Hebe's existence. Maybe this is an Adiola situation. Conrad exposes Unit as a waste of government funding and full of lies about aliens.
There are no Shriek, no Cybermen, no Sycorax, and there is no Queen of England.
Using conspiracy nuts to push his agenda, but like, how does he explain everyone turning into sand and coming back last year? Costumes and actors? Anyway, Ruby is heartbroken, Kate is furious and arrests them all. A nice step to her rage, overtaking her as we see that happen later. And thanks to public outcry and scrutiny of Unit, they are once again put into a corner, having to release Conrad so that he can do his press tour. Trinity Wells is back, which is cool, but where she was being exploited by the Giggle in her last appearance is just as annoying here as then. I guess she's gone full J. Jonah. Well, movie J. Jonah. And Conrad is even interviewed by real presenter Alex Jones, while he acts like the other Alex Jones.
You took a big risk. We can see on the video that our soldiers literally pointing their guns at you.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
Conrad torturing Ruby with every appearance. He doxes every Unit associate, which, I don't know, should probably be illegal, and he takes over legally distinct TikTok with pretty much no real evidence, just word of mouth, and that one time he wasted law enforcement's time by making up an alien threat that in no way discredits alien attacks. His plan has little evidence, but I think that's the point, that the right vitriol spouted over and over again in echo chambers to the right demographic creates situations like this. A needed message, and one touched on much better here than a similar message in The Giggle, which was very on the nose. At one point getting his message across by just having David Tennant yell the message at people. And the end scene is a little bit like that, but we'll talk about why it works better later. Ruby comes to Unit, gets shown just how much Conrad had lied to her, the abusive mother looked after in another country with lots of money, so as I said before, perhaps even everything after he left the doctor was also an unreliable narrator situation. Unit is being criticised by Geneva, and the sympathiser from before lets Conrad into the building while incapacitating most of Unit's forces. And it's only thanks to the Vlinks they identify this guy as the Leak, with ties to Albion, which is a really nice little detail, referencing 73 yards. But with this and Harriet last season, Unit is really going through it. Is this why Kate hires so many children and gives them guns instead? Conrad live streams his B&E, holding them at gunpoint, and while Ruby has great moments, Kate takes the spotlight to protect Ruby and the Briggs legacy.
You're a lying little boy that can't bear to be called out.
Don't you dare point a gun at her!
So Kate, the badass that she is...
The grown-ups are talking!
Oh, shut up, Conrad. As I was saying, after Kate learns Conrad shot his inside man, she goes full on, against Ibrahim's suggestions, letting the shriek out and letting it loose on Conrad with a great score. Seriously, while the first half of the episode was kinda generic, build-up and a bunch of tropes, this stuff is solid. Kate, Ruby and Shirley, but mostly Kate, being very good here.
It can feel your heartbeat. Smell the blood in your veins.
The shriek plays with Conrad, and it's not until it's almost eating him that his pants wet with piss, the whole pathetic display live streamed, that Ruby takes out the shriek like a badass. But it does get Conrad in the arm as he tries to double back and say it was all special effects. Ibrahim delivers the news that both bad boys will live, and Shirley tells us that things are back on the up for Unit. Kate asking if Ruby's okay, and Ruby deciding she needs to make something of herself properly, pursue something instead of waiting for the doctor or the world to end. Taking some time to herself, Kate there for her when she's ready.
You've already got 2 months. What do you collect them?
One thing that's a little frustrating is that if she needs support, why isn't she going to the companion support group? Or are we pretending it doesn't exist now? Imagine Ruby filling everyone in on the 15th Doctor defeating the God of Death. And what if instead of Kate, maybe Jo took a supportive role in her life? I don't know. I just feel like more could be done with that, and it's odd that it's not mentioned. And Katie Manning seems to love this season, if you go look at her Twitter, so why shouldn't she be involved? Leaving Ruby and Kate, we come back to Conrad, now properly in prison, only for a pre-Robot Revolution Doctor to land the TARDIS around him and get the big intimidating dress down of the villain he needed. And boy does it oddly work here considering it's a Dr. Light episode. Conrad mentions Belinda explaining who told him her name as mentioned in the Robot Revolution, and he stands his ground.
Taking people's insecurity and fear and making it currency. You are exhausting.
I get that this is once again explaining the message right to the camera, but the performance and wording used makes it impactful and interesting enough to negate the frustration of the trope. Where the Zygon speech is very clearly anti-war but still works, this is very anti-Twitter but still works. And I'm sure certain grifters like Bolstrak are going to have a field day with it. So after that badassness, he drops Conrad back off, and who should appear but Mrs. Flood, ready to let him out of the cell for her evil plan. So much for...
You die in a prison cell, boiling in anger and poison, till your heart packs in age 49.
What was the episode called again?
A lucky day.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Mrs. Flood. So that was Lucky Day, and while the first half was meh, I was really engaged by the second half. Ruby was interesting, even if the spotlight is stolen by Kate, who still rocks. Shirley doesn't get much to do, but it's nice to see her. And Conrad, well, while I would have liked a little more setup in previous episodes, the madness of his meek side does well to really emphasize the shift when he goes full villain. And his plan and attacks being so down to earth and normal really helped. He's not a god or an unknowable entity or even an alien. He's a hate-filled influencer with a gun, which adds some real nice freshness to the idea. This was a real upgrade for Pete McTighe, and while it wasn't as good as The Well, and I like it for much different reasons than Lux, that second half is a solid 8 or 8.5, but the rest of the episode, with its positives and negatives, brings it down, so I'll match it with Lux at a 7.5 out of 10, but this is an episode I think I'd rather re-watch than Lux. Let's see as we jump into the episode. Well, actually that's a lie, as beforehand there's a cute little preface to the episode, a story Omo tells in said episode, but what I did on my holidays by Omo Esosa was posted on the Doctor Who website as a short prequel about how Omo from the episode first met the Doctor. And while not amazing, it is a nice thing to have, tying into the episode well on multiple fronts. So if you did end up liking the episode, I suggest you give it a read sometime. So as I said, we start the episode episode with Homo telling a TLDR of this story, with great animation in the screen window, which is consistently good throughout the episode. I love the different styles they show the stories with, and even when it goes all montagey, it still works. But with the artwork specifically, it works really well. We don't get to see the barber's face at the beginning, and the whole telling stories to survive establishes the story and tone pretty well. We even get some nice little moments from the other three, mainly Tunde. The credits roll, and I love how the RTD era has played with the credits so far, this time starting by appearing in the window screen. It's just charming. So back in the TARDIS with 15 and Belinda, she once again makes it clear she needs to get home, and 15 gets an idea, to go to a place with tech to boost the Vindicator, which they never do. Hell, we don't even get to see the tech in the market to my recollection, just fabrics mostly, so that's kind of frustrating. 15 explains why he likes Lagos, Nigeria, it being near Omo's palace, the barber shop, and Belinda questions why he would need to go to a barber since the TARDIS takes care of his hair, which is a nice touch in detail, not just as a fun fact, but in establishing that Belinda has been here for a while. Belinda manages to get out of him why he's really so attached to the barbershop, and it's because he has friends there, and it's a safe space for him where he feels welcome, which I'm sure the grifters will hate, but is a really nice part of the story, and Ncuti pulls it off well. It's obviously awkward for the Doctor to admit, with him clearly using laughter to cover this fact up, but understandable as he must have experienced differences as being black, something that I think 13's era, the way women are treated in certain times, only touched on like once or twice, both in her first series, and her Doctor's awkwardness was played a lot more unpleasant than here.
We laugh, we tell stories, they
Treat you like one of their own?
yeah.
I'm still quite socially awkward.
15 enjoys himself in the market, but after coming across a goofy sign in a creepy alley with missing posters, he makes it into the shop, immediately spotting the missing Omo, Tunde, Obioma and Rashid, along with the barber and owner, which the Doctor finds strange as it's Omo's name on the door. 15 making it inside makes the TARDIS freak out, and he is given information in little bits. The barber now revealed to be played deliciously by Arion Bakare, whose last Doctor Who performance I remember as fine, but here he really pulls it off as the barber, when being sympathetic, villainous, and hopeful, one of the episode's standouts. It's now Rashid's turn to tell a story as all their hair grows again. Rashid telling a really charming story accompanied by some nice visuals. The way the story incorporates Nigerian-looking art, culture, and the audibly satisfying accents is both charming and engaging.
That is why we say we will come at 1, but won't arrive till 3.
The Doctor admires the window, but it only activates when getting the hair cut by the barber's clippers, something hungry for the stories. And now Abby enters, setting the TARDIS off again, bringing the missing bloke's food and immediately snubbing the Doctor, which is a nice way to get around the whole how do they survive locked in a room thing. The food, not the whole snubbing of the Doctor. So 15 gets as much info as he can from the blokes, Obo having told them he was coming to save them, and each with a well-played sympathetic backstory. Pretty well acted. The barber and Abby need the stories to travel, so 15 offers himself up, but is trapped into it when it starts getting rough. And in a nice sentiment, he shows a story about Belinda, now being like the second of 4 times she mentions her nan in this story, which maybe could have been seeded earlier, as I remember her going on about her parents, but never mentioning a gran before now. And much like with Ncuti's crying, the repetition makes it stand out a lot more like a sore thumb than it should. The story is shown nicely and is really sweet as the woman Belinda saves comes to thank her, showing Belinda works with the bitchiest doctors ever. Thought I was watching Grey's Anatomy for a second.
What are you doing down here? Sitting here with my penis.
Oh, and hi, Mrs. Flood. Okay, bye, Mrs. Flood. You know, I think this story does the whole an ordinary life, or, the most ordinary thing is actually the most beautiful and impactful, whereas Empire of Death just kind of made you laugh and snicker at the idea. The story supercharges the engine and drains 15, Omo desperate to get out, trying to swap the Doctor for him and his close friends, and the barber and Abby hint to their backstories. Belinda finally makes it out of the TARDIS and goes on a really jarring tangent. Seriously, I've no idea what's going on there. And another good performance from 15 as he feels betrayed by Omo, who was ready to serve him up to the barber in exchange for freedom, instead of just asking the Doctor for help and telling him everything. It's a really nice story and performance.
Just not talk to me ever again. I
trusted you with both of my hearts, with everything that I am. Okay, King.
15 is once again not told the danger of opening the door, so he does, just to reveal the shop is on the back of a giant robotic spider, which looks great, using the Disney money well. He manages to close the door before they're all sucked out and killed, and after Belinda sees Poppy from Space Babies for some fucking reason, I don't know, she makes it into the barber shop, no one telling her to leave the door open. After some nice comedy and intimidation from the barber, Abby jabs at the Doctor and Belinda. Now we'll look at Abby's story later, but the episode seems to think it sort of earned a connection between Abby and Belinda, and like they work together nicely, but it just sort of appears. I think if they got more interaction, a little more time together, this sort of connection would have felt a lot more earned and natural. The barber lets info slip after the Doctor riles him up well, and with some more great art and acting, the barber claims to be the storyteller gods, such as Saga, Loki, and Anansi, and many more. It's a nice and poetic scene, but the Doctor and Belinda just laugh at him. Since the Doctor has met so many gods, he knows the barber isn't who he claims, so the barber tells the truth. He is their storyteller. He is the one that became immortal and started telling the stories of the gods. And in a good and often used concept in media, he explains that the gods are only so powerful when their stories are told to people, when they are known or worshipped. But the episode doesn't really explore this well. Its idea that gods exist and the humans are destined for ruin without stories. But in this universe, it doesn't seem like most gods need humans. For example, Maestro was ready to kill them all. And there is no differentiation here between story gods and those of the Pantheon or the Osirans, so it's all just a bit vague. The barber wants to kill the gods he helped and was betrayed by, and if he does that, humanity suffers. Because their stories aren't being told. There just isn't enough connective tissue here to justify it, even if it's a nice idea. Alone, the whole stories keeping humanity alive and prosperous makes sense, and the gods only staying alive by the humans recognizing and reading the stories of them also makes sense, but there's just nothing to connect those two ideas here. The barber shows that he had a hand in setting the cinema from Lux up, probably in his supportive role for the god Lux, and for some reason what looks like the Belinda Chandrian rocket appears. No idea what that's about, but once again his rage and vengeful self is played very well here, and the spider gets closer to the center of the Nexus. Abby lashes out at the Doctor, and he recognizes her as Abina, daughter of Anansi, the one he was supposed to marry, but he ran away, set up in dialogue earlier. And it's revealed that the Doctor to do this was the Fugitive Doctor, which means Jo Martin gets another cameo, which I love, but for God's sakes, give her and Paul McGann their own shows. I loved her Big Finish set, but she definitely deserves more. And another issue that this episode doesn't have the time to explore, how the hell does 15 remember this incarnation, when he isn't meant to have those memories, having not yet opened the Golden Watch as far as we know? Did 14 open it while in rehab? That just feels like a major blunder if it isn't set up for something in the finale or something like that. And if the line at the end of the episode where the Doctor explains that, oh, stories were leaking out, and maybe that's why we saw Poppy, I'm still confused about that. That's just not really a good enough justification. That just seems kind of like a lazy get-out-of-jail-free card. 15 mouths off some more and manages to get into Abby's head. So after the people in the shop go all midnight for a second, she tells another good story about maps hidden in braided hair as she braids the Doctor's hair. So he causes a distraction and him and Belinda use his hair to get to the center of the ship, finding the engine. A strange but interesting design, a heart inside a tree inside a brain, like a turducken. They pass what my dad thought were Black Orchid references, and a face screams for no apparent reason, and after messing with it, the barber pushes them away. But the Doctor channels Hemingway and tells such a short yet powerful story. The Doctor takes over the engine, using his own stories, some lovely callbacks appearing, to power the engine, overloading it to burst, and using 15's theme really well paired with his speech. With some more great acting from the barber and 15, the Doctor pressures the barber to free the people and have him give up on his vengeance. And just like 9 said in his callback clip, everybody lives. Sure, the story has holes, but thanks to the action, acting, and music, this finale really works.
What would your 6-word story be? What would the essence of your life be? I want you to live long enough to write it. Don't let this be how your story ends.
The shop almost explodes, the spider crawling out of the door, somehow and for some reason. I mean, it looks cool, but it was on its back and it explodes on the web, so yeah, I don't know. The characters all get nice little goodbyes, the blokes thanking the Doctor and Abby, Omo and the Doctor reconnecting, and Omo retires to chase the woman of his dreams, gifting the shop to the barber so he can find a purpose, and is offered the name of Omo's father so that he can be what the Doctor thought of a barber, someone to trust. A little messy, 'cause I'm too messy, but it's a really nice sentiment. Abby and the barber have an amicable goodbye, and 15 and Belinda leave as he is about to tell her the gist of Omo's story. So that was the story and the engine, and it was also a lot. We had a great setting, great acting, nostalgia and cameos treated well, but there were just so many creative and interesting ideas here that it all felt rushed. There were many ideas that just weren't given enough time to feel fleshed out, so while I like that they're here, there is just so much that feels rushed, like Belinda and Abby's moments. Rashid, Tunde and Obioma all have nice little moments, but they were scarce. Some more time would have made them feel more alive, and the whole danger to humanity thing either needed rewriting or required a fair bit more time to actually justify why humanity is in danger. So with all these ups I love, but the constraints really pushing on the episode, I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I was hoping before seeing it that it would be at least an 8 or a 9, but a solid 7 feels like the best I can give it. And if it gets a novelization, you know I'm a jump on that to get that exploration that I wanted out of it. This week's episode is truly the divisive of the season. Morals people are confused about, cameos that are undefined, and a mentality that compares its political message to current events, even though it was written like 2 years ago. There's a lot to unpack here, so we better get started with the Interstellar Song Contest. So the episode starts with a decent cold open, setting the campy tone well, with Sabine and Rylan Clark playing himself. Cryogenically unfrozen for the event, and as the Doctor and Belinda arrive to take their final Vindicator reading, they decide to stay and watch for a while. After the credits we get a nice behind-the-scenes view setting them up, with a good joke between Rylan and Nina Maxwell, the event's director.
Rylan, give me some ore. No, ore. AWE.
And after a weird clip of Trenzalore for some reason, we see our earliest look at Mrs. Flood watching the Doctor intently as he talks with Belinda, as she reminisces about spending time with her parents watching Eurovision. The Doctor shows off the space station, the ship having its own mavity, and atmosphere, encased in a bubble. And as the Vindicator pops, Mrs. Flood gets really excited, but decides to stay and watch the show anyway. Two side characters are set up well, Mike and Gary, a couple in need of therapy as they fight thanks to Belinda and 15 having stolen their booth. But things go wrong quickly, with the cool looking staff bots getting activated, like clones on Order 66, and taking over the station systems and control room, placing Kid, played by Freddie Fox, in charge. And boy, do we need to talk about Kid. Freddie Fox plays him well in this sort of die-hard situation, but the character has remained pretty divisive. He has a good motive, the corporation that sponsors the contest having raided and destroyed his home planet, and his species name tarnished throughout the galaxy as witches and untrustworthy, literally named Hellions. But the story isn't sure whether this should make him sympathetic or not, when he plans to kill 3 trillion innocent people. Yeah, the Doctor will take some questionable action later, and people have been commenting that Kid is just someone hard done by and it's not right, and he should take the corporation down. And yes, the corporation should face justice for what it's done, but so should Kid for attempting 3 trillion murders. Those are not the simple choices of a hurt person whose people have been discriminated and displaced. Those are the actions of a madman. And the story needed to lean a little heavier to get that point across, or lower the stakes and make him properly sympathetic in his actions. Perhaps he only wanted to blow up the arena because the corporation bigwigs were there or something. But it's one of the story's many points that I think needs reworking.
Hi.
Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you? That's my species and my name is Kid.
Kid has an inside woman, Wynn, another Hellion that Nina took a chance on hiring, so kind of a bitch move from Wynn here. And they play the dress rehearsal to the masses, but thanks to the lack of Rylan in it, the Doctor figures out something's up. So he starts tinkering with a great jump, Also, Sabine mentions that the Zygons have a new habitat, and I don't know, it's just kind of nice to know that those guys got their own world after having to seek refuge on Earth for ages. In a well-mixed sequence, a performer I'm pretty sure is played by the same actress as Janice Goblin, Kid pops the Bubbles energy with some cringy humour, sending the Watchers, including the Doctor and the TARDIS, into space. Holy shit, that looks amazing. If there's one thing this episode has no fault in, it's the look, because Jesus, this sequence is fantastic, and it perfectly sells the scope of the song contest, even if it is giving Republic Senate vibes. Nina tells us that the people out there are still revivable, while Belinda meets superstar Cora, played by Miriam Teak Lee, who helps center her as Belinda has a panic attack at the prospect of being stuck God knows where and when without the Doctor. It's nice, but rudely interrupted by fucking Dugadoo from the planet Grimbold. Don't get me wrong, I love Dugadoo, but this kind of felt like the wrong place to put him. Kid reveals he has a delta wave.
A delta wave!
Which we're told will kill everyone watching, hijacking the station's signal like said before. The Doctor is about to freeze with the rest of them, but a vision of Susan prompts him into action. Although, did he get his momentum from the ice? And he uses a confetti cannon that was set up earlier to get back to the station, fitting the campiness well, as he says. Camp. While the couple open the airlock from Space Babies to get him through, and luckily Mike is a nurse like Belinda so he can take care of the Doctor. These two can have their annoying moments, but they are quite charming in most of the episode. Now, we kind of glossed over it, but Carol Ann Ford came back, and I love it. Boy, do I love it. But I do take an issue with how she was used. In the Unleashed episode, Russell tells us her inclusion is meant as a vision 15 conjures up to himself to help himself into action. And using that, we can infer that she appears in his darker moments later as a vision of his conscience. A very similar moment to her with 8 Into the Death.
What are you going to do?
You better come with me.
Why?
To stop me. Curb me, look after me. Don't you want to make sure your bad old grandfather doesn't take the laws of time into his own hands?
But in the episode itself, it's very unclear, especially when she tells him to find her, whether or not Susan is returning in the larger story arc, or if it's just a vision. And to be fair, I've always wanted Carol Ann Ford to come back for a few performances, and then to regenerate and pass the baton on. But just the fact we've got her back is enough for me. It's just how the episode handled it I have an issue with. The Doctor reveals he can save the people out there thanks to his meddling with the tech, so there are no deadly consequences for those people if he can save the day. Just like the Devil's Chord, we get a really strange pronoun drop, and Kid reveals his countdown till boom. And thanks to our side characters, we shed some light on the Hellions' backstory. More of the rumour and suspicion about how evil they are and that they destroyed themselves. The Doctor gets a taste of the Delta Wave when he meddles and reveals that the signal will in fact kill the 3 trillion Watchers. As Gary gets to have his moment, Graham Norton appears as a hologram. This time actually cast and invited onto Doctor Who and not just invading it. And his performance is fun, and he actually mentions Earth, so that's nice to hear. But the fact that 15 can't protect Belinda at the moment is getting to him, giving him more Susan flashbacks. Kid and 15 speak, unable to see Belinda now learning 15 is safe, and the Doctor crashes out.
And you can run and hide and whimper all you like, but I will find you, because you have put ice in my heart, darling. You put it there, so I will cast your body out into the void.
A lot of the lines are nice, but the whole ice in his heart thing would work a lot better with more personal stakes. As far as 15 is aware, Belinda is in suspended animation, but it's the threat to Belinda that's seemingly setting him off with the whole Susan thing. Not the 3 trillion, but he will say it is later, so once again, very confusing. So while his anger, both ways I guess, is justified, the actual dialogue would work far better if he actually thought Belinda, the person closest to him, and that he has a duty of care for, could straight up be dead. Meanwhile, Cora reveals herself to be a Hellion, having had her horns forcefully removed, and revealing the corporation bought and raided their planet solely for a source of honey flavouring. Once again, Kid would be a lot more sympathetic if the sheer amount of innocents were only getting involved in the crossfire of his war against the corporation, but here he is just straight up killing people in their living rooms and targeting them specifically for no good reason. If anything, he should only be targeting the people running the show. Cora's friend, boyfriend, business partner, I'm not sure, is really intent on leaving her now that he knows she's a dirty, evil Hellion. And Kid is almost ready to activate the wave before he is distracted by the Doctor and the Doctor's hologram. 15 deactivates the Delta Wave and Kid's gun, claiming he is just someone who is using his tragic backstory as a reason to kill. And yeah, he kind of is. Once again, the script either needed to go all the way sympathetic or all the way evil, and they are really leaning into evil here as the Doctor uses the hologram to torture Kid with electric shocks. Now, many are saying that this is out of character, and I don't agree. While it may have been more in character if, as I said before, the personal stakes were higher, it's not out of character. See The Family of Blood, Solomon the Trader, or going even further back, Seven knowing exactly what action Davros would take, tricking him into nuking his own home planet. There is a history of it here, and it's not like it comes out of nowhere. Susan is begging for him to stop, and it's not until he sees Belinda alive and well that he pulls himself off the edge. Once again, it works well as it is in Ncuti's performance and script, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement. Once again, personal stakes would have made it better. Belinda walking in the room and seeing 15 doing that would work a lot more if he thought that she was possibly dead, not just frozen out there and completely fine. The 3 trillion innocent people are large enough to set the Doctor off, but it certainly would feel a lot more justified as a character motive if it were personal to the characters that are in this story, and not the Time Lords who die and come back and die and come back. Now with the main threat out of the way, we spend a fairly large amount of time just unfreezing everyone from space, and then we get to see the heart of the story, as Cora performs for the revived audience, revealing her true identity and singing a pretty good song with interesting and emotional visuals, applauded with one of those spreading slow clap tropes. And this all works, it's fun and emotional, but the pacing of the episode grinds to a halt. If we went the sympathetic route, this singing could come in at the climax and talk Kid down, as we see it emotionally affects him at the end. But as it is, it just kind of feels like the story dragging its feet, because the main plot is over. It's just a bit messy. But I think the point of Cora revealing the truth about her people, making a change peacefully, is a nice narrative mirror to Kid straight up trying to murder multiple galaxies worth of people. Wynn and the audience congratulate her, and 15 and Belinda make it back into the TARDIS. The Doctor facing no personal consequence in this dynamic with Belinda for more than 10 seconds. And just before they fly away, the Graham Norton hologram tells them, on the day Belinda got stolen away, the planet fucking disintegrated for no good reason. And the TARDIS goes red, ending the episode on the TARDIS doors exploding inward, the cloister bell ringing, the TARDIS going red, eh? Rani red? No, it can't be. No way. I mean, I did a whole video on why the Rani most likely won't be coming back, and that if Mrs. Flood is any Time Lord, with her whole meddling thing and the Wish World and Reality War titles, it's probably going to be the Monk. And I mean, this episode isn't the time to reveal that she's the Rani, because the Doctor isn't there. It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be as impactful, and oh, yep, she's the Rani. Fucking hell. Yep, let's talk about that scene. I love the Rani, and although she got some more content after Classic Who, it was not critically acclaimed. So bringing her back here is nice. But I still have issues. The freezing causes Mrs. Flood to bi-generate, her splitting and spawning the Rani, played by Archie Punjabi. And first of all, I'm digging the look. Speaking about Archie first, she sells the role, seriously, in like 2 sentences. I haven't seen her in anything before, but I am pretty hopeful after what I've seen here. But where my main issue comes in is with Mrs. Flood. She is not characterized like the Rani at all, more of a caricature of the camp era of Dimensions in Time, which could work. Hey, they banter well in the last couple of seconds.
I will bring him absolute terror. That's what I said. Shut up. Yes, ma'am.
But Mrs. Flood seems to take a fully subservient role to the Rani, and that just doesn't make sense. I can never see any version of the Rani obeying another. One seeing the other as inferior definitely works, but all this yes ma'am, sorry ma'am comes off really poorly in cringy dialogue, and the dynamic just doesn't work for me or the character. If they wanted the bi-generation, they could have had the Rani working together, and each a different facet, Mrs. Flood the camp, monk-like one, and the Rani being the stern, domineering scientist. And of course, they'd have their issues and maybe they'd turn against one another. As it's portrayed here though, I'm dreading her characterization for the next 2 weeks. Can't wait to see these actors retake the role in Big Finish like 7 years from now though. So that was the Interstellar Song Contest, and although it has a lot that I love, looking with a critical eye, I just can't give it a high ranking. It's certainly the worst we've had in the season. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed watching it every second both times. The performances do well with the material given, but it really comes off as a mangled first draft, or a second draft that someone has gone rifling through, planting their own ideas with no thought as to how it affects the story as a whole. Watching it is enjoyable with the music and dark moments in camp, but when I analyse it from a writing perspective, it pains me how messy I find the motivations, actions, and messaging. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to give the Interstellar Song Contest a 5.5 out of 10. It truly pains me to do so, and I hope a lot of people enjoyed it, but with very simple fixes and stronger justifications for characters' actions, it would have worked far better whichever way they took it. Yes, the Rani is back, and so far I'm not disappointed, but that doesn't mean that this week's episode was perfect, and remembering Empire of Death...
But she pointed.
She did.
I am a little worried about next week, but hey, we'll worry about that when we get there. Empire of Death is the first Russell finale that I didn't like, but The Legend of Ruby Sunday was still pretty good, so I'm hoping the art of the part 1 isn't lost here. So let's jump into Wish World. So the episode starts with a nice cold open in Bavaria, 1865, and you can tell it's RTD and not Chibnall because the text isn't an obnoxious colour. The Rani appears to a couple, the husband, a 7th son of a 7th son, and the wife giving birth to his, you guessed it, 7th son. So with all the 7s and lucky day, I thought the god of luck was going to crash in here, but she names the child Desiderium, and reveals it has the power to make wishes come true, the baby being the newly born god of wishes. Starting off strong, I like that this Rani gets to be camp as well as domineering and conniving. Sure, the transformations as she deals with the family may be a little much, but she's reveling in her plan's fruition. After that, we jump to the modern day. John and Belinda Smith waking up on the perfect 23rd of May with their little girl Poppy. And I love this whole Stepford thing. Both Vrada and Ncuti add this sort of false happy front that they totally believe in, but is so basic and cookie cutter for a reason. And just to top things off on this mountain of worrying news, Conrad appears on the TV to wish the world a great day.
Happy morning, Conrad.
A very solid start to the episode. Conrad reveals a book he's going to read throughout the episode, and while the staticky edits are a little much sometimes, I love this segmented throughout the episode. And some very nice commentary, that the book looks just like the Harry Potter books. And looking at Conrad's world, I just guess all people who have hands in books like this are hateful pieces of shit. Watch out, asexuals, Conrad's coming after you next. Do you think the Wish World has a black mold problem? Mr. and Mrs. Smith are happy in domestic bliss, getting ready for the big day tomorrow, May the 24th, and cups keep falling off tables. In fact, I love the cup detail and all the set design imagery like this. I think there was a lot of thought put into the objects, layout, and colours to create this world that makes it really come together. Ruby appears at the door, but because this is an Orwellian world, Belinda and John call the cops on her for doubting the system and asking questions. Now, I do kind of feel like this repeating 73 yards. In fact, we'll get to see some flashbacks to that situation later, and both Carla and Cherry having their timelines changed again feels a little redundant. And I'm not sure why Ruby of all people was spared this reality shift. I do like her here, and her going through this experience, but I just feel the reason she's singled out needed to be more explored. And both her and the characters she involves herself with are pushed to the sideline a bit. It feels really odd. We get a nice little moment when Ruby retreats, showing Mel as their neighbour, with a bin full of broken cups. Love that imagery. And we get a look at the Rani's world. Bone creatures that look awesome roaming around. Wish they did more, but I think they will next episode, but they do look cool here. John goes to work at UNIT, or now the Unified National Insurance Team, and I like the set redo and the character work, and even including building on the whole Red Scare Dobbins system, that feels really effectively fleshed out.
Was that supposed to be? No. No, I'm just...
You're a man. How can you find another man beautiful?
We get Susan Triad back, which is nice to see, and the Rani flies to base on her hover scooter. looking quite snazzy. Belinda gets her own moment, her mother and other relative coming around, and she starts to realise things are going wrong. And in a moment of doubt, which is their word for questioning literally anything, she just runs into the forest and screams. Is that just the thing that she does? Or is that how Conrad sees women? Not sure, but if that were part of Conrad's world, I would have loved the visual if the camera panned and we saw like 50 other women all along the same riverbank shouting at the air.
Are you shouting at thin air? Yes.
So we get to see inside the Rani's base, and although I'm not sure why Rassilon Seal is there beyond taunting the Doctor, the whole set looks fabulous. And I love the almost American Horror Story looking clone creatures spread around. The Rani tells Mrs. Flood to get in the kitchen and make Conrad a sandwich. Mrs. Flood obviously pissed, and I love Anita Dobson's acting in this episode. I do wish more was explored between the Ranis, but when Anita wants to be menacing and creepy in this episode, boy does she go for it. Conrad and Mrs. Flood have a nice caring dynamic, him obviously caring for her, and I like this side of him as he constantly tries to keep the world in his perfect image with Desiderium's power. It still fits his character, but shows the more vulnerable side to him, showing a lot better that he is multifaceted, not just a massive bastard. And boy, do I love the music in this episode, from the Rani's theme and Desiderium's as Conrad holds him. The CGI baby making the giggle, terrifying the two of them. The Rani reveals the Vindicator locks into her big clock, which is really cute, and they set a trap on the balcony. The Rani using a sonic syringe, which I love by the way, to set a trap for him, which is great foreshadowing. The Rani reveals they are after the one who is lost, like the one who waits. And as Ruby pokes around, she finds Shirley, another person who sees the world differently as she is disabled. The disabled people and nonconformists and queers not having a place in this perfect society of Conrad's, which is the logical progression of this commentary. I love the cute area Shirley takes Ruby to, a community full of the disabled and queer, and Tharies. And great. Another RTD finale that rips off Big Finish. First he rips off Kill the Doctor in the Age of Sutekh, and now the Purity arc. Shirley's actress having been the Sixth Doctor's companion Hebe in that, and being very similar both in literal story and themes. Ruby wants to get to the bottom of it all and targets Conrad, Shirley going along with her to sneak into the Rani's base, along with another wheelchair user that may be named at a point, but I couldn't remember them giving her a name. I probably need to give the episode another watch through, but if she's going to be with Ruby and Shirley, please give her some more personality and make her memorable. At home, John unwinds, and unexplained, I mind you, the TV deviates from Conrad, showing Susan again for a second, and then Rogue returning. Jonathan Groff obviously recording this on a green screen, but he warns John vaguely about tables, and is cut off before an I love you. I like Rogue's inclusion, but just like Susan in this and the last episode, the foundation for the cameo is just not laid well enough. Why is he warning 15? Does he know that warning 15 will cause the Rani's plan to come to fruition? Is he even real, or is Conrad and the Rani fucking with him? Is he Susan? That would be troubling. And then of course there's the fact that neither him or Susan make physical appearances, which also kind of cheapens these cameos with how much they're happening. So cleverly John figures out that all the mugs dropping is because of the wish reality is unstable, cups falling through tables often. But as he figures this out, thanks to Belinda ratting him out, both of them are arrested and taken to Rani HQ. And as I said before, Anita gets some great time as the villain. Ruby and Shirley manage to get their hands on a working tablet from the old world, and trying to work it they get to learn where Conrad is, but they don't really do anything else. Their planning useless when the world goes to shit later, so this just feels like a bit of floundering to pad the runtime. I think they should have been given more agency and hope they aren't dropped next episode. And considering a character who is constantly just shoved in the background and not given anything to do, Rose Noble appears next episode, I have a worrying feeling that multiple characters are just going to be shoved into the background, forgotten about, not to actually do anything. Oh, it's becoming Empire of Death. The Doctor and Belinda are all tentative with this gate for some reason, and why are the song contest guards here? This whole minute-long sequence infuriates me, but I do like the Doctor's faith in Belinda. So now the Rani uses her wiles and the surroundings to get the Doctor to remember. Clear exposition, but cleverly it is necessary to her plan and is written engagingly, as she wants him to remember, her plan hinging on him knowing everything. So some people have said she's basically just the Master, but there is a key fundamental difference between the two. The Rani is playful like the Master, sure, she revels in her victory and has little to no morals, but it's her interactions with the Doctor as she taunts him that differ. The Master will be focused on the Doctor within his evil plan, and love that the Doctor gets involved, almost like extreme peacocking. Whereas the Rani either will want nothing to do with the Doctor, or like here and in one of her Big Finish stories, will come up with the plan and only involve the Doctor if she needs to use him. Not to affect him, but to use him as an ingredient, to further her agenda. Whereas the Master is straight up infatuated with the Doctor and enjoys the idea of fucking with him. The interaction specifically above the plan itself. The Rani reveals everything is fake, confirms the gods appearing was the Doctor's fault, probably the salt, and waxes poetically about their past. And we get greatly upscale clips of Kate O'Mara, including from Dimensions in Time, as 15 starts freaking out and remembering. The Rani reveals that the Vindicator is what is allowing her plan to succeed, and with a nice little fourth wall break, she uses the Doctor's mind-shattering, the false reality, to open a gap between realities.
Because this isn't just exposition, Doctor. I need to tell you everything so that your doubt becomes all-consuming.
She shows the city falling in on itself, with CGI that greatly gets across this interesting visual, and a building with the name of the company from The Well being showcased, which is a nice Easter egg. So the Rani reveals that she is looking for the one who is lost in the Underverse, and for a reason that, if judging by the next time trailer will be disclosed next episode, she wants to find Omega. That's right, one of the Time Lord founders among Tecteun and Rassilon. In fact, the one who created the Eye of Harmony, the power that powers TARDISes, trapped in another universe. Revealed with some voice clips from Big Finish, which is crazy. That is officially the first thing taken directly from the audio for the show. You know, apart from RTD recycling their plots. Does that mean characters and companions from the audio will appear? I wish, but probably not. I would kill for a 15 Flippin' Constance episode. The Doctor starts to remember, but it's too late as the cliffhanger is set up. Belinda is seemingly erased from existence, Ruby and Shelley are about to be destroyed in the tears, and the Doctor is sent careening below by the Rani's clever trap from earlier. But does he tease that unlike the rest of the fake marriage, Poppy is actually real? However he means that. And the Rani celebrate as their plan comes to fruition. So that was Wish World, and yeah, it has a few problems. More underexplored or unexplained things just happening. But the acting was really strong. Developing this new world was done impressively quickly with character moments and set dressing. I loved all of the Rani's dialogue and the music, but once again, I wanted a little more. Much like The Legend of Ruby Sunday, this is a great part 1 to set up the finale, but I just hope the finale will deliver better than Empire of Death, so I'm gonna match Wish World with the previous part 1 of the finale at a 7.5 out of 10, and hope to the Pantheon we stick the landing next week. Let's skip the preamble as we have a lot to go through with the extra-length finale, The Reality War. And not only that, but unfortunately the end of an era. A lot for this episode to juggle, and while pieces are rushed and the pacing in the second half stumbles a couple of times, overall it delivers pretty well. We of course start where we left off, Anita saving 15's arse with the Time Hotel's doors, pissing the Ranis off, but when the clock hits, everyone else is put back into May the 23rd. And of course, with the lovely Anita's return, we get flashbacks. Once again, yeah, occasionally like last episode they're a bit much, but honestly, any negativity from them is negligible. Anita uses the doors to show 15 the world is back to May the 23rd. As said later, the Rani repeatedly setting the day to spread the fabric of reality thinner and thinner. We get to see what Anita's been doing, or rather, who, after she finally got over the Doctor, with some, sure, fan-wanky but cute callbacks, and they get back into the Smiths' house. No, not those Smiths. 15 gets a little pissed when Anita calls out Poppy's sudden existence, and I like the whole emotional focus on Poppy in this episode. Sure, it could have been executed better, but for 15, the so-called emotional Doctor as many call him, the heart of his regeneration story, sure, still having the bombastic world-ending stakes, is at its heart about saving one life at the cost of his own. A decision many Doctors would struggle to make. 10 did it after a lot of moping, but I almost can't picture Seven giving his life for a baby. He'd probably weigh the odds and decides a not real baby is on the whole worth less than the other lives he could save. On that topic, by the way, Missy Part 2 review coming soon. The Doctor goes to grab Poppy and Belinda, symbolically freeing himself from the Wish World's constraints by changing outfits when dropping his jacket, which is some decent visual symbolism. Coming into the hotel, Belinda knows who she is again, and both of them are kinda still figuring out the fact that Poppy is real and very much their child. 15's next stop is Unit, initially freaking them all out until there is enough of a connection between the current day and the real world, waking them all up.
I'm wearing a suit.
I'm wearing tweed. I'm wearing nylon.
And also releasing the Vlinks, and Rose Noble appearing, freeing two characters that most people in the fandom don't care about. So I like the Vlinks, he's just a little guy trying to do his job, but Rose is an actual attempted to be fleshed out character, so I'm a little more critical. This is another story where Rose, played by Yasmin Finney, doesn't do shit. I like the commentary of her not being in Conrad's world, but apart from 80% of her performance in The Star Beast and in the Giggle, she dresses like a flasher and taps an iPad, because of course Kate gave a teen/young adult access to heavy artillery in Empire of Death, and here she gives Ruby a jab. That's it.
That's it.
I was begging for her to have some role in this story, but was ultimately disappointed. On the flip side, Anita is essential to the plan and gets some cute one-liners.
I'm in the hotel industry.
Unit are confused and 15 explains the bone beasts, making them interesting, because I was worried they didn't get explained last episode. 15 also shows everyone Poppy, Kate internally hoping to recruit yet another child. Kate wants to wake up our nearby personnel, kinda scary, she's had all her people chipped like she wants to blow off their heads or something if they go rogue. But that wakes up Shirley and her superpowered wheelchair, Mel on her scooter, and Ruby, who is being torn into by Carla again. Jesus, the universe is hell-bent on making this woman the worst mother ever. The Rani presses Conrad into telling her where 15 is, the creepy and flirty angle hitting pretty well. So the Rani appears in the middle of Unit to confront 15 properly, while Susan goes to build a zero room for the baby. Just to be extra, Mel rides her scooter into the middle of the main room, and 15 gives them the rundown of the situation. Mel giving the Rani exposition, summing her up well, even if Bonnie is putting a little too much cheese in there. Ruby asks why Poppy looks like Captain Poppy, and we get the explanation that she is an amalgam of 15 and Belinda, memory, DNA, and wish-wise.
I'm genuinely sorry, but she's not real. She's made of hopes and dreams and wishes.
That is every child.
Which is basically the same kind of cop-out as Russell's genetic spatial multiplicity. The Rani, of course, comes down and offers 15 a place by her side, wanting to make a new race of Time Lords in her image. And since they were apparently left barren, not by the reasons in the extended universe, but by a genetic explosion, which I guess could only be the Master's death particle, but this is probably my main issue with this story. Russell doesn't seem to understand what happened in the Timeless Children, as the Master slaughtered the Time Lords and used their corpses for the Cybermasters. And then Koshamus used the Death Particle, which is said to destroy all living things, now retconning that to mean leaving life unable to procreate. And that on its own is an interesting idea. But first of all, why would the Rani have been on Gallifrey at the end of the universe? And if she was there for the initial attack, she would just be dead, not barren, as the rest of the Time Lords were killed, not infertile. And the Doctor gets in a TARDIS and escapes the Death Particle. So why would the Doctor have even been affected? So why Russell went through all these hoops instead of introducing Looms and Pythia into the main continuity is beyond me, but at least we got a couple of good reactions.
I think she's asking us to mate.
It would be fine enough for new viewers, but as someone who likes aspects of 13's era, kinda pisses me off, and it's a major point off this episode. We get the cool Mrs. Flood reveal and the explanation of bi-generation, it being a reaction to the Death Particle, a desperate bid for the Time Lord body to try and procreate. And okay, I would have rather the Rani just regenerate and never think about the logistical hoops of bi-generation, but I guess it works well enough. It's just sad that the whole idea this explanation is built upon just doesn't work. They explain that Omega was exiled to the Underverse. When this happened, I don't know, probably in the Time War, considering that's not what happened in the Three Doctors or Arc of Infinity. That could have used a bit more definition, but the Rani sicks the Bone Beast on the tower, Unit turning it into a massive turret to fight them. them. And okay, this is awesome. I love it. 15 puts Belinda and Poppy into the Zero Room, and this is probably the best time to talk about the fumbling of Belinda, and while a little annoying, it's not as bad as some would make it out to be. Belinda started off well in her first 3 stories, needing to get home, but between then and Wish World was just kind of written as companion. Now in this episode, she is all, I need to look after my baby, and unfortunately, due to the timing, this comes off as validating Conrad's imperfect idea of a family unit. But in reality, what we should have seen more explicitly if the season had more episodes, Belinda's motive being to save her daughter, and her timeline being retconned later to be all about getting back to her daughter, makes sense. We see in Lux and the story and the engine, she is a very caring person. While she should have continued standing up to the Doctor, one of my main issues with the Interstellar Song Contest, having her care about her child above all else is really interesting as a motive, and justifies her strong outburst of wanting to get home. As before, her only motive did seem to be she wanted to go to her home, filled with people that didn't like her, to go to a job that drains her, where she was undervalued. Now she has someone waiting, relying on her, and I think if better timed without all the sexist connotations that could be linked to it, this has far more value in it than most see. The only problem with it is that it came after Wish World. Because she can be the strong, independent female character people liked, but still have the motive of going back to her child. They don't necessarily cancel each other out. The action starts as Ruby is strapped with Project Indigo, and the Doctor uses some clever duplicity to steal the Rani Segway and fly into the Bone Palace. Does this scene look perfect? No, but it's hype and immensely fun, and a lot of the time that's what counts. Additionally, it's nice to see Susan so active, and I don't really like the almost comedic silent cut to Belinda and Poppy. That was a little unnecessary. 15 lets the Ranis open their hole to the Underverse, and Omega comes through, and while obviously not as good as his other appearances, Omega either needed his own story separate to the Rani, or needed to be a plot device in the Rani story, and I think this appearance here toes the line just enough. This isn't the tragic fable Omega we know. As 15 puts it, this is a twisted version of Omega, the Underverse having manipulated him and turning him into the legends of the Mad God. Probably having been sprouted from the multiple times he's tried to bust back into the universe, and the design reflects that well. This isn't the character Omega as we knew him, this is the Force Omega, and in that way the story works quite well. Where it doesn't is Omega eating the Rani. Both Ranis are excellent in dialogue and acting this whole season, and while having the main villains defeated halfway through to allow time for the emotional resolutions and goodbye could have worked with a little tweaking, this does feel a bit rushed. I like the whole Rani getting defeated by her own hubris deal, but much like everything else in the story, it just needed more time. We probably should have got another 40-minute episode and then an hour-long finale. Or a 45-minute finale and an hour-long special to wrap everything up. Omega is defeated by 15 using the power of the Vindicator to push him back inside, which looks really cool, but is a little hypocritical of Russell and his whole no-gun thing. Meanwhile, Ruby confronts Conrad, and the confrontation itself is good, but let's talk about Ruby as a whole. While I'm bummed she didn't get to say goodbye to 15, she really shines in this episode. To stop the Wish World, she uses Desiderium's powers, but before that, she takes pity on Conrad, the man that screwed her over, and wishes him to have a better life, where he doesn't become the piece of shit that he was. And that is a testament to Ruby's strength of character. And later, we play to her other arc, having been a foundling, where she keeps reminding everyone over and over about Poppy's existence, because she was that child, metaphorically speaking. Where she barely did anything last episode, here I think this episode doubles down with Lucky Day on furthering Ruby's character really well, even when she isn't the companion. So everyone celebrates, the day is saved and Poppy is still with us, Desiderium is dropped off with the Sundays without any powers, which is really sweet. I'm sure Kate will hire him in 10 years' time. Wow, there are a lot of children in this story and a lot of Kate jokes to make. 15 fixes the loose ends from the Robot Revolution, and after some cute TARDIS and Poppy scenes, there's some great visual storytelling as Poppy's coat gets smaller and smaller. Basic, but still clever. And eventually they completely forget, and it takes them landing back in unit, Ruby pointing out all the inconsistencies for them to realise there is someone missing. And of course, Susan even mentions she's technically only 1 year old, so that's why Kate hired her. Yeah, okay, I'll shut up with the Kate jokes now. 15 says goodbye to Anita and she name drops the boss, just like the Meep did, mentioning they know 15, so I'm sure that'll be resolved in a future season. After they remind the Doctor about Poppy and his heroic deeds, he realises he needs to put reality right, correcting the inconsistencies left by all the reality manipulation. But the only way to do it is the sheer amount of energy of the last of the Time Lords regenerating. And like I said before, this is the perfect reason to have the so-called emotional Doctor regenerate. And of course, it's clever to have the knife twisted later when he does give up his life for his daughter, and she doesn't even end up being his kid. What 15 is about to do is massively dangerous on a cosmic scale. The reverberation's so powerful it drags 13 into the TARDIS, and holy shit, okay. So Jodie pops in to say hello and goodbye, and yeah, I love this scene. And especially how they take bi-generation off the table. So to be fair, I love every Doctor, but honestly, 13, 14 and 15 are at the end of that list, all for different reasons. I never got a sense of gravitas from 13 that I wanted. 14 is clearly a gimmick, even if he has nice moments, entertaining but doesn't really measure up. And 15 has had so little time before going it feels insulting, having 2 seasons and not even doubling Eccleston's run. But this scene and the rest of the episode are some of my favourite for 15 and 13, and my god, the way 13 looks when he tells her she'll never get to tell Yaz her true feelings, the look on her face, oh my god. 15 does his thing, and with a nice shattering effect he wakes up in Belinda's garden, in a much nicer house, to her and Poppy, and we get the reveal she was now always coming home to her daughter. And the flashbacks here really work, and the way 15 reacts with the baby, it's all very good as he realises the truth.
I can't have children. But if I could, I wish that she was exactly like you.
And has a bit of a bittersweet goodbye. And 15 ends up regenerating, travelling to Joy so as to not be alone, which is a great way to integrate her. And his final words, chef's kiss. This is another heartbreaking regeneration, even though he wasn't in my top Doctors. And the way the TARDIS reacts to him, it's all very well done. But of course, we need to talk about the thorny flower in the room, Rose Tyler herself, Billie Piper as the 16th Doctor. Or at least she seems to be. There seems to be a bit of discourse there. Now, I do get some of the criticism. This is very BBC incestuous fanbait, but people seem to be overlooking that since she left Doctor Who, I haven't heard anything bad about her acting, only a lot of positives. So while in the context of the show, yes, it's a bit annoying, I would like some more fresh blood. She is one of the better choices. But of course, like always, I will stay my proper judgment until her series actually starts. So that was the Series 15 finale, The Reality War. Nowhere near as bad as people are saying, but not the best. 15, Ruby and Belinda are great. Sure, they each have failings, but on the whole, while the pacing and understandings of the past are shaky, the heart of this story and the characters were impeccable and hit me in the feels. And the ending from the 2 Doctors to Billie's return hit me harder with every rewatch. So while I'd like to go higher, I wish I could justify an 8, I'll have to give Series 15 Episode 8, The Reality War by Russell T Davies, a solid 7 out of 10. Could have been better, but it was leagues above Empire of Death. Let's take a look with Episode 1, Homo Aqua. Episode 1 starts with the opening credits, and while the theme isn't amazing, I think it's a nice piece. Nice time-wise and looks pretty, but the story itself starts with the grossest fishing boat I think I've ever seen, where a sea devil is captured and killed. Specifically, one of the subclass Homospondyle erectus. And while I really like their being given classifications, since, like the Silurian, we've been seeing differing types of sea devils over the years, it doesn't feel like they've gone all the way with it yet, explaining how they are different in lineage and function, but for now I'll just say I really like all 3 of the current designs. Thanks to this, back in London, Barclay Pierre Dupont, played by Russell Tovey, is called in by UNIT to attend a special mission, and he is completely out of his depth. I get it. Anyway, he was once a replacement for a one Roger Trevithick, and is now accidentally booked in his place. So he has to take his kid to the other divorced parent and speed off with Sergeant Hannah Chakri, played by Francesca Corney. Now, Barclay's family, specifically his child Kirby, played by Kat Gannon, is fine while there. I'm hoping they and their mother Barbara will have more to do, and unfortunately after the Star Beast, I am fearing what will happen with the other gendered child of the main character. I really hope this won't end as stupidly as that.
Yes, we know. We know everything. Thanks. And you know nothing?
Kind of thing, so let's just hope the writing duo can write Kirby like a normal non-binary person and less of a plot device, and whatever else was happening with the strange angle that Rose had in the Star Beast. Now, while Barclay is good, we haven't seen the rest of the show, but so far Russell Tovey is doing very well as the fish out of water. Oh god, I did it again. The scared but kind everyman. He's a very easy character to empathise with and understand, even if some of his moments of panic and anxiety, while well performed, aren't exactly the most entertaining. Barclay and Hannah seem to have a history based on small moments, but none of that is really explored here. Much the same for the appearance of General Austin Pierce, reprised by Colin McFarlane. The character last seen in The Children of Earth, being one of the ones to take charge in the abduction and attempted deaths of children in order to satisfy the 456. This series, while not as intense, is much in the same vein, in attempting to show how the world is going to shit thanks to the rich people and the ones in power protecting their interests and condemning everyone else. But while he seems to have turned over a new, kinder leaf, allying with UNIT, I would like a deeper look into his psyche and the nitty-gritty of his changes over the years. Because why bring him back if we aren't going to explore that angle? Overall, he's good in these 2 episodes, but I'm yearning for more. There's some nice endearing moments for Barclay, but the group make their way to a remote island village in the Mediterranean to investigate the Sea Devil corpse. And I know the unit soldiers are wearing more clothes, but I like how on a simple glance, the accidental hire looks more jacked than most of the trained soldiers. They are decontaminated and shown the body, taking a look and theorizing about it. The Sea Devils, much like their lizard cousins, are given the new classification Homo Aqua, better fitting and less prejudiced. But pretty woke if you ask me. Anyway, we get some interesting facts, a not understood gender, and the body, much like many others of its kind, apparently has a pearl embedded in its throat. Now, we don't get it spelled out, but it seems due to later scenes it's what helps the Homo Aqua communicate among themselves and other devices. But for this scene, the only other information we get is about Mark Antony and Cleo. Thanks for that, Hannah. Very topical. They leave once Barclay prays for the body, him seemingly unsure why he did it, but it's a really good humanizing moment. He sees this dead thing, and not knowing anything about it shows common decency in honoring the dead. It's just really sweet. They signal the Sea Devils, and that night the Homo Aqua attack to recover the body, much in the same vein as the Hungry Earth, sucking them into the watery ground. It's becoming their watery grave. Sure, their acting in the scene is very basic, but the scene is still pretty unnerving. Everyone is warned, entering after an utterly useless captain tries to tell Pierce what's happening, but he pretty cleverly, even if the audio usage is a bit silly, seeming to get louder through the whole room, when it should only get louder when you get closer, he hears their radio under the ground, spelling out pretty clearly what happened, especially when they find a hand. This understandably shakes Barclay, Pierce giving him a pretty good but ultimately unhelpful in the moment speech.
Are you saying you're here by accident?
Yes, sir.
And that, I suspect, is how history is made. One great big chain of mistakes.
We also get some nice dialogue between him and Hannah, talking about the time he met the Doctor, although not the Titanic story. And sure, it's a bit much, but I like how they frame a normal person meeting someone like the Doctor. Hannah gives us the rundown, but they're interrupted as a Homo erectus arrives to talk. And while the scene is a little repetitive, and I don't care much for Discount Shirley, I didn't hear him named, but seems to be Steve Chesney, played by George Robinson, and he hangs around with UNIT, but I just don't like his vibe. Also, what is it with all of the last of UNIT's main scientific analysts or advisors having mobility aids. Steve is a scientist in a wheelchair, Shirley is as well. Morris uses a Segway. It's not a negative in any way, it's just a strange pattern. The talks are done well, a lot of tense moments, but in the end the Sea Devils go all the way, exposing their existence to the whole of humanity in some pretty stellar looking shots. And are returned by Trinity Wells. Gotta love that, can't be a Russell T Davies spin-off without her. A pretty cool addition is built to allow the two species to talk in the same room. And oh wow, Trinity is here in person for I think the first time ever. I think I had a little heart attack. Barclay can't tell his family of his job's new intensity, paying Barbara to look after Kirby, and the three of them have a funny and very natural home conversation. Some people seem to be uncomfortable about this or something, but this really is just a nice little genuine bit of family cheek. It's natural in its oddness, and I like the genuine tone a lot of these characters can bring across. So Barclay and Hannah join in the gallery of the negotiation talks, and we finally get our main unit cast, with the return of Kate Lethbridge-Stewart reprised by Gemma Redgrave, Shirley Ann Bingham reprised by Ruth Madley, both fitting in pretty well, and even Ibrahim is reprised by Alexander Devrient, him shown to be dismissed easily by Kate. Are they bringing their foreplay to the workplace now? I think Ibrahim needs to go to Unit's HR. His boss is taking advantage of their power dynamic. We also get introduced to the Prime Minister Harry Shaw, played by Vincent Franklin, and I'm sure he'll be as effective as the last miniseries one.
If you put me on camera, I will tell people the truth.
And your daughters would know where they're going. Best not. We can say that today's events were in American hands.
There's a little bit of trouble, Roger has a hissy fit, and the tunnel bursts a little, but the tank is filled and the ambassadors are revealed, the main one being a more humanoid species of Homo Aqua, a Homophora sapien, Salt, played by Gugu Ambata-Raw. And we also get to see two Piscomorpha Grandis. Not sure what their function is, but they look cool too. Speaking about Salt, we don't know much about her character yet. She's rightfully angry that human pollution killed 2 of her eggs before they could hatch, and she is very antagonistic, not always justifiably so, sometimes just being a bit of a dick. But the bond she has with Barclay will be an interesting one to explore. Now, the more cynical side of myself is a little miffed they went the more humanoid route, like the Silurians before them, clearly to make them resonate better with the audience. But while that worked very well with the Silurians, I think the variance here works greatly. If they were all just people-like, it would feel a bit bland. But even so, the human-like Salt does look as good as the more creature-like individuals. Also, the Homo Aqua delegates go through the same decontamination field that Unit went through at the beginning, but how the hell do they know that tech wouldn't negatively affect these new life forms? The Silurians didn't know their decontamination process would affect Time Lords differently. The ambassador chosen for the interaction while making a good start is thrown out by Salt, as she decides it should be Barclay to speak for the humans, as he showed respect to the Sea Devil's body earlier, Salt touching her pearl before the footage plays, also seemingly captured from that other Sea Devil's pearl. Kate freaks out about Barclay singling out, but while Barclay tries to back out, he eventually accepts, with a perfectly relatable reaction.
Okay.
And that's where episode 1 leaves off, a really solid start that not only sets the premise pretty well, but makes me want to see more of the characters. Up next we have Plastic Apocalypse, Barclay immediately taken away by Unit to figure out what the hell is going on. And the confrontation between him and Kate is very well done, tense and well performed from both sides with how stressful the situation is. His family is appropriated to, and Barclay fights to help, telling Kate to her face that she needs him. The news gets wind of the change of ambassador, and my god, no way this previous leader of the Albion Party, as he's called, nice 73 yards reference there, is a human being. He acts like a member of the British KKK, fighting not to show the fact that there's a 10-foot vibrator shoved up his ass.
Every citizen of this planet is now at war. It is time to unite against the common enemy, Homo Aqua.
Jonathan and the PM talk with Kate about it, and the look on Kate's face as the old white men try to figure out what's going on is priceless.
Maybe it's better woman to woman. If that's what she is that what she is?
No.
Please, Kate.
So Kate goes in there for more of a secret meeting, trying to get their way, but Salt isn't having it, demanding to speak to Barclay only, the two of them just talking. Barclay very awkward, but in the end she's endeared enough by his everyman position and respect to strong-arm him into stepping up and taking the ambassador position he wants, giving one of the good speeches he gives on the difference between people like him, who have to work all day without the time to worry about the world going to shit, and the rich people that get as much money as possible while destroying the world to get it. Barclay is taken to his family in a hotel after Kate corners him.
Are you gonna kill me?
I forgot my gun.
Really?
No.
But she gets the measure of him thinking she can work with him, but making the threats clear, even if all she wants is peace. Barclay is delivered to a hotel with his ex and kid while the science team deliberate about the Sea Devils, realizing they're all linked and that Salt's eggs are being examined. Barbara is freaking out while Kirby is happy about their father's position, all relatable, especially Barbara digging into the minibar. Kirby clocks their dad wants to pound the fish woman. Meanwhile, hundreds of people's minds were destroyed as we see Ibrahim home with Kate, the two very comfortable together. So many people thinking she was gay as fuck, apparently Gemma Redgrave even once claiming that she might have had a wife at home. But I still think Ibrahim needs to refer to HR. Their conversation, Kate worrying while Ibrahim really wants to bang, is pretty interesting, where Kate compares Barclay to a companion and a Homo Aqua sample is stolen and traded for a citizenship, but only for the thief, not his mother who he was doing this for. Wow. Even when doing shady deals, the government will still find ways to fuck you over. This sample gets given to Sir Keith Spears, exactly the rich kind of dick that owns the businesses raking all the profit in at the expense of the earth, alongside French General Dominique, who took a photo of Barclay and will leak it to the masses, and an American General Oscar. They eat their decadent, and I think ironically caviar-laden meal with a very cool camera take, all three planning the best outcome for themselves. The media circus starts again the next day with Barclay's leakage. And wow, is this reporter the biggest reporter stereotype I've ever heard.
The world is watching.
Unit pretty quickly figures out it was Dominique, her being thrown out by the guards, and Unit give Barclay a pep talk, having him read from a script because of course that's what Salt wants to hear. It's all well and good initially, but Salt has a humiliation ritual in play, having water from the river, I assume the Thames, brought up. The soldier's doing just that with a hilarious amount of severity. Instead of having the water herself, she wants Barclay to drink it, which he obviously can't do because Jesus Christ, I think there's a chance it would kill him. Barclay goes rogue since Kate is being a little useless, and he performs a pretty great speech condemning the way humans run the world and their refusal to change. Either because the rich are making more money or the common people ignore it, it had the every chance to come off as preachy, but he delivers it so well, Salt seems happy and Barclay does too, him sharing the moment with his family being very heartwarming. The French throw a hissy fit so Dominique is allowed back in, and they get no further in figuring out Homo Aqua's communication style, guessing the Pearl but not knowing it for sure. And while Barclay sees evidence of Homo Aqua and Reptilia's time on Earth, he talks with Kirby, then very proud of him, but very worried for his safety. Quite a nice and endearing little scene. The press from before still suck, but Barclay meets with Salt again, Barclay spewing the same shit our governments do about how everything will be fine if you just give us like 40 years of still running the planet the same way we do, and then things will be able to get better. And Salt believes it as much as I believe it when my own government says so on the news. Salt giving a good speech about how they're affected, so in order to speed everything up, Homo Aqua deliver humans' waste back at them. Although I have to ask, I know most of it is just CGI, but there's no way none of this trash on set got out and became litter. But this also shows how antagonistic Salt is, and sure, her kids died so it's understandable, but all she had to do was be like, we're giving your trash back to you, where should we put it? Not drop it on everyone's heads, causing casualties and horrible injuries. The spectacle may be impressive, but it utterly destroys Kirby and Barbara's driver, and almost killing Kirby if Barclay hadn't stormed out there like a mad lad. Kate tries to stop it, but is stupefied by Salt's arguments so hard she just kind of stops. And we get some more news coverage. The Titanic ending up on land again. Wow, if I had a nickel for every Doctor Who universe story with Russell Tovey and the Titanic,
I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Mr. Felix Gladstock is apoplectic again, clearly not having any medical professionals take a look at his rectum, and although they try for an immediate ceasefire, Salt once again goes mad with power, banning humans from water or air travel. So obviously that's a no-go, pissing the people off enough to get up and start yelling, and yeah, our whole lives at the moment kind of depend on travel by either air or water. Homo Aqua must know this to be a fact, so it really is just them being petty. And to be honest, I wish they weren't so antagonistic. There doesn't seem to be a balance in their motives, as since their first meeting, it seems all Homo Aqua want is control, not peace. So it's hard to be sympathetic when they're just as shitty as the humans' shitty government people. Sure, humans could and should do better, but much like the Silurians, they're trying to overthrow the current species already established and living on the planet, instead of living with them, and we all know who's in the wrong when a group of people start pulling out the "this place was promised to me thousands of years ago" spiel. And as far as I can tell, conflicts with people like that just end in more child death. Salt gets so pissed he starts exhibiting male traits due to a certain testosterone, gender flippancy, believe it or not being a woke concept, but actually something some types of fish are known for, but I'm sure people like Nerdrotic are going to complain about. The negotiation is ended for now as Salt demands Barclay meet her under the sea in an underwater trench, Barclay accepting, ending the episode with an okay, just like the first one. So we've had two pretty solid episodes. I wish our human antagonists got more than one scene. Some of our new cast, like Pierce and the other unit personnel, could do with a little more of a spotlight, and I'm hoping to see stuff like that in the future. The Homo Aqua are a little too antagonistic, like I said, which, while that makes sense, it also muddies the message a bit. I want peace on Earth and for pollution to stop, but when Homo Aqua are making the demands, they are and know them to be too disruptive, when there are other solutions that sure would be long-term like the humans say, but nowhere near that long-term. Like changing to alternate fuels, or alternating our ship's routes with Homo Aqua's help and expertise in the water. But from the get-go they have shown no consideration for peace and working alongside us. And even if they were alive millions of years ago, they just don't have the right to say we own the seas. Sure, humans don't have the right to exclude Homo Aqua either, but the Homo Aqua so far just act like more colonizers, coming in and telling the natives, do as we say or die, and that doesn't make for very sympathetic or understanding characters. I think we've had enough of those atrocities in our history. Yes, they should be antagonistic, maybe driven to be worse by the worser side of the humans, but for them to start off basically being the villains makes me care about them less than I should. And with the tone the show seems to be going for, I wanted to understand and feel for the Homo Aqua like I do for the human characters, but we just aren't there yet. Maybe in the next couple of episodes, but overall, even if it isn't what I wanted out of it, the show isn't poorly put together. These two episodes have actually been fairly good. Let's get into it, starting with episode 3, The Deep. We pick up where we last left off, Barclay accepting the summons, and along with some new and familiar faces, trains at a place called Blackport. With a castle gate I swear to God I've seen somewhere before. Is it from, I don't know, Merlin or something? Anyway, Barclay, Pierce, two of the unit cast we've had these past two episodes, Louise Mackey, played by Hannah Donaldson, and Minso, played by May Mack. And then two new peacekeepers, Ted Campbell and Ravi Singh, are all going through the training so they can make the meeting with Homo Aqua in the depths. And sure, a lot of these characters are charming, or have a lot of screen time as side characters, but I do wish they got more fleshing out since, spoiler alert, they're all about to die. Mackie gets most of her background dropped later, I wouldn't even know Min's name without the wiki's help, and these new two are basically just built to freak out every now and then. Barbara is even more annoying than usual, a real trend these episodes, basically just being Francine Jones but without the character work to make her portrayal and point of view interesting. And that's something that I really don't like about this series. So many of the characters, unit staff especially, will perish, and I only know the surface level of them because they've been here 3 episodes. It's frustrating that I'm unable to care more about these deaths because we've had so little time with them. That's probably the main detractor of this basically being a miniseries. Barclay's freaking out about the real possibility of him dying on this mission, having a really nice scene with Barbara and Kirby, both doing pretty well to ignore him. The supposedly intelligent kid being really frustrating, and sure, I can understand the emotions behind their reactions, especially Kirby, but just last episode was going on and on about how great he is, so it feels really disingenuous for them to act like this, make up after one speech, and then betray him again next episode. It's not exactly poor writing, but it's a real mismanagement of time. It really needed an extra episode at least, as we get great character stuff, but not enough time to share the screen time properly. The two other representatives are all hopeful and humane, comic relief mostly, and they start their descent. Now, the descent itself takes a good chunk of the episode, so I'll just sum it up here. There's some nice camera work, even if the spinning does make you want to be a little sick by the end of it. Now, for the characters, there is some nice tension, even if I was sure the whole time they'd make it down there. It's done pretty well. Ravi's performance pretty good, but Ted is a little annoying. He goes from hopeful to freaking out to calm to freaking out, and then with the shit he'd pull later, he just needed a little more fleshing out. Sure, he's on the mission for the bad guys because he's terminal, but once again, connecting back to Voyage of the Damned, Jeffrey Palmer's motive was money for his family, and I just don't recall Ted's being fleshed out or that well implied. Is he a racist? My dad thinks his accent was meant to be South African, so it's possible. Did the people behind Severance threaten him? It's easy to rationalize the possibilities, but with such a big move made by him, a little more clarification and understanding would have been nice. With the others, Min does fuck all, and Mackie made me think she was fucking her brother for a second there.
I never had kids. If I get out of here, I'm gonna call my brother.
Meanwhile, Pierce is clearly stressed, but keeping it together, and boy, let's talk about Pierce. I was really excited when they brought him back. I wondered what could be done to flesh out this almost child kidnapper and trafficker. What changed in his life? How did he end up at UNIT? And at the end of this episode, he dies with the rest of them because if this actor is on Doctor Who, I suppose he's contractually obligated to eventually die underwater. But seriously, what a waste of a memorable actor and returning character. At least give him some reminiscing, or let him give Barclay some more life lessons based on his past before he perishes. Anything. Meanwhile, in what looks like the same cabinet from the Children of Earth, Kate is desperately trying to keep peace on the table. One other woman supporting her, but our usual rich and arsehole subjects are fairly easily convincing the Prime Minister to start getting ready to fight back. It does not go well for Kate. Actually, that's probably how you can sum up these two episodes. But even while obvious in end goal, it's all very well performed and shot, even the score keeping the tension. This all gets worse once Kate leaves, Keith with his foreign backup managing to scare and butter the PM up into buying into a new plan titled Severance. And I'm not sure if it'll come back up in the finale or if it dies with Keith. It's very unclear to me what it actually is, but it would be very funny if it got all this build up and then Keith's death had to make them scrap it. Ibrahim supports Kate some more, but due to whatever Homo Aqua used to bring the sub down, they lose contact with UNIT, landing in a pretty cool looking membrane, built as a perfect environment for the humans to breathe in, made by purely natural means. Salt eventually welcomes them and removes Barclay's helmet, proving they'll be alright to breathe. All but Ted following suit. Meanwhile, Ibrahim is with Kate again, telling her to get some rest and threatening to have her thrown out until she sleeps, while still hiding their relationship, so she takes him home. Now I'm not really sure who's exploiting the other. The group underwater pass by some onlooking Piscomorpha Grandis, just kinda floating there. Is that all they do? I mean, they're kinda ugly, but just sitting there they're also kind of cute. Salt gets a moment alone with Barclay while Ravi freaks out a bit, and they talk about how they somehow seem to have a deep connection. Them touching each other. Now wait, hold on. She touches his face. Interested, but then he returns the favor, but he's still wearing his glove, so when you think about it, it's a little silly, but it is a nice moment. Really teeing you up for them to bone next episode. She gets really poetic about them being drawn together. It doesn't really help clarify anything more than it seems these Homo Aqua have a low-level psychic ability to read human emotions. And that now Salt wants to end the conflict, and this kind of stuff is what I wanted from her in the last two episodes, and that's another real problem with this series, series, only having the 5 episodes. Not only are side characters like Kirby and Barbara made annoying by their unwarranted flip-flopping, Salt does the same even though she's a main character. She's almost completely antagonistic for 2 episodes, and then becomes almost naive and hopeful next time? I guess all she needed to calm down was to get sexual tension in a root? You probably don't notice these immediate character shifts when initially watching, but they get pretty frustrating upon rewatch. Pierce kinda cock-blocks him and the team enter what is essentially the Sea Devil Parliament. Interconnected platforms filled with mostly Homo erectus, but also some more Chibnall/classic-styled Sea Devils, whatever their genetic specification is, and the episode finishes on a high note in 2 parts. This one underwater being Ted giving Salt his gift, a neat-looking globe, but it starts to count down to blowing up in her face. Barclay tackling him out of the way before it detonates. And on the other hand, Kate takes Ibrahim home where he gets all sad about how they can't be clear about their relationship and the details in their office romance, and Kate is all like, dude, the world might be about to end, can we talk about this later? We assume like 4 of our people might be dead, keep it in your pants. But of course, just as she ignores him again, Shirley informs her about the repetition of Severance, with little more info about it. I guess the rich and powerful really like Apple TV. And just as Kate is being told about this, she is about to get sniped, only for Ibrahim to charge in the way, saving her and dying in the process. Once again, Ibrahim is a character that desperately needs more time before I could really care about his death. Like, it sucks that he died, it still affected me, I'm gonna miss him being there, and the scene itself is very well done, missing a lot of common death scene tropes, and feeling quite realistic in Kate's reaction. But I don't feel super emotionally invested in him, more in what his death does to Kate, and this mostly comes from his previous appearances, just having him be a soldier boy or eye candy. He really, in the grand scheme, hasn't done much, whereas Kate is long running and Shirley was mostly on her own as a unit character for her first appearance, so it's kind of unfortunate for this big shock death to barely affect me. So that was The Deep. And it was a pretty solid episode, but the sub-scenes could feel a little repetitive or drawn out, but the time in the Homo Aqua base is pretty good, the cliffhanger is fantastically done on both sides, and much like Children of Earth, the tense scenes showing just how shitty the government is are perfectly grimy and tense. Let's see if the show can keep this course in The Witch of the Waterfall. Episode 4 picks up where we left off. On the Homo Aqua side, everyone except Salt and Barclay seemingly perish, although the only ones we can confirm are the human casualties, as they're played in the news later. And I'm still salty about Pierce's death. Salt has to mack on Barclay's lips to share air with him as they get to the surface, and it's certainly a harbinger of the direction the episode goes. Meanwhile, Kate manages to survive more gunfire, Shirley taking charge between thinking all the delegates are dead and sending a squad to Kate's, easily taking the shooter out while Kate stands on the balcony like an idiot. The DuPonts are sad as the news report everyone is dead, but Barclay and Salt are immediately taken in by Unit. After this great looking moment in the water, but someone has already posted a hologram deepfake of Salt declaring war, and for some reason airing it on like 80% of Times Square. And I love how Unit does nothing to clarify this is a fake. Sure, they only get the evidence that it's a fake later, but they have first-hand accounts right now that it's a fake, and that Barclay hasn't done anything legally dubious yet, but refused to comment. Even the PM kind of insinuates that they know that it's fake, but they don't do anything about it. In a few of Unit's latest appearances, they seem, well, really shit. Of course, that's usually because of the world-ending proportions, but they've gotten defunded, almost ruined by one guy with a podcast, rewritten by the Rani, definitely humiliated by Sutek, and they make Salt's escape later easier and refuse to play the media game. I just wish they had a little more backbone. I mean, I know they're not going to get into the nitty-gritty like Torchwood, but I wish it didn't take till the end of the episode for Kate to go badass and actually put up a solid fuck you to the opposition. Give me some more Nick Fury-like moments.
I recognize the council has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it.
Barclay's breakdown is performed well as he tells Shirley about everything that happened down there, but isn't too happy that Salt has to be kept prisoner. And holy shit, they call out Min by name. I still wouldn't retain who that was without the wiki, but props. Kate tells Barclay unfortunately they need to imprison Salt, but she tries to cut Barclay out now they have her as technically a prisoner of war, which Salt isn't too happy about. The deaths are confirmed and we get a nice little scene of Shirley and the bumbling captain, or actually corporal in the credits, from episode 1, Jane Hart, packing up the deceased's belongings. But Kate vows to find the time to deliver their effects in person, and I'm kinda worried about what's gonna happen in unit since Shirley keeps questioning Kate, and has already taken charge once, and I know Kate needs some rest, but she's running the best equipped military force in a war against another species, striving for peace, and her boyfriend just died in her arms. I think she can get a little leeway. They find out the killer was a mercenary, Kate letting out a sob before putting the mask back on and carrying on, something Gemma Redgrave plays perfectly. The PM is freaking out about both assassinations, not wanting Kate dead, but also not wanting anything to come back to him. So when it's revealed the assassin had ties to Ted through the Institute, whatever the Institute is wanting to get rid of Homo Aqua, but someone with big connections to the Institute happens to be Keith Spears, meaning the PM is really in the shitter here as Keith connects to their severance plan, or group, or whatever the hell it actually is.
Sir Keith Spears, your greatest donor and your very good friend.
Yeah, but he's not part of it, is he? He's an idiot, but the man's a clown!
So the PM gives Oscar carte blanche to handle the situation, ending up having Spears assassinated and making it look like a political assassination in protest of his company's many water infractions. Salt is loaded onto a flatbed, not directly to Unit Tower for some reason. No, seriously, I can't rationalize why they don't take her directly to the helipad like with the Shriek. Well, I do know it's so her and Barclay can escape, which is well done. It really needed an in-universe explanation. Anyway, like I said, Barclay uses his charm to get in the truck and cleverly dumps Salt in the ocean, her cell door bursting open easily somehow, and Barclay running to join her, carried away by her. Although I'm pretty sure that water is way too clean.
Fucking bloody Pierre. Stupid name, you cunt.
The press think Barclay is in league against the humans, Trinity spreading false information like I think she has done for most of her reappearances.
I am anti-Z-Dex.
Shirley reveals Kate has a daughter as she tries to get Kate to rest, meaning either we have some more information on the second kid, I think she's mentioned before, or Gordon had a transition and no one told us about it. And after a nice reference to Morris, Kate has to realise everyone knew about her and Ibrahim. She tries to go out for a bit, but immediately turns around as the Homo Aqua come in for another talk, Kate having to take the lead. It goes about as well as you'd imagine. We get a new Homo Aqua, the same type as Salt, Tide, played by Samuel Oatley, aka Zim Shaw. He isn't that complex, but once again we get to see how useless the human scripts are.
Why are you all insane?
And all that is really accomplished is Kate getting a good speech, and Tide threatens to rust the world down unless they get Salt, ready to punish her for saving Barclay and not any of the Homo Aqua. Meanwhile, Salt and Barclay are on the run, closer than ever, and all Oscar gets from that is that he can end it all if he only gets Salt dead or alive. Barclay is a little down, but Salt is having the time of her life, and sure, I can see her now embracing her new life as she can't go back to her people, or now that she gets to explore the human world with Barclay, she can see it in a new light or something, but it really does just come across as her suddenly being, I don't know, almost infantilized? Sure, it's cute, but such a large turn from her previous characterization feels really weird. They learn more about each other and their ways of life, mostly pretty interesting, and she talks about how, should she be returned, she would forever swim alone. Not exactly sure what that entails, but her analogy of living with a dead soul and this loneliness bringing them together is really well done. Anyway, we now have a guy popping a boner and banging a fish in Doctor Who, something I only really imagined would ever come out of Torchwood or the old BBC books. Kate heads to a little shrine to the unit personnel lost so far, and then breaks down in her car, once again pulling herself together, played very well again. And after some more innuendo, Barclay and Salt agree post-coitally what their best move will be, deciding to stay together and get out of the city. Then contacting Kate once once they're far enough away, and the way Salt is endeared to the plan is really sweet. They steal a rando's phone funnily, and going through Kirby and Barbara, Barclay tries to get some help, but is immediately betrayed. Has Barbara got any redeeming qualities? At least Martha's mum did what she did to keep her child safe. All Barbara has done is demand more money when even given $3,000 out of the spur of the moment, mostly blame Barclay for having to be in a hotel for like a week, try to ignore him before he goes on a suicide mission, and then immediately give his location to the army. But then as soon as she meets him again, she gives the game up. So not only does she suck, when she does the right thing, she's useless. Unit are ready to capture them, Kate sending Hannah, and they get the proof of Salt's innocence. But on the other side of the bridge, Oscar takes care of the other unit squad, sending in the British army under his control. Barclay easily caught by Unit and Salt trapped in the middle of the two armies. Oscar ready to kill Salt to get at her, but Kate orders Unit to get ready to open fire on the army, and it's fucking awesome. Kate ready not to take shit from the obviously crooked and ready to murder innocents army. But before anyone has to die, Salt, listening to Barclay, disables the armed forces with a scream and dives away, leaving us on another great cliffhanger. So that was The War Between the Land and the Sea, episode 3 and 4. Not without some stumbles and moments that would have been a lot better had these characters had time to breathe. But other than that, and some characters feeling a little too changed too quickly, these episodes were really solid. I just hope that we don't fumble in the end, and that Russell has maybe managed to recapture the art of the finale. That he seems to lose between the couch cushions or something when it came to both Empire of Death and the Reality War, even if, let's face it, the Reality War really wasn't that bad. Let's see if the show can break Russell's finale curse, with his last two being terrible and a victim of Disney's indecision. And now we get into the end of the war. We start a little out of left field with Homo Aqua coming to, I don't know, an island? Or maybe just the coast somewhere where for some reason everyone has a dog. And more than one person are walking them out at night, which just feels really odd. I don't know, if this were Maine I'd feel better because I'd know it was a cocaine-fueled horror story, but I don't think I can aptly communicate how odd I find this setting. Homo Aqua take all the dogs just to fuck with us, I guess, cutting to Tide and Jonathan turning the peace talks into childish screaming matches. Meanwhile, back to real storytelling, Kate is seeing Ibrahim around still, both at work and in her apartment, telling her therapist so effective it's making her move places. It's actually really well shot, and the way Kate goes from happy and amazed to cut down and haunted is played excellently. Why wasn't this just the Kate Stewart show? I like Barclay and Salt, don't get me wrong. I mean, I can take or leave Barbara and Kirby, the show seeming to feel the same about them by the end of the episode, but Kate is consistently the standout in plot and performance. Kate's therapist both refuses her return to work and an increase in what Google AI tells me is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So Kate does this neat little trick that you can do in real life, and she threatens to tell the therapist's husband about her affair love child situation. Jesus.
Your daughter is not your husband's. I beg your pardon?
Dylan Holmes-Williams does really well keeping the uncomfortable tenseness with these head-on shots. I love it. Barclay is getting his physicals done, and while they can't find anything concrete, he doesn't feel at his best. Headaches, neck rashes, and a sudden craving to
just keep swimming, swimming, swimming.
So yeah, Barclay is turning into a fish over this episode, and, well, when did this start? What started it? Was it the fish sex? Did she give him some sort of STD? Sure, they flashed the word accord later on, but it's not really explained. It's so poorly done, some people adamantly believed it was Severance making him a carrier of the Homo Aqua plague that turned him into a fish in the first place. Barclay is alone now, not of great use to Unit, but if he was let out of their sight, he would probably be killed, going so far as to need to scan his food for poison every day. He doesn't even get custard for his ironic fish fingers. Let's be honest, probably not the first fish he's eaten in the show, if you know what I mean. Barclay is basically just the fish version of Michael Douglas at this point. Although I guess replace his illness with, turning into a fish. A new guy comes in, and at least he is immediately named, unlike some of the other Unit characters. Professor Bello. Here for what I think is his one scene, to inform Unit the Homo Aqua are doing all this dog and other other shit to distract while they melt the goddamn ice caps, intending to expand their territory, flooding and choking humanity. Kind of hard to take the sympathetic stance to that. Tide does more speeches, once again like Salt trying to persecute humanity's actions instead of finding an alternative. Sure, the humans are bad, but Tide is just a dick. Barclay is escorted to a pub to meet the family, and he immediately forgives them. Sure, Kirby is only a hypocrite, but my god is Barbara completely insufferable.
I don't know. You're their bloody friend. Why are you always so useless?
But to distract from how much they suck, Barclay is getting a great performance as he talks about how separated he feels from Salt, telling about how he's allowed out by his guard every night, and in that time drives away all the way to the seaside, hops in the water, and calls out for Salt for hours. Now, it's an effective visual, but all that effort every night, this man just isn't sleeping, and it comes off almost comedically ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, he plays it really well in the voiceover, but it is on the line, almost just one teeny tiny step away from ridiculousness, as we repeatedly see him going through every step and running down the beach as he strips off. Apparently Severance have an in with Barclay's guard, letting him out to the ocean and monitoring him should Salt ever come back. But with so little luck, Mrs. French pontificates that the French's disruption in the water may be what's stopping Salt from being able to hear him. So they plan to allow her through, as long as Mrs. French isn't named along with Severance. Later on, Kate has a private word with Harry trying to get Severance info out of him, but even though she lays it on thick, his golem-looking ass isn't budging. So in another good scene, Kate makes sure he knows how replaceable he is, causing him to panic and pressure Severance into action, their plans starting now. So deciding tonight is the big night, they have the inside man swap the scanner with a faulty one, drug him, invite a bunch of people around to block up the hallway and jab him in the gut with something. Wow, all that work, they could have just had the inside man go in and jab him. No need for 15 extra people. Although there are good minor details like replacing the poison glass with a replica and having his prints put on it. Now jabbed, Barclay goes out again, and by morning, this time he actually gets Salt to show up, getting a nice smooch and reunion. But Salt knows what to do to make peace, finally believing in it now that they're together, giving him a code word, a Chord. If they send that message, there should be a way through to peace through the ancient ways of the Sea Devils. He takes this information back to Unit and the Science Squad, mostly Steve ending up deciding to send it in the next message with some eyeball jargon jiggery pokery nonsense, while Hannah gives us dictionary definitions. Thanks for that, I guess. Wasn't she also the one in the first episode just randomly giving us information about how Cleopatra liked to use pearls? I think Hannah is the queen of unwanted knowledge and advice. Unit decides to take this almost Torchwood-like stance.
Outside the government, beyond the police.
But days later, they haven't heard from Homo Aqua at all. But all around the world, even here in Australia, Homo Aqua are turning up dead on the shores, choked from build-up in the gills. The imagery impressive as they fill the water. Kate has someone take a look at the corpses, the Aqua kind having gone through virus-like symptoms, but with no virus there. Erasable targeted viruses, Kate realizes, are a human invention. Severance finally shown. Still not sure if that's the group or the virus, but whatever. Or they could just be talking about the Apple Plus TV show. Imagine you're going through channels and the PM is messaging American and French diplomats, talking about the latest show they saw on Apple Plus. Also, funnily enough, the doctor down there also gets a short monologue about how shitty humans are, and the kind of preachy monologues work with Barclay, who's at the heart, and suffering the consequences of human mistakes mirrored in Salt, but not so much when it's the random side characters. The Homo Aqua are in distress, Barclay brought back as representative, running at Mach speed in case it's Salt. And it is! She's come to deliver a proclamation of surrender, as 90% of her people were killed by the virus. Now, there are one or two speed bumps in the scene, but on the whole, it's performed pretty well. Russell Tovey has his crying and quivering lip down, and Salt's saddened yet strong dialogue is performed very well. Some lines done perfectly.
You will do whatever you want. because we are terrified of you.
The talks continue, both Salt and Barclay helpless, the Homo Aqua given a deep trench in the ocean to live out their days, Salt recognizing this is their only option, but knowing it will easily invite poachers and murderers, showing a really sad picture of a hunted Piscomorphograndis. And I'm infuriated. How could they do that to my boy? Sure, he's kind of ugly and useless as far as we know, but he's just a little guy, he doesn't deserve that. I don't know, I think I'm just projecting cuteness and innocence onto a really ugly animal. Kind of like a pug, very cute, but also inbred and munted. Salt doesn't name Severance, but does clearly warn them all, and we get to see their comeuppance in one form or another. Yeah, it's not very clear at all. The three of them get creative and interesting looking death scenes, but they almost seem to react to the cutaways, so it's really unclear if these are psychic visions, premonitions, the future that they don't see. But then why does the French one suddenly run away right after her cutaway? I don't know, it's stupid. Salt doesn't explain a chord, but says it will never happen now. Then Salt leaves and everyone feels real bad about it. And as if on cue, the tank starts cracking, sending everyone fleeing, and Hannah having to pull a depressed Barclay out is a little interesting, but somehow that annoying reporter from the first episodes gets in here. The scene is just a bit of a mess and feels rushed. No time or brain power seem to be put in beyond how to make leaving the room a spectacle. Yeah, have the random reporter in there, that'll let Barclay say something epic and grandiose. Ooh, why the fuck was she in there? Kate and Shirley have a nice little chat, talking about the Doctor's role in all this, and we finally get some background on Shirley. Not much, but there is someone named Lawrence. A flatmate, brother, husband. Could he be named Lawrence Bingham? And obviously when I say Lawrence Bingham, I'm talking about the Hawthorne in Kilda Ruckman. Eventually, Kate gets a call from Barclay's doctor. The word accord flashing on the screen like that means fucking anything. Seriously, it's so undefined, just a string of similar ideas put together. Thank God Russell's blunder wasn't any bigger than that. You remember what happened the last time he over-explained?
She was pointing out the name of the road.
We get a really average cover of Bowie's Heroes underscoring everything, as Kate picks Barclay up and takes him to the shore. Him having a tearful goodbye with his family over the phone, and he reunites with Salt. I see a lot of people going, oh, so he abandons his kid, but like, what was the plan otherwise? His family's faces aren't known that much by everyone in the world, just his, so wherever he goes, especially with them, he'll have a target on his back. Quite frankly, Barclay turning into a fish to live with Salt is not only a miracle, but the best outcome outside of a big red reset button. I'm sure Homo Aqua could make some sort of connection relay to call Kirby, or he can probably pull a Davy Jones and go up to land once a year, or I don't remember Davy Jones's timeline. So Kate watches as the lovers reunite, and Barclay's neck rash he's been scratching all episode makes him react all weird. Yeah, I don't know what he's going for, but it's not what I imagine the reaction to getting gills would be. He gets to flop and swim around in the water with Salt. Not the best visual, but it's nice enough. And with one last goodbye, they swim off to waters unknown to make freakish hybrid offspring. Finally, we get a nice view of the ocean with Kate walking away, and we get an after credit scene where some asshole litters on the beach, and Kate goes as far as to pull a gun on him to force him to pick it up. Now, with everything she's gone through and the world has gone through, for this dick to do that right in front of her, I think she has a fairly measured response. Anyway, this is hilarious. Sure, it's okay not to like it, but this made me laugh out loud and simultaneously not take away from the product. So I've got nothing negative to say about it. Quite frankly, I kinda love it.
Pick it up!
So that was the end of the war between the land and the sea. A pretty obvious ending, leaving the Sea Devils able to be revisited, much like the Zygons, but also far enough out of the peripheral to be ignored and forgotten from now on. Probably the best outcome of the show, since it doesn't reduce the show to uselessness or give us expectations that, let's be honest, probably wouldn't have been met. Barclay as our main character was fairly good, a much more natural crier than Shooty, but does well to not only work as a character in his own right, having his feelings of belittlement and love for Salt, but also as an easy in for the audience, communicating, albeit a lot of the time in monologues, about how the average person feels. No one wants the world to go to shit, even if in our everyday lives we contribute to it, and our lives are so filled with trying to make a living wage we don't have the time to worry about about the world. And when we do, it just kind of becomes depressive. Sure, Barclay isn't revolutionary, but he's performed well and serves his purpose effectively. Salt, as the other end of the main couple, was a little all over the place. Sure, at any given point she's either fun or interesting, but she almost slides into that trope where love gives women lobotomies. It's very strange that she spends 2 episodes in hatred, is suddenly overcome with need for Barclay, and then is fully supportive of peace. The idea seemingly banged into her. It's odd, but not bad. It's easy for me to look past it and enjoy the show, even if I think it's clear there's a bit of a lapse in the writing. Maybe another episode of runtime could have helped flesh this out, but no matter the material, I can say the role is performed really well, especially with all the makeup and prosthetics. While on a bad day I could take or leave Barclay and Salt, Kate absolutely takes the biscuit as the best performer here. She starts rigid but optimistic, and through tragedy becomes an off-the-rails badass willing to do whatever it takes to make peace. Even hold a man at gunpoint for littering, or order her soldiers to fire upon the British army just to save 2 innocents. Sure, she isn't totally in the moral positive, but she is consistently not only the best written character, giving us a great look into how her experiences are driving her, and a fantastic performance to go along with it. As while Gemma Redgrave has never been bad, I think this might just be the best showing from Kate. Not only since Gemma Redgrave took on the role, but since the character's creation. Clearly, before now, neither the writers or the audience have given Gemma Redgrave and the character of Kate enough credit. Along with these 3, we have a lot of the side characters. On the positive side, Shirley was still pretty good. Ibrahim, while not much more complex than he had been, the lack of his presence from now on will be felt, even if not as effectively as it would have been if he were explored better. But the way his death affects Kate is, mwah, chef's kiss. The other unit personnel kinda suck. Pierce was underutilized, kind of a waste bringing him back, and although I think by the end every character was named, I'll have to check when it comes to Steve. But Hannah is really the only other unit personnel I felt for. The others were either off-putting or so underexplored I didn't care. So Steve, Jane, Min, and Louise. Tide isn't really worth mentioning, a good performance, but he's there, he's a dick, and then he's gone, possibly dead. And the other villains are good throughout, even if their ends are ambiguous, and a genocidal prime minister named Harry going against Earth's anti-alien forces has been done before. And don't get me started on how underutilized and plain annoying Barclay's family is. I can't say much about specific tracks in the score. Heroes did not appeal to me at all, but while most of the score was nice if wholly unremarkable, it is for at least the meantime poorly mixed. I had little trouble with earphones, but watching on either television in my vicinity meant a few lines of low dialogue was snuffed out by the score. And to keep the volume loud enough to make out these moments, while not painful, was easy to say was too much. So it could really do with a remixing before being put out for release on DVD or worldwide streaming. Overall, a lot of the plot beats are obvious, but all fairly competent, even if I can point to some obvious failings in this episode alone, such as a chord. But while it has problems in character and plot, there is a lot good here. Possibly Russell's best season arc story since he returned to the universe. So with all this in mind, I'm going to give The War Between the Land and the Sea a 7 out of 10. I felt that reviewing the series as a whole made more sense compared to Doctor Who's episodic ratings, as it is a far less episodic show. Thank you already for watching my review of The War Between the Land and the Sea, and I can't believe it's another fucking year till we get more Doctor Who. Please like the video if you liked it, comment down below if you wish, consider subscribing to the channel, and if you do, ring the notification bell so you're told every single time that I make an upload. Once again, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next review. Bye!
Toast. A little piece of toast. Because there's so much to choose from. There's brown bread, white bread, all sorts of wholemeal bread. It comes in funny packages with writing on the side.